ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Beneath the boundless sky, the voyage carries on. The dragons of the north, history untold.
Well, a brand new age may have started yesterday. The story will continue today. Welcome back to day number 2 of action here at the Calling in London. Scott Mines, Pankaj Bhojwani. How are you, my friend? Snap it. I know we were mouthing last time. The joke's done.
The bit's over.
We're
Yes.
good. We're
Okay.
good.
Well, thank you for bearing with us.
All right.
Scott, I am excited. Day 2 of our first ever Silver Age calling. Yesterday sort of set the stage for this weekend, but today is going to set the stage for the upcoming season, for what's going to happen in ProQuest season with the Silver Age format and leading up to Pro Tour Yokohama.
I think there was a lot of talk heading into this event about kind of the established kingpins of the pre-Silver Age format almost before Compendium arrived. A lot of Briar was expected. We were expecting a lot of Oldhim as well. But I was pleasantly surprised by the sheer amount of diversity we saw yesterday and some of the real standouts on the competitive level too.
A big one for me was Vynnset.
Okay.
Just the fact that people discovered she has a very natural game plan into the 2 kingpins of the format that we were talking about. Into an aggressive deck, you have a natural tendency to play off of small hands very effectively after you've set up some of the rune chant generators. And into a fatigue deck, well, you're a shadow hero. You have a full extra hand, if you will, in the banner zone that you can leverage to put together a very powerful turn to overcome a blocky deck.
All right, well, let's take a quick reminder of how this event works, the schedule we are working with today. Yesterday was a whole 9 Swiss rounds of action for over 750 players in the room here in London. Today, 5 more rounds of Swiss before we make our way into that top 8 cut.
So much flesh and blood left. I can't believe our full Swiss round duration is 14, and then we still have a full top 8 to go through after that.
Of course, if you're joining us for the broadcast today, there will be some goodies for you during the finals. A box of Compendium of Rathe will be available, so make sure you're sticking around for that. We've given away the gems, but I mean, there is an antiquity pack in that booster box. Maybe, just maybe, the last one is hidden inside of there.
Speaking of prizes, let's go ahead and take a look at what our players are playing for today at the calling. Of course, we have the first place here, going to be taking home a lion's share of the 20,000 USD prize pool, 5,000 USD going to the first player alongside PTI, Gold Foil Legendary, and 10 World Tour points.
Those World Tour points definitely a standout early in the season. We saw last year early runs were founded on early success, led to people being several $1,000s better off at the end of the Player of the Year race, so securing each and every one you can, alongside some invitations to some bigger dances as well. Certainly not a bad place to be. Of course, there's a little more for our players in the room today. The tournament packs were given out yesterday. If you haven't seen what was inside of these, they're pretty darn good, don't you think?
They look absolutely gorgeous. Just even more incentive to make it out to these amazing weekends where the vibe in the hall is just absolutely electric, and it's just so fun all around, and you always get something good, something nice to take back home for your efforts.
Some haymakers there in Rainbow, looking at things like Zipper Hit, Movrian Skies, Flick Flag, Shred. These are all powerful cards in both Classic Constructed and in Silver Age in a lot of cases. So very happy to have some main deck bling for those respective cards. Of course, not just tournament packs we're looking at. The winner of today's calling will take home a Marvel Gold Foil Quick Dodge Flexes alongside a menagerie of other trinkets.
With the Quick Dodge Flexes, the fact that it's stamped now with a calling champion just gives it the same feeling that you get when you see the World Tour Champ card as well. Previously, the only stamp cards we had were World Tour Champ cards, Pro Tour Champ cards. Now that the calling also has that, it just really increases the prestige of these events as well.
I believe the official terminology for that is the oomph. It has the oomph you would expect from a prize card, which I cannot agree more. 10 World Tour points for our winner. Another Pro Tour invitation, of course, as well, alongside a Champions Trophy that will look pretty spectacular on any mantelpiece. So, those are the trinkets of battle. Prizes available for our winners today. I gotta ask, what stood out to you most yesterday? I guess like a stream highlight for you?
Well, yeah, I think the one that sticks out immediately is Florin-Cristian Loghin playing the 5 pre-constructed deck, entering day 2 at X2 over here. I'm rooting for him to make top 8 at the first ever Sage calling with a pre-constructed deck.
I think it would be maybe the best marketing that that product could ask for to prove that it's achievable. I'm reliably informed we've had an interview with Florian about that journey so far, so looking forward to seeing what he has to say. Let's take a look.
What's up, everybody? I am here with World's Top 8 competitor and the best performing Fi on day 1 of this first Silver Age calling, and he did it with this. My man, Florin-Cristian Loghin. How we doing, man? Congratulations. What a run so far.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It was fun experience. It was a bit of a wild ride.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So I don't want to say surprised because the power is quite high. In the
Yeah,
deck,
yeah.
But of course, amazing run.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, it's incredible to do well in day 2 at any calling with any deck, but to do it with a Precon is an incredibly awesome, impressive feat, and especially, coming into this event, this is something that I think a lot of people were really excited about. Competitive decks right out of the box, but you took it a step further and said, no, yeah, I believe in this. I will put my weight behind the Precon and go out there and do some battle. How does it feel to be the best performing Fi on the whole weekend so far with the Precon deck?
Actually, I'm surprised. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. So maybe all the other 5 players, maybe you misbuilt the deck. I don't
Oh!
know.
You never know. I
You
mean, it
never
could
know,
be.
yeah.
It could be.
I had the best deck builders, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, you had a really great testing team, right? A lot of people, I'm
exactly.
sure you have an awesome testing team, like in the normal day to day. But you had a pretty good testing team for this one.
A lot more work went into this fight deck than into
Totally.
our decks.
Yeah, totally. Well, just I literally have to let you go in a second because pairings are almost up. So I do want to let you get to your game. But just talk to me a little bit about Silver Age as a format, your experience just yesterday playing the games, testing for the event, and where your head's at as we look ahead towards this brand new era.
Yeah, it was. So we were talking new format. It actually feels like a new game almost, right? So you have so many heroes if you look at the breakdown. But also in terms of what I was playing yesterday, I think I only played a Briar twice maybe. And other than that, I played against a Levi, I played against a Terra, I played Ira. I didn't play a Fire, so didn't see that one yet.
Yeah.
And I didn't see those pesky warriors,
Yeah.
like they like to call themselves.
Yeah.
But
We'll see them in
what I
just a
do.
sec.
Yeah. So, but of course, new format. It's very easy to get into, right? So I give someone this deck, they start playing with it, and then it's not like before. Oh, but now you have to buy like these legendary
I
this,
know.
legendary
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
3 commands this, 3 commands that. It's like, hey, you take the deck. It's very good out of the box. Maybe for your meta, you add these 2 rare cards or 4 rare cards, and you're good to go. You have the same weapons like the rest.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's very cool. It's like these, you don't buy a Precon. It's not a guarantee. You buy this Precon, you win a calling. It takes a lot of luck. It takes a lot of skill. It takes a good meta, a good run. But it's just so great to see you do so well already. With this Precon, it was a very cool. And like you had the idea. You came to me and you were like, "Hey, I want to do this. Is that cool?" I was like, yeah, that's awesome. I love it, brother. So it's what gave you the idea? What made you want to just go out and show that this was possible?
So, I mean, we were always joking about, like, when the armor decks came out, we're like, how would it be cool to play this? But ultimately, of course, it's a CC.
Yeah, different.
The power level,
Yeah,
there's a difference. Also, 40 life format.
Yeah, and they're meant for different things.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But here, it's close, as we saw. It's very close to what people have built. It's a pre-constructed deck. It was built at one point in time.
Yeah.
People change their deck lists every single day.
Yeah.
Right? So, as saying, okay, it's not the best, configuration of cards. It was built at one time.
Yeah.
Show me somebody who built their deck day 1 of a format and play the same deck at the end of the format. right?
Yeah.
So then I said, okay, we'll just play. Maybe we'll take an aggro deck because then, of course, we can get a little lucky
That's good,
sometimes.
dude. Yeah.
But yeah, that was the idea. I said this is also going to be the first tournament where you have this opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
And it's new. Why not? Let's give it a shot.
Well, a badass run so far, and honestly, regardless of the finish, it's an incredible accomplishment. We're all proud of you.
Thank
Here
you
in the
so
booth. I know there's people over at LSS HQ cheering for you with the deck, so I do got to let you get to your round. I would give you this, but you already have yours.
I already have mine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Well, congrats already
again.
on the run, yeah, and we'll send it back to the booth.
Look, I'm going to be entirely upfront with you. We are paid to be unbiased casters. I am not. I would very much like Florin to find continued success at this event because I think that's quite the story.
It would be such an incredible narrative. And I appreciate how much in the interview they focused on the fact that he was running a pre-constructed deck. I do want to emphasize, though, this is world's top 8 competitor, Florin-Cristian Loghin. They
pretty
sort of
good.
underplayed that a little bit. He's a lot of skill involved in piloting even the pre-constructed deck and doing as successful as he is.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. But I think just a lot of statements there that ring true throughout the event overall. Variety over the course of the day, multiple different heroes, warriors.
That
A
was
statement
so
that I
good.
think is another one that people might agree with. So very happy to see Florin finding success and looking forward to continuing to follow that journey throughout the broadcast today. If you're not satisfied with today's broadcast, well, don't worry. We have a couple more on the horizon you can also tune in for if you're so inclined. Some upcoming streams across San Diego, Montreal, and Toulouse.
San Diego happening, of course, just next weekend. We are really ramping up the number of events that we're getting over the course of the year in Flesh and Blood. Next weekend, San Diego will, of course, feature Silver Age as well, but the callings after that, Montreal and Toulouse, will both be of the classic constructed variety to really mirror what ProQuest season is going to look like. Starting off ProQuest season with Silver Age, and then the last 2 weeks of ProQuest season will be classic constructed.
Whichever event you may find yourself at, you can buy a package now with this beautiful suite of elemental cards alongside your calling entry and a variety of vouchers for several side events. Don't worry, you're going to be taken care of by an incredible team of folks at each and every one of these. San Diego, Bryce Platts, Margin Bay, and Julian Pastry Time Carr are going to be leading the helm.
And in Montreal, we have Scott Mines returning to the booth, joined alongside Ellie Bird as well. And moving on to Toulouse, we have Scott Mines once again with Gabe Scher and Erika Forslov.
I get around, but there will be plenty of faces to look forward to, some incredible casters, some great teams, and will no doubt be some fantastic games of Flesh and Blood. So hopefully we'll get to see you at one of those. If we're not so lucky, there's still some Flesh and Blood for you to enjoy, of course. ProQuest season is just around the corner. Find a local game store near you with a ProQuest available for your choice of either Silver Age or Classic Constructed.
And as alluded to earlier, ProQuest season is sort of being split into 2 waves, if you will. The first wave being Silver Age from Feb 21st to March 1st. And right after that, March 7th to March 22nd, we have Classic Constructed.
Whichever format catches your fancy, you will have a way to qualify for the upcoming Pro Tour in Las Vegas later this year. A menagerie of prizes available, of course. If you are the winner, you will find yourself with a gold foil, rare, common, or majestic inside a sealed black envelope. But plenty of prizes for other folks in the event as well.
Especially the Teklovosset fans, who I'm sure are going to be coming out of the woodwork with the support that they're getting from Penn, and also with these amazing promo cards that you can get by top 4ing, and if you top 2, get one of these playmats as well.
Beautiful stuff. Cannot wait to get my hands on these. I'm going to waste many a weekend in a ProQuest in the near future, and hopefully I'll see you at one of those. Now, we keep alluding to the variety that we've seen over the course of the stream on day one. I'm interested to maybe take another look at that and then maybe take a look at how they converted as well.
It's so interesting to see where we start and where we are going into day 2.
Alrighty, let's take a look at where things began. In case you forgot, the magic number at the start of day 1 was 50. There was 50 different heroes in the field available for our players to play, starting at the very top with a overwhelming amount of Briar.
50 different heroes represented across our 755 players for our first ever Silver Age calling, of which the lion's share was Briar, 142 out of the 755 players. Closely following that, well, not exactly very closely, but the next one after that was Bravo, Flattering, Showman. Closely following that was 5, one of which is a pre-constructed deck piloted by Florin-Cristian Loghin.
Had a few standouts appear on stream, of course. We saw everything from Rhinar to Kano, things like Benji appearing on stream. Was only 4 of those in the room. Had Aurora as well. Even a guest appearance from Levia that was surprisingly impressive.
Have some illusionists as well. Didn't quite catch them on stream yesterday, but I know there were some Enigmas and Dromice lurking around trying to prey on the fatigue style decks that we're seeing maybe get a little bit of prominence in the early days of Silver Age.
Makes a lot of sense. And of course, when you have so many heroes, you need a second slide to cover them all. There was a menagerie of folks picking up their favorites from across yesteryear. We saw Scurv Stowaway, Gravy Bones, decks like Arachne Solitary Confinement finding a home in the field as well.
One different Draconic Ninja over here with 1 copy of Syndra. I hear you had a little bit of a run-in with one of them in the side events yesterday.
Funnily enough, it was the same Syndra. It was the same player who had played the deck in the main event, came and bumped into me during the 6 o'clock Blanche event. Turns out Burning Blade Dance, way more annoying when their arms are at breaking scales and not a flick knives. It was a learning experience for me, no doubt.
The new arms piece does feel like it maybe fell under the radar a little bit. Fun to see some Syndra players trying to experiment with that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our conversion rate into day 2. Now remember, 96 players out of the 755 that showed up in day 1 have made it into day 2.
I believe this is 23 different heroes that have managed to make the second day of competition. So just a little more than half, which I think is a really good turnaround. Some impressive conversion rates here to watch out for. Olympia, 44% of players. Volder Brightaxe, 31% of players. Definitely the two standouts for me in terms of conversion.
The one that breaks my heart is the one all the way at the bottom of this conversion rate. Icelander only converting at 4%. Maybe the Elemental Wizard needs something a little bit more to maybe perform in this format. But of course, let's go ahead and take a look at our top represented heroes on day one. Briar converting at 17% into day two, which is pretty decent given the large representation of that hero.
Absolutely, but I think the story here for me across the board is definitely the Warriors. There's now been a lot of talk of the Decimator Great Axe variety. Regardless of which warrior may have been taking the helm, we see Dorinthea, Olympia, Fang. We even saw Bolton in the event yesterday. Most of these players seem to be leaning on the powerful fatigue-based weapon to get the job done.
And it's interesting, right? We all thought Oldhim was going to be the go-to fatigue deck, but turns out Decimator Great Axe doesn't care whether you're blocking with a 4 block or a 3 block. It's gonna chop that right down to 2 regardless, making Warrior potentially the better fatigue deck alongside their amazing Fridge. All those Temper Unity pieces effectively give Warriors 3 block on each piece of equipment, and that's very difficult to get through.
You're looking to support the curveballs. There are a few to enjoy. Kasai, Lavaya, Benji, the Piercing Wind, Lyeth, Goldmane, Aurora, and Florian all have one remaining representative in the field and still have a chance at taking down the first ever Silver Age calling.
It's really interesting that there's so many heroes of the same class being represented even in day 2. All these different Runeblades, the Briars, the Vynsets, the Florians that we're talking about. So many different warriors as well. Dorintheas and Fangs and Olympias and different Guardians as well. Valdas and Oldhims and Bravo Flattering Showmans. There's just so much more to explore in this format. It's not just pick the best of a certain class, which is the way it's sometimes looked in CC. In Stage, there is still a lot more discovering to do.
I think this is an event that's going to provide a solid foundation for Silver Age going forward, but as my co-caster alludes to, going to be plenty to figure out in the wake of this newfound knowledge. It will be the official release of Compendium of Rathe next week, and there will be a huge release celebration set of events at your local game stores. Some promos there. I believe it's Pursuit of Knowledge, I think, is the promo prize card. And some just chance to get some games in and start exploring this brand new format at a game store near you. So do make sure to go and check that one out.
I've been having such a great time spectating the games just this weekend, but I can't wait to sink my own teeth into this format and do my own discovery investigation as well.
Okay, sounds like our players are just getting seated for the beginning of round 1, so we're going to take a real quick break and we'll be right back. Perfect. Thank you so much for bearing with us there, folks. I don't want to keep you waiting any longer. We have 2 undefeated players that remain in the event, and we need to narrow that down to 1. The story is going to be Dorinthea on Decimator Great Axe against the king of the Decimator Great Axe. It's Gianluigi Lea, who is infamous for playing this Fatigue Warrior archetype in Classic Constructed. Several huge tournament finishes on that deck, choosing instead to lean on Oldhim in Silver Age this time around.
Historically, Dorinthea into a Guardian, not exactly where that warrior hero wants to be. Guardian chock full of defense reactions. We're talking, of course, in CC, where they can really blunt the warrior's offense. Might be a bit of a different story in Silver Age, though, as we take a look at the hero cards over here. Oldhim, Essence of Earth and Ice, Elemental Guardian hero released in Tales of Aria, has the ability, once per turn defense reaction, pay 3 resources. If an Earth card is pitched this way, prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to Oldhim this turn. And if an Ice card was pitched this way, the attacking hero puts a card from the hand on top of the deck.
It is that Earth mode you have to watch in the matchup. This is going to be all about maintaining cards in deck. You do not want to expend cards. Using that reactor lets you avoid doing that. On the Dorinthea side, going to find ourselves on occasion using Refraction Bowlers, perhaps to send double Decimator swings, courtesy of her hero ability. To plenty of moving pieces to watch as we get underway with Gianluigi leading things off with, you're going to see this one plenty, Miller's Grindstone to start here.
Card economy definitely going to be the name of the game over here, and that's why both these players will be swinging their weapons again and again, because that is where you can present damage to your opponent without losing any cards in deck. So functionally, both these heroes throughout the course of the game will mostly only be losing cards in deck by blocking the opponent's weapons. And here I want to draw attention to a little bit of math over here. Titan's Fist comes, Miller's Grindstone rather, comes in for 4 damage. Decimator Great Axe comes in for 4, but if you block it, it effectively comes in for 1 more point of damage. So in that front, the math does seem to favor the warrior so far, but of course Miller's Grindstone also has a bit of a pesky on-hit.
Lovely pitching here from Pierre. We see Red Overpower being stacked away for later in the game. Holding on to 2 cards, we see Steelblade Shunt no doubt going in the arsenal, and a guaranteed blue block 3 to make sure that axe is swinging next turn as well.
A Steelblade Shunt in a matchup like this is so incredibly pesky for the opponent. 1 point of unpreventable damage. You can't activate Oldhim on your own turn when your weapon's the one swinging, folks.
See the power of Decimator Grey Axe in full effect already. Gianluigi looking at a hand of Clash cards. Those line up pretty poorly in the face of Decimator. Will gain a extra 2 value by halving your 4 down to a 2.
Axe does not carry block with a 4 or block with a 3. That's getting chopped right down to 2.
We'll announce the trigger, and 2 damage will leak on over, bringing our Oldhim player down to 18 as this battle of attrition gets underway. For now, back over to our Ice Earth Guardian, who is staring at a red copy of Disable. Certainly another way of earning more cards from your opponent.
This one does cost a card from the Oldhim's deck as well, since its Disable is not a weapon that's staying in the field. It's going to go to a graveyard itself. So a little bit of a different card economy equation happening here, using 1 card in your deck. But if it demands at least 2 cards from the opponent for blocking, you're still up on card economy.
See Pierre just double-checking the crush trigger there and making sure they understand what Disable is capable of. That arsenal, of course, is a Steelblade Shunt that would much rather be saved to take care of a weapon swing at some point later in this game. So reaching for Look Tough, Sirens of Safe Harbor, and the first piece of that Unity equipment here from the Gauntlets, which are going to go, again, some additional block value courtesy of blocking alongside a card from hand. So 1 damage leaking over, of course. Siren's going to mitigate the rest of it. 18 plays 19, now the name of the game, as we make our way back to our Decimator player, who will use 2 yellows here to fund Decimator. Got to spot that yellow copy of Felling Swing. Definitely not a standard inclusion in these archetypes.
Also want to point out that it's being put next to the red Overpower that was pitched on the previous turn. Not the ideal resource ratio to put down there, since you want a full blue to pay for the axe and another full blue to pay for the Overpower as well. And Felling Swing itself as well, another 3 cost. We want to pair that with a few blues. But of course, Steelblade Shunt, maybe once we get down there, can be the resource outlet for this yellow.
And so we will see the first Oldhim activation of the game, and get used to this one. This is going to be blocking with a Clash card, halving it down to 2, using Oldhim's defense reaction ability with an Earth card to mitigate the other 2 damage, while keeping the Earth card in deck to continue doing so as the game continues.
And here we might finally see the Steelblade Shunt come out. Looks like that's exactly what's happening. Let's want to point out again, another red headed to the bottom, next to some cards that also want to be pitched for by some resource cards. So the pitch stack, at least the second cycle, looking slightly awkward for Pierre so far. However, I wouldn't be surprised if this game goes to a third, maybe even fourth cycle, Scott.
Wouldn't shock me at all, which is a weird thing to say, given the 10 damage that is currently sitting on the combat chain. Red Felling Swing pairing up beautifully with the Decimator Great Axe, forcing, again, just card economy trades. This damage number looks startling. Normally seeing this in other matchups would be threatening to the life total. Here, this is all about earning multiple cards from Gianluigi to stay at a healthy life total and therefore getting ahead on resources as the game continues.
You also cannot ignore this. When it's coming in for 10, you have to put cards in front of it, which means its effect will trigger and the warrior player will get some value from this Decimator Great Axe ability. I want to take a moment to talk about a warrior effect, a warrior keyword that we've seen hints of so far in this matchup, and that is Reprise. That's another thing that you are forced to play into as the Guardian player because you're going for this fatigue card economy strategy. You will turn on most, if not all, of the Warrior's Reprise effects. We saw the red overpower being pitched to the bottom already. Those sort of reactions in the endgame can be so incredibly awkward.
Players just confirming their Decimator Great Axe's ability will trigger when Thunderquake defends, meaning it will be a point knocked off of that before the Staunch Response comes jumping out of the arsenal to cover up the rest of that damage here. So 2 cards traded in for just 1 from Pierre in the form of that Felling Swing. Brings the tempo of deck count back in his favor. It's an immediate pass and another Felling Swing found to enable this Decimator Great Axe to come in once more for a healthy 8 damage.
Starting to see some blues get pitched into Pierre's pitch stack over here with blue Steelblade Shunt as well. We already saw the yellow being resolved over here. This man is prepared for this weapon swingy type of matchup.
Display of craftsmanship also hidden in the pitch zone there. Brand new one from Compendium. We'll no doubt see some more play in Halle come April, but a great role player in the blue for a deck like this Dorinthea build. For now, Gianluigi staring at a hand of Clash card, Lay Low, and a pair of blue cards by the looks of things. Does lead to, again, some just awkward blocking decisions. Want to keep these resources around to send hammer, conserve cards in deck, but blocking with these Clash cards is a bit of a liability, especially when this axe is so big.
There also aren't a lot of Earth cards in these Oldhim builds. Most Earth cards do block for 2, save for Autumn's Touch. We already saw Fruits of the Forest being pitched to the bottom, but I think the lack of Earth cards because of the 2 blocks does limit the number of Oldhim defense reactions you can activate, and that is one very important way that Oldhim can maybe overcome the card economy advantage that Decimator Great Axe represents.
To me, it seems that Gianluigi believes the best manner of attack here is conserving these big red attacks that are in his Oldhim list and utilizing them to earn cards from Pierre. We see Red Thunderquake here. On the horizon, Overpower, Felling Swing, and Sharpened Steel in the hand means that we will see a block of 4 on this. Looks like potentially 6 damage coming through here, courtesy of Thunderquake.
That's an aggressive move from a deck that really just wants to swing the weapon over and over again. Pierre really wants to leverage his Red Overpower in his hand. Now, this is the issue we spoke about, right, regarding Reprise, that your opponent sometimes is basically forced to play into it because of the hero that they are, especially if you're going to send an axe for 7. What they're going to do, just take 7 to the face when they're in Oldhim? They pretty much have to put a card from hand blocking it. No Arsenal to speak of, so no staunch response coming from Arsenal to dodge your Reprise. So Pierre is sitting fairly confident that he'll be able to resolve this Red Overpower in his hand for the full 6 value.
This is a big part of what makes these Decimator Warrior decks so appealing to folks. While they are an attrition strategy, they aren't the same as, say, something like Oldhim, who is looking to block and conserve and stay healthy as the game begins. They really can just convert cards, as we're seeing here. Sharpened Steel, Overpower, Felling Swings, constantly turning this axe into a gigantic threat that will end the game if you ignore it. And so as a result, you're forced to keep giving card after card after card until you run out of ways to stop the inevitability.
This past turn cycle, we saw a sudden shift in the tempo of the game. 6 damage leaked by Pierre, and then 6 damage leaked right back onto Gianluigi's life total, as well as Miller's Grindstone comes in, threatens cards off the top of the deck. 4 damage, though, against a deck that has Refraction Bolt, has still 1 more point of tempo available on the Gauntlets of Unity. Should be easily covered up by Pierre.
That equipment suite definitely still lurking. For our Resident Warrior here, we'll see the Helm jumping temporarily onto the combat chain before shifting back where it belongs. As Pierre reconsiders how to best navigate this, it will be Refraction Bolters deployed alongside that copy of Sift to play defense here. Make sure those bolters have gotten their value before the time comes for Dorinthea to send an axe swinging twice.
So far, we've been able to see the Dorinthea be able to convert a few larger hands of the sharpened steels, of the felling swings, of the overpowers. In this case, though, I'm not sure whether Pierre has found those buffs, and perhaps that's why we saw the Refraction Bolt as being blocked right over them. Perhaps heralding that he wants to use it on this turn should this axe connect. Leverage Dorinthea's hero ability for the first time this game, and maybe swing the axe again.
And that is part of the reason why most folks have gravitated towards Dorinthea for this attrition-based archetype. That hero ability does come up once a game, typically, but it does mean that when it does, the second swing of the axe is a relevant payoff for choosing to play this hero in that slot instead.
Of course, that does require that his axe land, so that you get the Dorinthea on her trigger and the Refraction Bolt as trigger as well. And Gianluigi might have something to say about that.
Of course, 2 cards in hand here for Pierre. Could insinuate once more. Overpowers, similar effects. Reprise triggers that would punish the opponent for their choices. We know it is a display of craftsmanship and a raging onslaught in the hand here. On the other side, Gianluigi staring at 4 cards, unsure how to best navigate this one. Seems like an awkward pile of cards there. We see Brush Off, a Clash card once more in the hand, Red Disable, and Blue Autumn's Touch. So tempted to hold cards to enable this disable, but Brush Off looking a little awkward if you do.
Also, seeing the blue earth card really wants you to activate Oldhim's hero ability, but that is also the only blue in this hand, so it might need to save it for your own turn.
That's what we see here is the red disable forced to play defense as it's halved. We do see the punish from the display of craftsmanship. A little bit of extra juice added onto the Great Axe as a result. And we'll see from the arsenal the Brush Off now paying dividends as we have another one in the hand. So this time around, we will manage to prevent 3 damage with that extra prevention effect. Holding on to just enough resources to throw a Miller's Grindstone from yellow and red.
Haven't seen too many 4 blocks coming out from the Dorinthea side. We saw 1 on the horizon, but eventually this armor will wear out, and he will need to find some other answer. Might need to start putting 2 cards in front of Miller's Grindstone. That is one way that Oldhim has in the very, very late game to overcome the card economy advantage, which currently is in the Warriors' favor.
The axe cometh once more as Decimator makes its way onto the combat chain. For Gianluigi, we're looking at a Fruits of the Forest in hand this time, so a hero ability activation very possible. Canopy Shelter, a similar story.
Hand flush of elemental cards for Gianluigi. 2 ice and 2 earth cards. Can use either mode of Oldhim's defense reaction ability, should he wish to do so on this turn.
Good spot. Well worth knowing that ice ability. Not as much a common thought in this matchup, but when your opponent is holding 2 cards, and we've seen big, potent attack reactions that line up very well with this Decimator Great Axe, it is an ability worth considering.
He said 24 as well.
Players here just counting cards in deck, confirming to each other who is currently ahead in that attrition race for committing to blocks here with this Winter's Grasp.
True, of course, trigger doesn't make a Great Axe.
No reactions
Passing
declared.
on reactions is Pierre.
We will see the Oldhim activation before the overpower is used to push through. Patience being rewarded somewhat here from Pierre.
Perhaps he was trying to bait Gianluigi into maybe doing an ice react, and you can respond to the ice react with your own overpower. Small optimization by Pierre over there. Clearly has a lot of experience in this matchup. I think you have to have had the experience. That's why you brought Dorinthea in the first place instead of what was looking to be the default fatigue deck.
Move to reactions.
Miller's Grindstone happy to move to reactions. We're going to see on the horizon pitched away for Steel Blade Shunt once more. Nickel and diming the damage is definitely very important at this stage of the game as the axe becomes an ever-present threat. Gianluigi using that Fruits of the Forest here, which is a real cost. Gaining 2 life does give a little bit more breathing room, but that is 1 less Earth card in the deck for later breathing room.
It effectively stymies 2 Steel Blade Shunt points of damage, but there's 6 of them in the deck from Pierre's side. We've seen 2 resolved already, and we've seen quite a few pitched as well.
Debilitate on defense, Oldhim ability activated to prevent 2 more damage as we make our way back to Gianluigi's turn. Looks like a yellow Clash card in the hand alongside the blue for me. So Miller's Grindstone will come across. Clash card being held this time.
And yet another Steel Blade Shunt drawn up by Pierre.
Quick count of the cards in the yard here. Just assessing the information for our 9-0 Dorinthea player. quick Earth card count, I imagine, part of that equation. No blocks declared. We'll go to reactions. It will shunt once more as Gianluigi falls down to 6th as the powerful warrior defense reaction continues to do great work.
And here we see another reprise card from Pierre's side. I was wondering whether copies of this card have made it to the deck list. Iron Song Response of the blue variety headed to the pitch zone. That could be very, very pesky in the endgame because when you block with a 3-block and activate Oldhim, you're blocking exactly 4. The Iron Song Response can be the cheeky 1 point of damage you need to close out the game.
Huge swing here once more. Gianluigi forced to give 3 cards to a 10-power Decimator. Still took a damage as a result, falling down to 5, falling further behind in that card attrition race as the grindstone comes across once more. See the hand again for Pierre, who's been very content during this game to take damage to enable these big Decimator turns. This time the felling swing of the yellow variety forced to play defense alongside that Helm of Unity. Again, these new equipment pieces from Compendium of Rathe constantly blunting this Miller's grindstone and swinging this matchup, I think, pretty heavily in Dorinthea's favor.
Soon we'll be running out of those, though, but by then Gianluigi might be running out of life because of the Steel Blade shunts. And of course, Pierre also has a few of those 4 blocks on the horizon. Of course, the defense reactions also are ways that he can not use his armor to blunt the Miller's grindstone. As his Decimated Great Axe comes in for 7, that is lethal against Gianluigi and also just incredibly difficult to block.
So consideration as to which cards need to play defense here. Again, another Clash card in the hand alongside Thunderquake, Lay Low, and an unknown card that was hastily placed face down on the table, clearly being considered as part of the defense here.
Haven't seen any red copies of Iron Song Response yet from Pierre's side. Wouldn't be surprised if he's running 1 or 2 of those for matchups like this, for matchups like the Mirror as well. But of course, if what he's holding is another blue, this could be the Refraction Bolter's turn, because 7 on a Decimated Great Axe, not very easy to block. If even 1 point of damage leaks through, Dorinthea's ability will trigger, Refraction Bolters can be activated, and you can swing with this axe again.
Worth knowing, of course, still plenty of equipment available for Oldhim. We're going to see Civic Steps reached for here to start with. That Quicken token, definitely a factor if you place it in exactly the wrong spot in this matchup, but otherwise, pretty flexible.
We spoke about how Dorinthea's ability will probably only trigger once a game. Well, not if you give them a Quicken, and that is another source of go again that they can have access to.
So a pause and a reconsideration here for Oldhim.
Also worth noting, the way Decimated Great Axe's ability works with equipment. Yeah, and Pierre's taking a moment to think over here. You can target the Civic Steps here with the Decimated Great Axe ability because another card was blocked with alongside the equipment as well. And if you target the Civic Steps, its defense goes down to 1, and because it has Temper, it will actually get destroyed when the combat chain closes. Pierre, in fact, actually going for the 4 block instead, wants the value from the Great Axe rather than destroying the Civic Steps 1 turn earlier.
The Grindstone will be the response once more. 4 points of damage, threatening to rip cards away from the deck of Pierre-Nicolas Perrin. As you've alluded to a few times here, this Unity equipment been doing some heavy lifting in blunting this hammer, but slowly but surely running out of covering those breakpoints and will need to respect it eventually. Does seem to be another Steel Blade shunt in the hand here, though, alongside, I think, another yellow felling swing, and I believe we're back to pitch stack here for Pierre. This red chest puff, I believe, also pitched early alongside those yellows. So a slightly awkward hand this time around in order to make sure that everything kind of works, and forced to use that Unity headpiece for the final time.
This Quicken token's a little bit scary from Pierre's side, I think. I mean, we also know that he's running some of those big attacks, right? Like we just saw chest puff. We know he's running Sirens, for example. So this may not even need to necessarily be a second swing of the hammer. This could be just a big attack coming for Gianluigi's face.
Round 10, turn 10, thankfully not an axe for 10. 4 go again, the name here. As Decimator makes itself known once more, it is Glacial Footsteps, Clash card, Fruits of the Forest in the hand here for Gianluigi. And again, we see the deliberation of having to use these fruits on defense to short up the block.
I believe that's the fruits we saw him pitched all that time ago to the Oldhim ability. The first Earth React that he did this game.
That red Glacial Footsteps definitely feels like a card that needed to find itself in a hand that could convert. It feels like those big red attacks are the best way for Oldhim to capitalize in this matchup. Instead, finds itself alongside a yellow and an earth card you would rather preserve without the life total necessarily to have the freedom to do that. So we will see the Clash of Shields deployed on defense here. Go again, of course, is currently covered. We'll see the Oldhim activation in order to prevent 2 damage and try and stop Dorinthea from allowing a second axe swing. We'll respond with the red overpower that was pitched on the very first turn of the game, and Steadfast will come out of the arsenal for Gianluigi. Stay safe from a second swing.
10 damage on the Decimator Great Axe prevented with just 2 cards lost in deck from Gianluigi. It was the Clash card and the Steadfast as well. Very impressive defense coming out from the Oldhim. But at this point, I think we're coming back to some of the Steel Blade shunts that Pierre pitched very early in the game. And the Oldhim's at 5 at this point with not much armor to speak of as well.
Miller's Grindstone comes across the line. Going to reactions. Steel Blade shunt. Number... well, maybe 5, 8, 12.
4 or 5, I think.
Somewhere in there.
12? Ooh, someone call the judge if it's 12.
Found the out. Raging Onslaught on pitch duty here to cover this up and ping an extra point of damage back at Gianluigi once more. Down to 4 goes our Elemental Guardian as Pierre-Nicolas Perrin looks to continue to convert these efficient warrior cards. Blue Sharpened Steel pitch for Decimator Great Axe this time. 1 card remaining in hand.
It's a display of craftsmanship, if I'm not mistaken. Was almost wondering whether he was going to resolve the sharpened steel over here, but, you know, we speak about card economy as well. Converting one of your cards for +1 damage, unless it's going to kill the opponent, like, say, a blue Iron Song response, probably not the best use of a card from your deck.
Grindstone for 4 as the Chokeslam enters the pitch zone once more. Plenty cards to work with this time for Gianluigi. And we do see that Unity equipment coming in clutch once more, joined by Sirens of Safe Harbor to do the old reverse Steel Blade shunt. I'd like to go up by 1, as Blue Fertile Ground is the card of choice here. A little bit of incidental life gain once more for Oldhim.
Which, once again, probably just counteracting some of the Steel Blade shunts that Pierre has been able to resolve over the course of the game. But still, the lead so far is looking firmly in the Warriors' favor, especially right now as his axe is coming in for a whopping 8 against Oldhim 6.
Definitely feels like Pierre has been rewarded for the full 6 copies of Felling Swing. These turning up at premium moments and causing nothing short of a headache for Gianluigi Leah, who is sitting on a staunch response in the arsenal, understands that one probably going to need to come in clutch here at some point to capitalize on this game.
So normally Staunch Response is a big enough defense reaction that it can block out an attack for 8 on its own or close to it. But because of Decimator Great Axe's ability, Gianluigi needs to put a different card in front of his axe first before resolving the Staunch Response. A very awkward axe here for this Guardian.
Yeah, would not recommend halving your Staunch Response. Not my favorite thing to do.
I do want to take a moment to talk about the Sirens of Safe Harbor that is in Pierre's graveyard over here. Now, the Unity equipment, when you block with a different card in hand, does get the +1 temper. Now, normally if you block with a 3 block next to those Unity equipments, you're blocking a total of 5, which is, you're losing a little bit of value when you're blocking a Miller's Grindstone for 4 with a total of 5 block. But Sirens of Safe Harbor lets you sort of recoup that value. Now you can block for an exactly 4 since the card blocks 2, but you gain 1 life once it heads to the graveyard. I really like that creative deck building coming out from Pierre on that front.
Couldn't agree more. Seems like we have a quick judge call regarding the Civic Duty block there, so we're just going to let our players call over a judge and get that resolved. For this game, playing out mostly how I think we expected it to. Very much a quick card count for our players, which I'm sure will no doubt play a big role in the end game. Sounds like we have resolved that issue, so let's get ourselves back down into the feature match area and keep things swinging, both literally and metaphorically. 8 points of Decimator damage as the peak blocks, and we'll see the vigor generated as a result. And then, of course, the staunch response will come from the Arsenal, and will overpay on this one to gain that extra line of text.
This is 4 plus 3.
Is 4 plus 3, 7. Yeah.
So confirming that it is 7 defense from paying 6 on the staunch. So it does get halved, but then, of course, gains the extra juice. And that's clearly what our rules text was about here. Can I dump extra stats into my staunch response after my opponent has decimated Grey Axe to halve it. So worth double checking, because if you're wrong, that's a bit of a disaster.
Miller's Grindstone for 4, coming from the Oldhim side over here. One more block left on the plating of Unity over here. But of course, Steelblade Shunt instead comes out to block 4. And that's an on-the-horizon pitched as well. So Pierre still has further ways to go ahead and block out the Miller's Grindstone before giving up the plating of Unity.
So Gianluigi here debating on responding to this trigger, would suggest an Earth card in hand, potentially. But
Well, you can't Earth react on your own weapon swing.
no, I guess that's true.
You could brush off.
Yes, you could brush off.
You could
Correct.
brush off this.
Yeah, I had the wrong card in mind. You're right. Brush off is definitely the call here. Could prevent the damage that way, choosing instead to utilize that card in the arsenal. But I think if you're as good as Pankaj Bhojwani, I think Pierre might be aware of what is lurking in the arsenal, given the short pause there.
Vigor token pops for Pierre on his turn, thanks to the Civic Duty.
So decimation will continue until morale improves. 4 points of damage as we find ourselves considering once more what remains in the deck of Pierre-Nicolas Perrin. Fanning through the yard, counting up the cards that matter most. How many block 4s, how many overpowers? Is there Iron Song responses to punish me for a slightly cheeky block in this situation?
And now that we've gone through the entire deck, we can firmly say that Pierre does not have any copies of red Iron Song response. So it's the blue overpower. I think there's one blue overpower remaining that Gianluigi needs to be afraid of, and as well as blue Iron Song response and displays of craftsmanship as well.
So a few tools to be mindful of as the Clash of Legs plays defense, and Oldhim will cover the rest of the bill. In reactions, Overpower will be pitched for that display of craftsmanship that's been sitting in the arsenal, looking to go up and over the Oldhim defense reaction.
Might see a usage of the arsenal over here. It did look like it might have been a brush off, since he was thinking of potentially preventing the Steelblade Shunt damage, which would, of course, cleanly cover up this axe as well.
Pause here from Oldhim would suggest just as much. Definitely feels a little face up at this point, I think, as to what the consideration is for Gianluigi. Chooses not to do so, falls down to 3 here in order to keep that brush off for a later date as the grindstone collides once more.
I like the idea of brush off in this matchup because that's one of the few ways you can actually prevent damage on a decimated Great Axe without triggering its effect, because no card was put in front of it as blocking. Of course, brush off can't prevent damage unless the damage is exactly 3 or less than that, so it would need to maybe involve an armor block to go alongside it.
We will see that final piece of Unity equipment cashed in alongside Sift here in order to deny the Miller's Grindstone one more time. Both of these players' decks starting to look surprisingly thin. I'm definitely just eyeballing it here, but I do think Dorinthea is ever so slightly ahead.
Pierre's definitely going to want to try and use his Refraction Bolters sometime soon. So far, Gianluigi has been doing a very good job of not letting the axe hit. Being able to sniff out the turns where perhaps the Refraction Bolters will come into play, rather than something like an attack reaction.
Again, this bind here is so difficult to navigate as Gianluigi. You know there are a few more remaining tricks in the deck for Dorinthea that you must dodge on such a low life total, but if you continue to play it safe, commit additional cards, you will eventually simply run out of resources. Civic Steps, Steel Braid Buckler, and Chokeslam being reached for here in order to generate a Quicken for Pierre and cover up the worst of this Decimator. And so Pierre can, just confirming the first time Steel Blade Buckler has blocked, does have the option, of course, again, to half that down and take care of the block value for later on.
I think it already had a -1 counter on it. So it's an exact block for 4 here by Gianluigi over here. So Iron Song response will be a cheeky +1 over here. Will this perhaps buy an Earth React? Because this is telegraphing Refraction Bolters, I believe. So yes, this Earth React, very heads up by Gianluigi over here. Don't let that hit. Pierre wants to go ahead and pop his Refraction Bolters. So that's 1 card lost from Pierre's deck that traded for 0 cards from Gianluigi, since he just was able to pitch an Earth React to it, an Earth card to it. So bit of card economy exchange going in Gianluigi's favor on that turn cycle.
No Arsenal declared. Steel Blade Shunt does bring Gianluigi down to 2. This is getting close. And down to the wire here. I do think if this game continues as it stands, Dorinthea definitely in lead, but Oldhim's defense reaction activations at this point are starting to add up. Pierre is having to convert cards to try and activate refraction bolters, get a second decimator swing, and is not succeeding in doing so, while this Fruit of the Forest is constantly remaining in the deck for Gianluigi and rebuying that kind of card equity that was lost over the course of this game. This is going to be shockingly close.
Speaking of rebuying card equity, I think now the Miller's Grindstone effect, we're going to start seeing that. That's 2 cards bought on blocking from Pierre to dodge the Miller's Grindstone on it. Because if that hits, that basically makes you lose another card in deck as well, since you're probably going to lose the Clash against the Guardian.
And this yellow felling swing seems like a huge gain. Again, not typically a one that is in this deck. Looks like
6 cards on the Warrior side, but there's 2 in the pitch zone as well, so 8 total.
I think this is 8 in deck for Gianluigi and a couple of cards in hand, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Oldhim is actually ahead on cards here, which means this yellow felling swing is really important. This is the last kind of big damage dose from our Dorinthea player, and it's going to be respected, unfortunately, due to that 2 life you have remaining. And there, for the first time, the head hits the hand, the table taps begin as the math needs to be done. This is a razor-thin affair. One slip from either of our players may send this game tumbling in the opposite direction.
Gianluigi considering perhaps folding the whole hand over here, since now Pierre's coming up on basically a pitch stack of blues. What are the odds he'll be able to convert them when some of them are blue sharpened seals, blue Iron Song responses? So I'm considering just putting 3 cards on defense and holding an Earth card back for the Oldhim ability.
Have to be mindful here. 4 minutes or so remaining in this round. Players are going to be cutting that close as we reach the final dying turns of this game.
Could also just block 3 cards, and that blocks a total of 8 and go down to 1. Of course, 1 is scary. Now that's when our blue Iron Song response is actually very, very threatening.
And again, this is having to take a moment for the Steel Blade shunt count. Needs to know that falling to 1 is an option and would be safe. Therefore, debating blocking 3 and if a Earth activation is where you would rather be, but no. Defense deployed, Miller's Grindstone will swing.
Thing is on the horizon in this hand, so we're able to block 4. Yep, there we go. So it does get to dodge Miller's Grindstone once more, but that is the last efficient block that Pierre has in his deck to deal with the 4 breakpoint on that hammer. Now he will either need to put 2 cards in front of it or lose the Clash and lose a card from the top of the deck.
And here is where Decimator Great Axe becomes truly painful. Just 1 point of life remaining for Gianluigi, forced to give up 2 cards once more. It is blue overpower to bring the axe up. It will earn that brush off that was so carefully held in the arsenal
So that's
by our Italian fatigue expert.
So covers up the 8 exactly. There does Gianluigi.
Miller's swing, 2 cards in deck, 4 in hand for Pierre. Will need to decide if it is the time to take some damage or if the card loss is simply too great. It will be 2 from hand as the hit and runs disappear. 4 cards left for Decimator, 6 remain for Oldhim, but it is Gianluigi Leah who is on the back foot, forced to continue offering multiple cards a turn in the face of Decimator Great Axe. Of course, worth noting here, once that deck is empty and all those cards are in hand for Pierre, suddenly that Miller's Grindstone, you can let that one hit now.
It's just Titan's Fist at that point, which is a very interesting development of this game, that Pierre ran out of his efficient ways to block Miller's Grindstone,
no blocks.
but now he doesn't need to care about the on-hit at all because he has no deck, his no cards can be destroyed off the top. So now it's just a life total exchange happening over here. Pierre has the life buffer he needs to just take these hammer swings, whereas Gianluigi does need to continue losing cards in deck to survive this axe.
Earth React keeps us alive one more time. Grindstone swing, no doubt going to bring Pierre down to 6 if we continue to disrespect and hold on to all 4 remaining cards. It's a minute 30 on the clock. It's down to 6 we go. 4 cards kept as the card draw comes back into hand for Gianluigi Leah. 1 card left in deck. will have the ability to continue Earth reacting this Decimator Great Axe in a desperate attempt to remain alive and run Pierre out of life.
Sadly, not going to see any Refraction Bolters plays. I was quite excited to potentially see that this game, but not going to happen, because now with Gianluigi's at 1, on hit is death. No point about Refraction and Dorinthea's hero ability triggers.
Axe swing with the Thunderquake. We see Fruits of the Forest in hand. There will be 3 more cards in the hand of Gianluigi at the end of this. Sharpened Steel finally forced to play defense. Brings Pierre down to 5. Decimator will be blocked. Earth React required as the cards refill back up. And we know there's 1 less card available. Earth Swing from the Miller's Grindstone. 5 life available for Pierre. Needs to start respecting this or will lose the race in the end. Hovering sheepishly over Sharpened Steel. 1 point taken, down to 4 with 2 cards remaining.
Also, the 2 cards remaining are 2 blocks, so he will be leaking 2 damage on the next Miller's Grindstone. And after that, hang on, did the Oldhim just... Wait. Are there only 2 cards remaining?
There's only 2 cards
so
left.
He doesn't survive this.
He doesn't
Dorinthea gets it by
survive.
1 extra card. Because he's forced to lose both. He can't swing the
He
Miller's
can't
Grindstone.
keep a card. Jean-Louis, yeah, he realizes the hand hits the head. He can't keep a card in the face of the final Miller's Decimator Great Axe swing. If it connects, he has no cards in hand.
He has to block to an Earth React, and then he can't swing back the hammer.
Our players have reached the end of the round here, discussing end of turn procedures in the dying moments as this one comes to an end. What a masterful display, an understanding of this matchup from both of our players.
Turn 21 for our first round of day 2 of the first ever Silver Age calling over here. This is a masterful display, just the value that both players were able to eke out from all the equipment pieces, from the Steel Blade shunts, from the odd points of life gain from Gianluigi's side. That one off fertile ground, letting him survive to this point as well. Just masterful display of fatigue from both our players.
I want to take a moment here just to talk about the fact these are both of our final undefeated players, and they've been doing a fantastic job of this all weekend. Happy to see them both discussing the situation with the judge, making sure they know what they're allowed to say here, what's allowed to happen. If a game action happens, then what happens. So Gianluigi now has all the time to just make sure there's nothing that's being missed. You wouldn't want to concede in a spot like this if you do have a way to swing an axe that you're not privy to. So a moment of consideration, not a bad place to be when you are 9-0 in a calling. You don't get there without a little bit of patience.
Especially when you're playing a fatigue deck, I think. Need a lot of patience
Maybe
to
more so,
execute
yeah.
this one. Also, worth pointing out, the 2 of these players that definitely had the longest games over the course of the tournament, based on the fact that the heroes that they're playing. And despite that, have managed to have unblemished records so far up until this point.
So we see the moment of consideration here from Gianluigi. Okay, you know, I have all the respect for this. Gianluigi says, no, you're right.
It's
I can't win.
deterministic.
It's
Yeah.
deterministic. I do not have a card in hand to swing. You shouldn't be punished for that. And as a result, Pierre-Nicolas Perrin will be our final undefeated player on Dorinthea.
Either declare no blocks and just die to the axe, or you can just concede at that point
Yep.
since no game actions has been taken. Amazing sportsmanship from our Oldhim player as well. And Dorinthea now, the fatigue deck that maybe shapes the future of Silver Age going forward.
It's not Decimator Medium Axe. It's Decimator Great Axe, and we're going to be seeing plenty of that one as the day continues, no doubt. I am kind of wondering, though, if we'll be seeing plenty of Decimator Great Axe in Yokohama in a few months.
Of course, this is the Tier 3 event featuring Silver Age, but Pro Tour Yokohama will be the first Tier 4 event featuring Silver Age and Classic Constructed as well. This is, of course, happening in the middle of Cherry Blossom season in beautiful Japan, April 9th to 12th.
Good place to be. Very excited to be there, least of all because of this incredible set of promo cards. Scar for a Scar and this very anime villain-looking Gravy Bones available at this Pro Tour.
Very reminiscent of the anime promo cards that were available in Worlds of Soccer just a while back. going ahead and taking a look at the souvenir package, you can go ahead and pre-order. We've got the beautiful anime Scar for Scar playmat. That's what jumps out at me immediately when I look at the souvenir package.
It's so vibrant. I think there are already numerous folks at home who have asked if I intend on keeping this. I haven't come to a conclusion yet, but we'll figure that out. But it does guarantee you a full playset of those Scarfura Scars as well. You'll find yourself with a copy of the Gravy Bones hero card. This beautiful Compendium deck box, which again, incredibly vibrant. The colors definitely pop in there. And then 2 booster boxes for your trouble, Japanese Super Slam and Japanese Compendium of Rathe.
Taking a look at the participant package, of course, if you are able to join us and play in the main event as well, we are continuing the trend of having the gems be the playmats featured. This time it's the Master Cog from Bright Lights as a playmat, and participants of Proto Yokohama will, of course, also get their hands on the promo cards, Anime Gravy Bones, and 1 copy of the Anime Scar for Scar as well.
I like to think there's a chance that these promo cards are deciding my deck choices for that event for me. Maybe I'm just playing Gravy and Classic Instructed and something with Scar for a Scar in Silver Age, and I haven't got to think about it too much if I've just got pretty versions of the cards in my deck.
Hey, you should put Scar for Scar in your Gravy Bones deck. I think that'll work incredibly well.
2 birds, 1 stone. Can't complain with that. Pro Tour Yokohama, April 9th to 12th. Hopefully, we'll have a chance to see you there, either in the main event or, of course, the incredible amount of side events and the calling that will be available over the course of that weekend too.
I'm so excited to see what Silver Age is going to look like by the time we get to Yokohama. Once again, this is the first ever weekend featuring Silver Age at a higher level than a Battle Hardened, or Showdowns as they're now going to be called, really setting the stage for the next few months of this format.
Well, incredible showing. Oldhim decimated, some would say. But our next round somehow introduces another aspect that we haven't seen so far on camera this weekend. Another hero many of you have been asking for at home. I believe not Florin-Cristian Loghin, but Florian, perhaps?
Ooh,
Stay
that's
tuned.
exciting.
We'll be back in a minute.
Basement crazy, I let go. Each night chasing, watch them fall. Young man's rain will turn this time.
You know, I wasn't entirely sure we could find another hero in the field that we haven't seen on camera this weekend, given we have seen quite so many. But Florian, a Rune Blade we haven't had the chance to experience, and definitely got a fistful of new cards from Compendium of Rathe.
Yeah, Florian is a deck that I've played quite a bit of. I love the hero. When Rosetta first started getting spoiled, Earth was what I was like, yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm an Earth guy. I want to be throwing those fellings. Rootbound may be no more, but it was the card that actually got me the most excited about the talent. I ended up quite the Aurora gamer. I ended up more in the other side of the equation, but I love Florian. Sad to see him go in CC, but really excited to see just what the power level here is in Sage, because from what I understand, all weekend you've been talking about this hero. This is what you've been trying to cook up, and I'm liable to start thinking he's very real.
This is one I started working on for the show match, funnily enough. It's a deck I was a big believer of when the card reveals kind of came through. My consensus was I didn't think it would make for the best television against Icelanders, so I decided to play something else. But I'm a big believer in the possibilities of the deck, especially if we lean into more of a fatigue-centric format with these Decimator Dories and Oldhims at the top. Deck should really thrive in those environments because of cards like Verdant Tide, which means you have a Mordred Tide of your own to suddenly do some of these big Rune Chant combo turns. So let's check in one more time with our standings at the top of the round, see how players are doing after the first round of competition. Very happy to see our one remaining undefeated player at the very top of our standings here in the form of Pierre-Nicolas Perrin, sitting at 10-0. Of course, Gianluigi still very strong here at 9-1. We see UK national champion Aaron Boyan sitting in third on home country territory, and not the only British flag on this slide. I'm very happy with my countrymen this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would just look at number one. I would just bring our attention to number one and take a look at the flag there. I mean, it's pretty interesting who's still undefeated.
We'll see who's number one at the end of the weekend.
Yes, we will.
All right, no, okay.
Number one, maybe in my heart on this page, has to be our 8th current seed, Jose, 9-1 on Vynnset. That's a very exciting thing to see. And we still got in the top 20 a Levaya. I see somebody pumping their fist just over, just off screen, shall we say. But let's continue to look. I have to say it. Number 28, number 29, we got Pablo Pintor on Barvo, still at 8-2, and Florin-Cristian Loghin on that 5 Precon deck. He just stays winning.
Yep, not interested in losing in this part of the world. Some really intriguing ones sitting here at the top of 21, 22, 23 as well. Decks that were all in the minority heading into the day. Still very alive for top 8. Standard Neft on Fang. Robert Alisi we saw on camera yesterday on Aurora doing some incredible things with Sigil of Voltaris. Bartijong on Terra, a Guardian that really went under-discussed, I think, by a lot of folks heading into the weekend. Still looking strong this late in the event.
Yeah, it's a really cool list of heroes all the way down to number 38. I have to imagine Daniel Colette, the other Phi in the top 38. Probably that's your last player truly in contention for top 8. You probably got to still be X and 2 at this point. There's a lot of rounds in this form, in this tournament.
Big event.
With Silver Age, with such a huge event at 755 players here at the Calling in London. We have 14 rounds to get through before we even hit the top 8.
Of course, players that aren't 8-2, fear not, they are still playing for a menagerie of prizes, some good cold hard cash, so still worth grinding out those rounds and likely having a very successful weekend, I would say, altogether.
Yeah, it's just been gas, I have to say. It's been gasoline. I think we've got a feature match ready. You got any prediction for this one?
This is going to be an intriguing one because as much as I'm a big Florian believer, there was one deck I was a little worried about seeing on the other side of the table, and that is Rhinar, which if you're decided to be built to counterplay into these fatigue strategies, block well yourself, you don't really like it when your hand's in the banished zone, unfortunately. So I'm hopeful I'm wrong, but I'm going to have to favor Rhinar on this one.
Oh, interesting. Well, we'll have to see if the Florian is able to adapt. We know what it's here to do. It's here to beat all these block-heavy decks that have found a whole lot of success, but a formidable opponent 2 ways sits across the table from Florian. It's Brodie Spurlock, the reigning Player of the Year on the deck that might just be the standout surprise so far heading into this weekend.
Going to take a look at the history that got our players to this point. Luis had an interesting avenue, a variety of opponents. We've had some Flavos, Dorinthea, Briar, a lot of Guardian by the looks of things here. Did take a loss to Volda, which I don't find to be too surprising. Of all the Guardians in the room, she's the one with the dominate and all the evasion and quite aggressive starts. It could prove to be a bit of an issue sometimes.
Yeah, but you take a look, was able to take down a Phi on the way and a Briar, so definitely clearly Luis has some game into these more aggressive decks. If you look around 8 down there, that's a decimated Great Axe that was taken down, took a loss to the Kano, but then another win against Briar, so there's clearly something more going on here for Luis.
Yeah, big believer in this. I think this deck is very strong into Decimator, but also has a very potent plan into Briar. Is well set up to take that deck down as well. Let's take a look at Brodie on the other side of the battlefield. Started the weekend on a loss, which is never really where you want to be in the face of Flava, but rallied back, took out some Phis, worked through Enigma, managed to even get through these Olympia decks. Again, this is the kind of thing you're hoping to see as Rhinar. You want these decks that are interested in blocking you, take their cards away, punish them for not being able to convert.
Let's take a look at the last couple rounds for Brodie. Took down a KO, took down another Briar. Brodie, of course, the consummate professional player that has so much storied history in this game. Excited to see his incredible bounce back last year to Player of the Year championship. Let's see if he can take down this round as we take a look at our heroes.
These two heroes, you've seen Rhinar on camera a few times so far this weekend, but every time these 6 or more power attack is discarded during the action phase, you're going to see an intimidation happen to knock those cards away.
Well, folks, we've got a lot of rune chants being created on the left side of your screen. We got a lot of cards asking to be headed to the banished zone from Rhinar. So the question is, will the defense of Florian be enough to stand up to what Rhinar got cooking? I'm looking forward to seeing it. I have no idea what to expect.
I think it's a big deal here that Florian is going first this game. Rhinar really preys on opponents by getting to intimidate multiple times in that first turn, push some free damage. Perhaps more importantly, Florian a deck full of malefic incantations and other auras that really would like to be in play at the very beginning of the game sometimes. So very much the side of the equation Florian wants to be on. Let's head down into the game and take a look at how things started out. We're going to see the equipment being flipped over here, and this is an interesting set of equipment here. Scepter of Pain, a card so good it got banned from Classic Constructed. Going to be legal in Silver Age at incidentally chipping away and generating rune chants. But we do see Helm of Lignum Vitae over the Plume and an early copy of Runeblood Incantation. Exactly what Florian's hoping to see here. Free aura on turn 0 and no immediate punish from Rhinar on the other side of the table.
Yeah, I think that's just as you laid it out, Mr. Howling Minds, being able to get that Runeblood Incantation out early is so important on these turns, these games, when you're facing down potential Intimidate. You want to be able to establish your value early. For Brodie, value early, the name of the game, as well as we got an agility being created from the Agile windup. Now it's time for the Scepter of Pain after the priority was passed from Florian.
We have a problem. There is no arcane barrier on the side of the table for Brodie Spurlock, and so this Scepter of Pain is going to be a guaranteed surefire thing. Each and every time Luis activates it, a damage will be dealt, a rune chant will be generated, which means this gameplay is going to be slightly more, I'm going to say, efficient than you would expect.
Yeah, given that there's no AB for Brodie, maybe if you're Luis, your eyes got to be as big as dinner plates all of a sudden.
Yeah, suddenly the plan changes. You need to survive still. Rhinar's going to do the thing. There's a reason Brodie's on 0 arcane barrier. He doesn't expect the game to go long. He needs to get it over, but it does kind of pivot your plan. We have a quick judge call here. Looks like we just had a card knocked over on the top of the deck when drawing up that first 4-card hand, and unfortunately it was knocked over face up, so both players know about that information. We'll let the judges resolve it however they see best.
Likely from especially at this REL, now that we're in day 2 of a calling, it's like looking at an extra card warning. Often that just means the opponent gets to pick where does that card go.
Yeah, sure. Shouldn't be a big deal. We'll let the judges get that covered. And but knowing about that Chorus of Rotwood, definitely a relevant one. So Luis here does have the option to play a card like Plume of Evergrowth in this deck, which does give you the ability to find your first decomposed card and then buy another one back immediately from the Plume. But in this case, looking to use Helm of Lignum Vitae on defense doesn't have that luxury, so we'll need to find 2 decomposed cards in order to get online. Losing one of those if Brodie chose to put it on the bottom, maybe being stuck with the one in hand here as a red if he chose to put it on the top. Definitely information that is unfortunate, but one that both players are happy to know about. So we're going to see this Ravenous Meax here alongside the agility token that was generated on that first turn 0 of the game. So a little bit of bonus attack damage courtesy of Agile Wind Up, and of course Ravenous Meax doing a fantastic job all weekend at intimidating those cards away and presenting very efficient damage. We do see Smashback Alehorn discarded here, so that's not a 5, that's a 3. No luck for you. And no intimidation happening from that leading attack. Unfortunately, I think it looks like an aggressive pounce in the hand here for Brodie as well. Was very much hoping to get additional value out of this, but no intimidation has happened. It's going to be a raw 6-ball as a red here. No again. Thank you, Brodie. Good catch from both of our players there. And so we will see Blue Sift committed on defense here, blocking 3. Again, Luis here likely leaning less defensive than you might expect. Going to be trying to conserve that life total as best possible because of the explosive nature of a deck like Rhinar, because of the inevitability of things, something like Scepter of Pain, these other arcane effects as these rune chants begin to spawn in courtesy of Rune Blood Incantation. You can take a few more risks. You can keep some cards in hand, generate some more rune chants, and send some damage. I think we see this red Autumn's Touch coming across here. These are more problematic because of the inevitability of the weapon and of the rune chants. If Brodie wants to ignore these and keep cards in hand to be aggressive, you're going to find yourself on a very low life total, and suddenly that rune chant range is much, much smaller. So Brodie forced to reconsider his options in the face of a red Autumn's Touch, a card that was also banned in Classic Constructed at some point, funnily enough. This seems to be a recurring theme for our Florian deck.
Were all copies of Autumn's Touch, or was it just yellow?
That was all of them.
It was all?
Well, you know, way back when, we couldn't have Earth cards that blocked 3, Sam. Those were illegal.
I thought it was only yellow.
That's such a statement.
I remember
okay
yellow
with-
Autumn's Touch being banned.
We're okay with the better copies, but the one you don't want, I'll get rid of that.
I tried to fully remember it as the yellow Autumn's Touch ban.
How dare you attack for 6? Brodie reaching for the equipment here. Not all too shocked to see this. No guarantee of how often physical attacks will come from Luis, given the Scepter of Pain that's in play. Getting value out of that equipment while the ability arises, and buying enough cards to make value of this agility token, which is going to be a big part of keeping this game spinning for our Meat Axe player.
Brodie here, Savage Feast, thanks to the agility token, looking about as good as possible. Checking on the beaten trackers and the Rhinar triggers. Going to resolve the Rhinar trigger first.
Going to see a random discard. So Intimidato Spagato, as one disappears into the banished zone, and a free card is replaced and drawn, courtesy of Savage Feast. And so one card in hand for Brodie here as the turn will continue. One floating. And so Luis here going to be reconsidering how to block with these 3 cards that remain. Doesn't want to eat 7 damage from Savage Feast, if at all, given the choice. That Helm of Lignum Vitae and Well Grounded, these are very powerful pieces of equipment that allow Florian to block incredibly well, but they do require you to be online with 4 Earth cards in the Banished Zone to get maximum value. And so currently don't do all that much. So we're going to see Rune Blood Incantation and Read the Runes both kind of forced to block 2 here. Rather sheepish defense as the Meat Axe comes across and hopefully knocks the last card out of the hand for Florian. It will indeed be that little hug that we've seen from Compendium of Rathe here. Activating one more time.
Yeah, powered up. These Rhinar decks, very little misses. We've seen, what, Smashback Alehorns, copies of Barraging Beatdown, but not much else.
No, need some range for those fatigue matchups. Things that like agility, extra intimidate are going to get you through those walls. But otherwise, you would really rather just maximize your chances for your Meax to be intimidating and presenting 5 damage each and every time. So we'll see another rune chant being generated courtesy of Rune Blood Incantation as those cards return to the hand of Luis Toeffels.
Now time for Luis. Got a rune chant set up. One more turn of that Rune Blood Incantation. There's that Chorus of Rotwood.
So I'm going to hesitate to say this was kept on top of the deck when it was discovered, but this one, a really potent upgrade for this deck, definitely encourages you to lean to a more defensive stance. Chorus of Rotwood, generating 3 rune chants. If you happened to decompose when playing it, you will make an embodiment of Earth in the process. If you're Florian and online, when that's the case, you of course will get an extra one of each of those. But currently that hero ability not online, and so it is 3 rune chants and an embodiment of Earth. Meat Axe comes in swinging. See
Actually,
this card here.
They used a D4. How nice is that? No rerolls.
It's almost like someone came prepared to play Rhinar, which none of our feature match players ever do.
And then I will use the trackers.
Going to be trackers here on the discard to gain the action point. Moving on from that 5 power Ravenous Meat Axe.
This is kind of the power of this Rhinar deck in Silver Age. Ravenous Meat Axe combined with agility tokens and being trackers activations allows you to lean on pretty significant damage to start, but an intimidation as well to knock a card away almost every time, meaning your follow-up attack has less resistance in the way. It's definitely the bread and butter we've come to expect from this hero across the weekend. So, Florian, stuck in a weird spot, does find themselves playing defense with this Autumn's Touch once more, relying on that beckoning haunt from the arms to provide a little bit of extra defense. Let's see if Brodie can intimidate once more, or if it will just be a simple large 6.
Looks like we've got Give him a piece of your mind, Smash with Big Tree, and just the Sirens of Safe Harbor. So beaten trackers here just to extend the turn ever so slightly with one more chain link. Coming with 7 more points of value. Gonna arsenal that final card, that Smash with Big Tree, headed for the arsenal. Another aura hits the combat chain on defense. This time it's Harvest Season, plus the Bloodied Oval.
Do want to talk about a few of these cards real quick. Sirens of Safe Harbor, big inclusion in these Rhinar decks. Great innovation that allowed this deck to race in the aggro matchups and gain some life in the process. While a card like Harvest Season might seem very innocuous, but these auras gained a lot of upside thanks to Compendium of Rathe. Beckoning Haunt, least of all, can rebuy these things, but you're looking at things like Runic Felling Song, the brand new blue sigil that cares about banishing auras as well. Harvest Season being an Earth aura means you can play one Decomposed card, banish 3 of your Earth cards, and then play one of the other methods of banishing an aura, banish Harvest Season, and have your hero ability online. Not something that needs to be done this game thanks to Cadaverous Tilling, which is going to be joined by 5 rune chants, as Florian's hero ability will now be online.
The Rotwood sings indeed. It's Cadaverous Tilling, such an all-star in both formats. I'll hesitate to say 3 formats. Did quite well in draft as well. 5 arcane plus 8 physical. Brodie's got to think about that life total now that Florian's hero ability is online.
Alluded to this a few times already. There is just an inevitability here thanks to Scepter of Pain. I would say that inevitability has just doubled, as rune chants will be coming at a much quicker pace. Moving forward, Cadaverous Tilling threatening to bring Brodie down to 5 would be a bit problematic, truth be told. But when Red Buckwild is in the hand, it's very appealing to try and go multiple wide. Not sure there's the resources available to really make that work. So we'll see those gauntlets on defense. Pack Core revealing that aggressive pounce on top. 1 damage coming on through, and 4 cards to work with for our resident Rhinar player.
How you feeling if you're in the Florian player's seat here, Scott? You've got your hero ability online. You're facing down Buckwild with Go again.
Pretty good. I think the second Decomposed card here was a very big factor. Getting Helm of Lignum Vitae and Well-Grounded online adds another layer of defense that just wasn't here moments ago. It should hopefully offer enough breathing room for Brodie to throw these multiple attack turns and not take all the cards away from Luis. And that's where we are in this game now. With Brodie being on 9, we know we just kind of need to stack some rune chants up. But a little small handful, something like Arcane Seed's Life might be ideal. And we can use 3 cards on defense because we're going to get there eventually. So feeling pretty good. Happy to play defense here with Amplify the Arknight and Runic Felling Song, taking a point of damage. And we're going to see the Predator, the plating finally cashed in here to enable the Meat Axe, which of course is going to intimidate a card away. So this is where things start getting dangerous. Brodie understands the assignment here. This needs to be constant intimidations because damage has to bleed through every turn. If you're giving Luis time, you're intimidating. He's going to have cards to make rune chants. You need to make sure some amount of damage is connecting to.
Predatory plating. Really showing up well. I remember that card as soon as I saw it. I was like, whoa, that seems good.
So I'm no expert of body language, but I think Luis is very unhappy with the intimidation that just happened there. The Read the Runes was the card he wanted intimidated. Wanted to keep it, play it out as a 1 card. Whatever is in his hand, I don't think it's a good one. I think it's a card he really wanted to be defending with. We're going to see that Rune Blood Incantation go. There's a blue Oath of the Arknight, so huge difference in terms of the card being intimidated. Scepter of Pain, again, not bad here. We're going to deal a damage, going to make ourselves 2 rune chants, courtesy of being Florian. But We would much rather have access to 3 rune chants here and have blocked 3 with that over the Arknight. Huge deal.
Yeah, 2-point value lost there. Got the 1 point of damage, got the 2 rune chants, but only blocked 2.
And Luis here being very patient with that equipment. I do think you need to be. It's going to need to save you from a timely intimidation, especially if we're looking at wild rides and barraging beatdowns that might be coming together this turn. So this is going to be a bit squeaky.
Will that be the intimidate that secures Brodie Spurlock a continued chance to fight on towards top 8? A loss here will be challenging to find your way towards the top 8. Most players would need to be X and 2 near those last final rounds. So got 3 more after this, 2 more after this. 12, 13, 14. 3 more after this.
I think the card I'm hoping to see for Luis the most at this point is probably Chorus of Rotwood. We do have access to Garland of Spring, which means we can block with 3 cards and play the Chorus off of our chest resource only. And at this stage, while being online, that card would create 4 rune chants and 2 Embodiment of Earth, which I think is what we need. 4 more rune chants gets us very close to game over, and double Embodiment of Earth gives you the ability to soak up one of Rhinar's turns without having to have too many cards available to do so. So the second copy, definitely what we're looking for here.
Luis, aware, content with his fate.
Yeah, do it.
Just went ahead and laid the cards out. I don't really need them. I'll just leave them here. That's going to intimidate 1 card away. Hits the Banish Zone. Looks like it's going to be now another Wild Ride that comes out. Draw, discard.
Glad to see Brodie also a believer of the school of thought of don't look. Whatever you draw is there, deal with it.
I'll intimidate again.
Gonna hit. That's another Intimidate.
1, 2.
This one is looking really dangerous now. This Meat Axe has the ability to follow this Wild Ride and knock another card away. So Luis will have to be very considerate with the blocks here. 6 or 8 to go again, thanks to that barraging beatdown. Kind of demands 2 cards.
He kept the block card on the horizon, remains in hand, plus Arcane Seed's life. That is an enormous amount of rune chant potential on the next turn. If that Arcane Seed's life is going to be resolved, he's not blocking with it. He's going to try to resolve it.
So the worry here is that Luis is on 3 with 1 card in hand, and so this Meat Axe threatens to intimidate this final card away. I have to wonder if Luis feels confident if there's a defense reaction in Arsenal. Maybe we're looking at something like Sigil of Suffering, something like Weeping Battleground, maybe reduced to Rune Chant at this stage of the game in order to try and blunt that axe and keep the cards around. You can see that's the consideration for Brodie here.
100%.
Why would your opponent be willing to block with the Helm and the well-grounded when they know that this final card is being... They've left the card on the table. Both players are very aware this card is being intimidated away, so why would you do it? And the only answer is there is a defense reaction in Arsenal, so is there something better than this Meat Axe swing? Am I supposed to just send the bigger number and not intimidate?
It's, I think, still the Smash with Big Tree in the Arsenal. I don't think that's come out. That would be just 6 versus
5 with an intimidation.
5 with an Intimidate.
And that's the question. Why would your opponent use their armor and let this last card be intimidated?
But then it doesn't matter, because 6 versus 5 is the same if it's a D-React in the Arsenal.
No go again?
No go again. You can see
go
Luis
again.
go ahead and confirm. He checks the Arsenal card, and it is reduced to Rune Chant. Up to 4 Rune Chants goes Luis with an Arcane Seed's life in hand.
The Seeds remains. It will be at least enough Arcane. Brodie Spurlock needs to have some kind of trick up the sleeve. Arcane Seed's life doubles the life total for Luis Toeffels. We're going to see 4 more rune chants added to the stack, and we need an attack. It is Cadaverous Tilling that will send the charge and attempt to end the tournament run of Brodie Spurlock. Reduced to rune chant, reduced to ashes.
8 Arcane.
8 Arcane is the ask of Brodie,
Arcane.
and the fist pump is extended. My goodness, the Intimidates giveth, the Intimidates taketh away.
masterfully navigated by Luis Toeffels. Got a little lucky, held the on the horizon in the spot where it really mattered. But some of those early intimidates really didn't go his way. Masterful stuff. You can see why he has found so much success on this deck and why we're sitting at a 9-2 record on a hero so few people believed in heading into this weekend.
That's awesome. They're calling it the on the horizon heard round the world. Just the ability to go ahead and keep that in the hand. It was a 50%, no, probably not 50% chance, but he kept it in the hand. What was it, 25% chance? So, that's why I'm here.
33 and 2/3% chance of winning at Super
It's
Slam.
because I'm good at math is why I'm here, folks. It's because I'm good at math, and it's my favorite,
You can
my
see why they're
favorite
paying
part
the
of
big bucks.
my skill set. It was impressive and unlikely no matter what to keep that card in the hand. What an amazing job there by Luis to go ahead, and it feels like just snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
It depends on who you ask, but that looks comfortable to me. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
No, I joke, but I think there is something to be said about understanding how that matchup was navigated by both players. You saw the deliberation from Brodie, the defense situation being kind of face up, but knowing that they have to go there against Rhinar in the first place, carefully holding on to that equipment until it was required to blunt and intimidate turn. Just small edges that all added up, because without any one of them, that game goes the other way.
Well, I had to keep the attack as well, had to be able to use that one. And what I love about that is also he just ate a barraging beatdown +2 to the face. I mean, he didn't take the damage, but he was like, I'm not giving you the two cards from hand. I'm just going to go ahead and block out your 8, see if I care.
Beautiful stuff. Hoping to see some more Florian in the coming rounds as still alive as we make our way into the dying rounds of the day.
Yeah, and if you are loving this Silver Age content and coverage like I know I am, you might want to stay tuned to the Flesh and Blood TCG YouTube channel, because there are some upcoming callings and some upcoming streams that might just feature the format. I speak, of course, of the 3 events on your screen. San Diego, Montreal, and Toulouse are coming at you, and they're coming at you fast. San Diego, of course, going to be featuring the Silver Age format.
Yeah, just next week, we're mirroring the upcoming ProQuest season here. Going to have Silver Age into Classic Constructed into Classic Constructed. Split down the middle, give you a taste of everything. Depending on where you are in the world and what format you enjoy, you'll be in good hands either way.
Absolutely. Got a who's who of fun voices bringing you through the broadcast. I'm looking for it. I'll be in San Diego. I'm actually going to get to play some side events in San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it. And I'll be tuned in for both Montreal and Toulouse. There are going to be some fantastic broadcasts. Of course, Montreal, first look at CC
Can't
in
wait.
the Compendium era. And then Toulouse, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely ecstatic to be in the booth for 2 of these. Very excited to bring you some phenomenal shows with better players and even better games. So make sure you join us for your event of choice.
Well, folks, we're going to go ahead, I believe, and take a quick break. We've got some more incredible games coming up. Just a few rounds remain before we look towards the first Silver Age calling top 8. I know you're going to want to see it, so don't you go anywhere.
a hazy moment through the ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious. All will know our story.
The year is 2022, and we are watching the finals of Pro Tour Lille. Matthew Foulkes, with shaky hands, tries to navigate Sonata Arcanix to find a victory with Briar. In the year 2026, Matthew Foulkes will nervously be contesting a FI Silver Age Precon in order to continue his run at a calling title.
What an incredible narrative. Yes, our next match is going to be Florin-Cristian Loghin on the 5 pre-constructed deck against Pro Tour 2 champion Matthew Foulkes. We're bringing it back on Briar.
Cannot wait to see how this story ends. Let's take a look at our standings heading into the round to see how our favorite players are continuing to do across the event. Standing tall once more, Pierre-Nicolas Perrin, not interested in losing. 11-0 at the top of our leaderboard now.
Close on his heels, we have Gianluigi, still rocking the 10-1, the only loss being Pierre in our first round today that we caught. After, we have a couple more X1s. Kevin running Flavo and Niels running KO.
I feel like we haven't talked about Niels enough, or KO enough, frankly, as they've been charging towards the top of this leaderboard, but impressive showing for that hero that otherwise doesn't get talked about quite enough. Just underneath, plenty of players still alive at 9-2. Aaron Boy and Matthew Foulkes leading the charge both on Briar, Kiran Lee on Dorinthea, Jose Alves still in contention on Vynnset, one I'm really hoping to see in the near future.
And we see our first ninja over there, a 9th seed, Mattia, piloting that hero, piloting Ira, excuse me, and Warrior 7s we did catch on stream yesterday as well, still rocking the Kano.
Our Florian player now sits in 12th place, just ahead of Paul van Gijssel, still there on Briar as well. Sander Neft on Fang, Bart de Jong on Terror, two heroes that were underdogs heading into the day, still in contention. Last two on this board though, Pablo Pintor still rocking Flavo, Florin-Cristian Loghin gonna be following him in just a moment.
That's right, we have two Pro Tour champions on this screen, Matthew Foulkes and Pablo Pintor, 3 Pro Tour victories amongst the two of them, and of course Florin-Cristian Loghin on the pre-constructed deck, who did of course just come off the top 8 at Worlds Philadelphia.
Certainly a solid quality of player there. Matthew Kenworthy in his first ever calling day 2, still alive at 9-2 on Ira here. Briar Olympia from Stefan Karlsson, of a fan of the stream, happy to see another warrior hanging in there, prize Galea and all.
And Killian, someone we caught on stream yesterday on that Leviathan, still at X and 3. Not entirely sure if they're still in contention for top 8, but still a very impressive record going to round 12 nonetheless.
Still playing for the money. Robert Alisi, same story on Aurora. And a couple more Olympias, a couple more Flavos. Dan Collette still here alive and kicking on Phi as well. Good mix across the board as we make our way into the final rounds of the day.
Just an incredible spread of heroes, really just continuing the narrative that we saw in day 1 of this calling with 50 different heroes being represented. And now over here in our top 40 players, there's still so many different heroes, so many classes to choose from.
So, we know the matchup. Briar, Phi. Talk to me a little bit about what we should be expecting to see here.
Well, first thing, I expect 0 Arcane Barrier coming out from the Phi side, which means cards like Sigil of Suffering and any Rune Chant generators, and a few more of those arcane damage spells that we know Matthew Foulkes likes to run in his Briar version. Well, those will effectively be true damage. However, Phi, less bricky than Briar. And so I think that is Florin-Cristian Loghin's way to win this game, potentially, is just to hope the Briar has a few of those awkward hands and just overcome them with Phoenix Flames and the raw damage from a Draconic Ninja.
So, will it be the champion of Pro Tour 2 or the champion of our hearts? Let's make our way down into the feature match area and find out for sure. It will be Florin-Cristian Loghin continuing the story at 9-2 on the Phi pre-constructed deck against Matthew Foulkes, the Titan of the UK, on the same hero he won that Pro Tour with.
Can we just speak a little bit about going X and 2 as we enter round 12 of the Silver Age calling on a pre-constructed deck? This is 755 players, so we're going the full 14 rounds. So Florin not quite yet locked for top 8, but in any smaller calling, you would totally expect him to have already clenched his top 8 with this record.
No one told me Florin's loss was to Leviathan. That's should have prepared for that one, I guess, in the pre-cons. But you're happy to see Killian finding success there. Otherwise, managed an almost clean record other than Ira and Leviathan on that first day of competition. Of course, decided to continue winning today. Found Liam Holden, known fatigue expert, on that Decimator Dory and quickly dispatched that favorable matchup.
Also beat Michael Hamilton in that round 9, piloting the Rhinar as well. So has been Titan slaying, if you will.
Happy to see this stuff. Let's take a look at Matt Foulkes' route to victory. Found a loss in round number 3 against Jacob Trossing's Icelander. Otherwise, made the way through numerous heroes. Got through Pleiades, Phi, Dorinthea, Kano. Nothing has stood in the way except for that singleton Frostbite.
Icelander certainly a very difficult matchup for this Briar deck. And I do want to shout out Matthew Foulkes' unique Briar build. Harness Lightning, a card that we saw him running. Runeblood Incantation as well, a card that we've seen him running that we haven't seen many other Briars play. And I think it just goes to show the unique deck building prowess that this player has. And when he won Pro Tour 2, when he won Pro Tour Lille and the Briar, was also a very unique build for that hero.
Took a loss to Gianluigi Leah in the last round of the day at the moment. Did not manage to get through that. Let's take a look at these heroes one more time. Briar, talk of the tournament, happy to make Embodiment of Earths as they managed to connect with attack, action, damage, and make Embodiment of Lightnings to fuel those attack actions if they're willing to play enough non-attack actions.
Very, very red line, low to the ground aggressive deck that also gets to leverage split damage and a very, very good suite of armor thanks to our Runeblade cards class. On the other side, we have Phi, less good armor, but perhaps a tad bit more aggression, or at least consistent aggression. Gets to start the game with a Phoenix Flame in the graveyard, and as long as you keep going wide with Draconic Chainlinks, get to keep getting +1 on each of the turn cycles.
It's time. Let's make our way down into the game and see how this one plays out. Players being jovial with each other, a little bit of laughter, having a good time. You're always happy to see this deep in round number 12. The pressure is on, and it changes nothing. So our equipment will flip. It is Tiger Suite plus the Mask of Swarming Claw as the headpiece. So Spell Void / Arcane Barrier will be available for Florin here. On the other side, Double Blade Beckoner, Garland of Spring, and that Beckoning Haunt. We'll note Reaping Blade in play this time. If I'm not mistaken, Matthew Foulkes started Starfall yesterday, so clearly both weapons available in the list.
Definitely flexible on that front. I want to shout out a little bit about the Spell Void that's available to Florin-Cristian Loghin. I doubt we're going to see much activations of the Arcane Barrier, but a Spell Void could definitely come in handy on something like a Sigil of Suffering that's maybe trying to block out a full breakpoint.
Captain's Call, Arcane Seeds, Life to kick things off. Will be Embodiment of Lightning being made, Rune Chants generated, a little bit of life gained for the trouble. Reaping Blade not stopping that one just yet.
Very strong start for Matthew Foulkes over here. 2 rune chants, 1 life gain, so effectively 3 points of value gained, and an embodiment of lightning to boot. Very strong start for him. Given that he's going first as well, I mean, this is an aggressive mirror, make no mistake, so the player going second generally has the advantage. Matthew Foulkes trying to shore that up a little bit with this very strong start.
Okay, there is a scar for a scar in the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin, which, moments ago looked rather bleak, actually. But thanks to Arcane Seeds, life's looking pretty spectacular right about now. Bran with Cinderclaw and a pair of snatches alongside it, so not an ideal hand, but enough to make things work.
He would love to start this turn with a Brand with Cinderclaw to make the Scar Draconic. However, if the Brand with Cinderclaw is just taken, if Matthew Foulkes just has no blocks on Brand with Cinderclaw, the Scar will no longer have go again. So forced to start with a Scar here, but it is quite a funny turn of events. The 1 point of life gain from the Arcane Seeds life is what turned on the Scar for a Scar for our pre-constructed deck player.
Pro Tour champion stoic as ever, unfazed. Decision was ultimately correct, however you cut the mustard. And now reevaluating how to best handle this Scar for a Scar. Has a pretty big setup turn heading into the beginning of this game. Now looking at a hand containing Flittering Charge, Sigil of Suffering in the hand for Matt Foulkes here.
No blocks.
No blocks declared.
Oh, sorry, no reactions.
No reactions declared. We'll see Sigil of Suffering reached for here. Will we see early Spell Void?
Might even see AB used here. He is flush on finishers over here. He's got 2 snatches. So if you send 1 snatch while holding the other, the on-hit of the first snatch doesn't really do anything. At least now if you AB, you maybe tempt your opponent to blocking, force a block out of them, or get your value anyway. It's still a bit of a tough proposition, given that you're using 1 card for a whopping 1 point of value. So yes, Spell Void immediately used over here. Getting effectively 2 points of value, you prevent 1 damage on it, and you make the Sigil of Suffering only block for 3 instead of 4.
3 go again from the Brand with Cinderclaw here. We'll continue the turn for Florin-Cristian Loghin. No blocks being declared. More than happy to take damage to keep the cards that are available to Matt Foulkes, falling down to 17 in this case, and it will be a snatch to continue. 4 no go again currently. 1 unknown card in hand from our Draconic Ninja.
And the snatch is, of course, made Draconic because of Brand with Cinderclaw. Not that it's really going to matter too much, I think, on this turn.
Well, you mean you don't want to pitch that snatch for a Phoenix Flame, put it in the arsenal? No?
I think I'd rather just keep the current snatch, I want to say.
Shocking stuff.
Funnily enough.
Matt Foulkes reconsidering here, looking at Fry, Static Shock, and Flittering Charge. So it does have the embodiment to make this hand come together, but Snatch, of course, a very potent on-hit. Not entirely aware that there's any tricks or the like lurking. Should have read that little placard that comes in the Precon. Would have known exactly what's in the deck list of Florin-Cristian Loghin.
And this is the advantage that the player going second has in this aggressive mirror over here. Live point lead firmly in Florin-Cristian Loghin's side, as he's also sending another 4 damage on the combat chain right now. So tempo advantage, of course, favoring the player going second in any sort of aggressive matchup.
So Blade Beckoner Helm being reached for here to be deployed on defense would insinuate that his snatch is being respected and blocked out, but Matthew Foulkes uncertain about which card best to commit to this. I would suggest not the Fry.
Take 3.
Okay, so choosing to take 3 here and prevent 1 point of damage with that Blade Beckoner Helm. What do you make of that?
He wants to save the Blade Beckoner Helm for the Searing Emberblade. Often, it can be tough to get value from both your Blade Beckoners against a 3 damage weapon, but now the next time a Searing Emberblade is sent, he can just use both Blade Beckoners and get the full 3 points of value from both of them. It's a very heads-up play by Matthew Foulkes, preparing himself, because this matchup is not going to go long, especially now that Florian has used his Spell Void piece. He no longer has Arcane Barrier. Every point of Arcane is true damage. This game maybe going to go on 2-3 more turns. Just want to make sure you can extract every bit of value from your equipment.
So the Embodiment of Lightning will pair up with Flittering Charge here to be 4 go again without any assistance. 2 Rune Chants coming in first of all. Of course, no Arcane Barrier remaining for Florian anymore. Means we will fall to 18 before decisions are made. Hand looks to be double nip at the heels here. Sitting on the very front. Displayed Loyalty and a copy of Rising Resentment.
So probably going to convert one of those blue 3 blocks in Florin-Cristian Loghin side for its blocking value. Wouldn't even be surprised to start seeing armor coming out of Florin-Cristian Loghin side as well. Similar to what Matthew Foulkes did. Get the value, get the physical defense value from those pieces, especially since your opponent can send arcane damage at you. So make sure to keep the life total a little bit high, and also wouldn't be surprised to start seeing the Tiger being generated fairly early on to just put Matthew Foulkes in a blocking position.
Charge connects, Embodiment of Earth made. It'll be Entwined Lightning from the Arsenal being fused with a copy of Fry. So 4 more points of damage would go again here, with a known 3 more minimum lurking in the wings.
And here's where it gets kind of awkward against the Briar. You know Matthew Foulkes is holding a Fry, but you don't know whether he might also be holding a Snatch. So you might want to conserve your 3 block alongside a breakpoint block, say with one of the armor pieces, for what potentially could be a Snatch in the hand. But you also don't know whether Matthew Foulkes might just Arsenal after the Fry. So a bit of a bind, a bit of a difficult blocking decision for Florin-Cristian Loghin.
So the reevaluation begins. Does want to convert one of these cards defensively in most cases. Will be hard to use 2 blues this turn. Would much rather have 3 additional life to work with. The question, where does it go? No blocks declared. No reactions from Matthew Foulkes. 4 more damage comes through, bringing Phi down to 10.
A little bit of a smirk from Matthew Foulkes. Says, trigger another embodiment. For those of you who don't know, when Briar first released, she used to create Embodiment of Earth every single time she dealt damage. That was, of course, very quickly errataed. Matthew Foulkes making a small reference to what the hero text used to be.
Pretty sure the copy of Briar Matthew's using is a pre-errata Briar, so if you just read the text box, I mean, you can get away with it, right?
Some contemplation from Matthew Foulkes over here. We know he's holding a Fry. 1 unknown card from Florin-Cristian Loghin. We know it's a Static Shock.
This is interesting. I think there are rationales to conserving damage here. Florin here been pretty happy not to block, but Static Shock, Fry, both very efficient attacks. Certainly wouldn't blame Matthew Foulkes for just continuing the assault here, but a moment of deliberation well worthwhile. Might find yourself wanting to block in the face of a 5-card Phi hand and need some sort of retaliation parked in the arsenal.
I want to draw attention to the efficiencies that you can draw from an aggro deck over here. I think a lot of people maybe have this misconception that just playing a red line aggro deck is so incredibly straightforward. But let's talk about different lines that Matthew Foulkes had available to him on this turn cycle. He could have played the Fry after Entwined Lightning, followed up with a Static Shock, or could have played the Fry into activate Garland and send Reaping Blade, or just do what he's doing right now, just send a Static Shock and then Arsenal the Fry, set it up for the following turn. 3 different playlines available for this red line aggro deck, and he chose this one. I believe what he's trying to do is try and maybe set up a burn-up Shock. That's why he wants to keep another Go Again card in his arsenal, because he knows this turn he's not sending lethal anyway, so might as well just try and set up for a bigger turn cycle when you know your deck has on hits like a burn-up Shock that can be conferred onto every single attack on the combat chain. Just the small differences in play lines that can really add up to obtaining you an X2 record here, the first ever Silver Age calling. This is why this is an X-Pro Tour champion. This is why even playing a red line aggro deck is not as straightforward in Flesh and Blood as it might seem in the surface.
Couldn't agree more. Those small edges, something like Burn Up Shock, a huge deal. But even just having to block a big Phi hand that we assumed was coming, and then have an attack to 3-directly make another Embodiment of Earth feels like a big deal if you need to have more defenses available across 2 turns. That Fry's not making another Embodiment now, and so holding on to it later to have that option, definitely worth considering. For now, the only thing Matt Foulkes is considering is this Rising Resentment does connect for 3 points of damage before the Searing Ember Blade comes across the combat chain to join it. We will see those Blade Beckoner reach for immediately, as you alluded to. 3 value gained from these, making sure that does not connect.
Once again, the super heads-up play from Matthew Foulkes on the previous turn cycle, just getting the 1 point on the Blade Beckoner helm so that now he can use both of them and get the full 3 points. Again, these small efficiencies that our top players in the game are able to draw from their cards.
Display Loyalty, the follow-up. 3 Go Again once more means 3rd Draconic Chain Link Phoenix Flame will be available to continue pushing damage here. Matt Foulkes down to 8 as a result of this one. The Flame will emerge. The war will continue. 1 point of damage from this one coming across. Unlikely to earn much respect either. And we know, of course, that final card in Arsenal is a Snatch here,
which Matthew Foulkes will not be happy to see. Still has the Beckoning Haunt to try and block out the breakpoint, but unless it's paired with a 2-block, you're kind of always losing a little bit of value either way. So 2nd copy of Snatch from Florin-Cristian Loghin coming out, perhaps putting Matthew Foulkes in a little bit of a bind. Also want to just take a second and talk about the fealty token that was generated off the Display Loyalty here in the center of the screen. We saw Florin-Cristian Loghin very impressively end the game against UGC off the back of their fealty token paired with an Art of Dragonfire. So a little bit of an innocuous token generated over there, but definitely should not be underestimated.
One to watch as Matthew Foulkes considers how to block this snatch. Looking at the hand here, we see Lightning Press, Scar for a Scar, Sprout Strength, and Static Shock. So no clean 4 block with that embodiment of Earth. More importantly, no guaranteed go again outside of the Scar due to being on a lower life total. So reaching for Beckoning Haunt and that copy of Static Shock to convert on defense here. Try to deny the card draw.
I really like this. I really like the Static Shock block here because with the pace of this game right now, I think you want to make sure you get your value from Garland of Spring as soon as you can, and that will fuel your Reaping Blade. So that's already going to be a finisher for your turn. So the Static Shock, you might as well just go ahead and block with it, have your finisher be Reaping Blade instead of that card.
So we will see Shock and Beckoning Haunt deployed on defense here. The patented Foulkes Hover, while considering these options, does block 5 on 4 to deny the card draw, and the equipment will make its way back into the appropriate zones. As we know that Fry in the arsenal, Sprout Strength and Friends in hand.
So no more armor remaining for our ex-Pro Tour champion. It's got quite a lot of damage on this turn, despite blocking with 1 card already. 4 into 6 damage effectively from his non-attacks in his hand with the Lightning Press and the Sprout Strength. Another 3 damage in the Arsenal and the Fry, and then Garland of Spring with the Reaping Blade is yet another 3 damage. So it's looking to be a 16-point damage turn over here. 4 from the Scar and a total of 12 from the remaining 3 cards plus the Garland of Spring and the Reaping Blade. And opponent's at 10, so Florin-Cristian Loghin will need to block a little bit. Not even to mention the tricksiness of the Lightning Press. That could maybe just catch him out.
This is a really tough one. With Matt Foulkes at 7, this is kind of the hand that Florian would really like to just pull the trigger. If there is a functional hand that has all the goodies, you really don't want to commit cards on defense here. But Matthew Foulkes is going to force the issue, which is going to make this a much more difficult situation for our aspiring Phi. Hand hits the table as Florian declares no blocks. 4 damage comes through, bringing our hero to 6. Embodiment of Earth generated for the following turn. Follow-up will be Sprout Strength. Nimbleism, but Earth, if you will. And the Fry to follow. So 6 points of damage on the Fry here. Threatens lethal damage by itself. That Lightning Press lurking in the hand, threatening to punish an ambitious block.
This is scary for Florin-Cristian Loghin. You want to play around Lightning Press. You also potentially want to play around a Snatch that could end this combat chain. This is the tricksiness of the Briar, especially off of cards of Lightning Press, when they have a combination of very strong chain enders in the form of Snatch and very strong attack reactions in the form of Lightning Press. It makes these blocking decisions so incredibly difficult, especially once you get down to these low life totals where the Lightning Press can just end the game prematurely.
So the fists hit the cheeks of our defending player as the puzzle is half clear. Needs to decide which of the potential chain-ending threats, or in this case, game-ending threats, might well be lurking in the shadows of Briar.
So Florian still has a fairly decent 2-card hand, assuming he survives his turn cycle. Has the sort of the iconic Phi 2-card hand with a head jab, a Draconic head jab to start, and a blue to go along with it. And that does leave him 2-3 blocks in the form of both the hot and the heels. Question is, can he block in a way to survive the Lightning Press?
That will be the question. Would ideally love to present lethal on the way back as the best. No.
Oh,
no.
Oh no.
Florin blocks 2. Lightning Press will come out of the hand. It's enough damage all by itself. Held on to the cards in hand and will not hold on to the dream. It will be our Pro Tour champion Matthew Foulkes crushing the ambitions of our Phi pre-constructed deck.
That's unfortunately the end of the road for the Phi pre-constructed deck, but still, what an incredible run. And the deck did have an answer for that situation. It does have Wax On. We saw that yesterday on stream as well against UGC. In that spot, Wax On would have been absolutely amazing. So this deck still 100% has the tools. Of course, you have to pilot it as well as Florin-Cristian Loghin did, but unfortunately does fall to the Briar piloted by Matthew Foulkes.
I think the piloting there is something I want to talk about. I think it's very easy to look at that situation as a new player to flesh Flesh and Blood and go, well, that was stupid, wasn't it? You know, it's why did you lose the game to the Lightning Press? Well, I think a player of Florin's caliber can easily detect that, in fact, if you have a Lightning Press in this spot, I'm not winning this game anyway. The best way for me to win the game is to find a spot where you don't have that, find a spot where the Chainender is just Reaping Blade, the last card is going in the arsenal, gives me the best chance to win. And I think that's a good lesson to learn from that scenario.
Well, speaking of lessons to learn, I want to go back and watch Matthew Foulkes piloting the Briar deck. We spoke about this during the game itself, but there is so much more depth even to these red line Cheerios decks, as we normally call it, especially that turn cycle just before the last one. We had 3 different ways to end the turn, and you went for the one that he did to ultimately clinch a victory on the following turn cycle. Just incredible, incredible play by ex-Pro Tour champion.
I think ultimately that fry in the arsenal mattered quite a lot. We saw how that navigated. It was 3 damage on the previous turn. This time it allowed for a situation where Reaping Blade could follow or Lightning Press could end the game. If it's not there, that's not a decision point that happens.
It's also a guaranteed attack in a deck that sometimes runs into ratio problems. You draw a bunch of those non-attacks, a bunch of those nimbleisms, so to speak. You don't have an attack to pair with it. Oh, Lightning Press with no attack to pair with it. The only other attack he drew Scar for a Scar and Static Shock, but that deck could very easily just draw 4 cards that aren't attacks, and then to have the guaranteed in your arsenal, it's just a heads-up foresight play that you need to pilot a deck like this to its maximum effectiveness.
Some incredible depth in Silver Age. Let's talk about the format in a little bit more detail. If you're looking to get involved with Silver Age, you got plenty to look forward to. This event is just a taste of everything coming in the future. If you want to aspire to be Florin-Cristian Loghin, there's a 5 Precon. You can grab that one and play the exact same list you just saw on camera. But if any of the other classes from across Flesh and Blood history, except Necromancer, happen to appeal to you, then you will find a pre-constructed deck available to enjoy.
10 classes represented across these 10 heroes in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of the Silver Age pre-constructed deck, and they have quite a bit of power in them as well, as we have seen so far this weekend. Now, a reminder of what Silver Age is. It is a new way to engage with Flesh and Blood, even at the competitive level, and it only involves commons, rares, and basic cards. Very, very accessible, very, very approachable at this level of play.
Yep, fun, fast, and affordable is the tagline. You can grab that deck, join us on the World Tour, have your chance of winning your share of $2 million in prize money across this year. It's commons, rares, and basic cards for legality. That is what you're looking for in this format.
And even in these commons and rares, there's so much power packed into them. Scar for a Scar and Snatch standouts over this weekend for sure. These 0-for-4s would go against and on hits. There's still plenty of power to be gained in this format, not to mention all the equipment pieces that we've seen so far that also came out in Compendium of Rathe.
Worth knowing, of course, each and every one of these pre-constructed decks does come with a Compendium of Rathe booster pack, so you get a chance to maybe open the Marvel version of your hero, maybe you can open some bling and some upgrades and stuff, which certainly helps for what is already a very affordable price point. A bonus booster, a little bit of girl math makes that feel even more affordable if you try hard enough.
Plenty of value available in these pre-constructed decks. Not to mention just the fact that they're so ready to play right outside the box. Amazing to just get started at a local game store to start engaging in Flesh and Blood.
These are in store next week, so make sure to go out and get your hands on them. 10 unique classes to work through. Pick your favorites and aspire to become a master of your hero of choice. Of course, there are many ways to enjoy Silver Age. We kick off with a release celebration weekend on the 13th of February, but you can find games at your armories, at your local game store. You can come and play Silver Age at Callings and even further beyond if you happen to be qualified for Pro Tour Yokohama.
I want to stress a little bit more on the Callings and beyond as well. At every World Tour stop from now on, instead of Battle Hardens, we're going to be having showdowns, and those showdowns will involve Silver Age. So every World Tour stop, if there's a World Tour stop near you, you can show up there with your pre-constructed deck, maybe grab a few upgrades and play Flesh and Blood at a higher level than perhaps your local armory as well by engaging in the showdown.
You know, perhaps you're not the biggest fan of Briar after watching Matthew Foulkes play Dream Crusher there. Well, I've got good news for you. If you play a Silver Age event, you will have a say in how the format is managed. It's a new approach to designing this, a fresh meta, and I will agree with the big line here, a bold new choice, no doubt.
Of course, this is on top of continual development, developer oversight as well. For example, we just recently saw Chain be benched, I should say, by the developers for the Silver Age format, at least for this season. So on top of that, as long as you are also consistently engaging with the Silver Age format, you are able to vote for a hero that you wouldn't like to see for a little bit.
Silver Age, a new way to play, and the start of a new era for our beloved trading card game. Gotta say, I've been having a great time with the format so far. This weekend has impressed me. I've just heard good things pretty universally across the room. You feeling a similar way?
100%. I just want to stress, I mean, we've watched 3 games so far today, and the different paces that we saw. We started the game with a fatigue mirror match that went all the way to turn 21. And right now we just saw, and oh, by the way, that Dorinthea player, still undefeated on Decimator Great Axe. And just now we just saw a 5 versus Briar game that ended in 3 or 4 turns. And then before that we saw the Rhinar Florian game, which was right in the middle, about 6 to 7 turn games. I just love the breadth of gameplay experience that we're already seeing in Silver Age, and this is just the beginning.
Okay, well, what if I promise to give you something different again next round? Another taste of something else this format has to offer. On one side of the equation, we'll have some Dorinthea, you know, a hero you know and love at this point. But on the other side of the coin, Vynnset coming out to play. Stay tuned.
Beneath the boundless sky, the voyage carries on. The dragons of the north, history and told.
More scenes from the London Calling as we are rocketing towards our very first Silver Age Calling top 8. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani ready to bring you round 13 before we find out that top 8. It looks like it's going to be a good one.
2 more rounds before the top 8 of our first Alves Silver Age Calling, and the competition is heating up and the games are getting all that more exciting.
Yeah, I think it's time to take a look at the standings in just a sec to see where things stand at this round 13. But it's really, the cream is, as always, truly rising to the top, and some strategies are proving to be dominant in these very early days.
So Pierre takes his first loss in round 12, 11-1 for our Great Axe Dorinthea player. Following that, we have Kevin and Niels both retaining the X1 records from the previous round of Flavo and Akeo. Following that, we have Gianluigi on that Fatigue Oldhim at the X2 Matthew Foulkes, of course, who we just saw beat the 5 pre-constructed deck, also retaining his XN2 record. X2's going all the way down to seed 13 over here, with the 13th being the Olympia, again, another Great Axe warrior.
So let's see, 10 players in contention for those final 5 spots. So it's going to come down to who loses when. You can see some really big names still hanging out in that XN2. Matt Foulkes, of course. Always love seeing him return to the game, which he won a Pro Tour a couple years ago. And then Paul von Heysel, Calling champ, Pro Tour top 8 competitor. And a lot of heroes on this page, even though not every single one made it towards top 8 contention, you always want to look down top 16, top 32, top 64 to see, I mean, in 755 players, even top 64 is just a monumental accomplishment.
I want to take a moment to talk about the heroes that are still in contention for top 8 that weren't the talk of the town coming into this weekend. First one, Vynnset, piloted by Jose over here, a hero that has a good game plan to both the aggressive pillar of the format in the form of Briar and the defensive pillar of the format in the form of Oldhim, and now the Great Axe Warriors. The other one, Warrior Sevens, a wizard, potentially making top 8 of our first ever Silver Age Calling.
Yeah, Valda, of course, not something people are talking to. Stefan, I mean, these Decimator Great Axe Warrior builds, they are going to be definitely the talk of the town following this event. But let's talk about some of the Predators. I think that Florian deck is a really nice option when you're looking at something like Fatigue. You see another one of those in Sander down there. Of course, as we take a look at some of our many other X and 3s, Michael Yasker still hasn't taken a loss today. Elaine Cow on that Enigma deck, as well as Christos right above her. Those are some decks that would also love it if Decimator Great Axe becomes the foundation of part of the meta.
Speaking of decks that can prey on a fatigue-type strategy, I want to shout out Brodie Spurlock. We saw him, unfortunately, take his loss against a Florian on stream, so not in contention for top 8. But Rhinar, definitely a hero that can prey on a deck that wants to block with very specific cards in hand as well. And remember, even Michael Hamilton brought Rhinar to this tournament, so is that Brute going to be perhaps a pillar of the format as we move forward if, as we see this weekend, Decimator Great Axe becomes a force to be reckoned with?
Pablo and Florian have just been like locked in step all day long. They just both, I think, took that loss in the last round to be 9-3, so they remain right in front of each other in the standings. Of course, Pablo, 2-time Pro Tour champion. Florian, that world's top 8 competitor, PT1 finalist. So actually, wait, they were the matchup in PT1. It was Pablo and Florian.
It was.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. It was Pablo versus Florian in the finals of the first Pro Tour ever. Now they sit right above each other in the standings. Florian, of course, just rocking the Precon.
Good chance that they get paired against each other, and even though they're not in contention for top 8, I'm going to want to watch that
Yeah,
match.
that would be pretty sick. Let's just see any of these other exciting heroes that remain in the final. X and 3 looks like it's just going to be Tade in that 41st place, and then still, I mean, all these players in contention for top 64. Good info in the ear from the producer. If you make top 64 of a 755 person calling, you're still in the top 8% of players that came. And it's just such a badass achievement. I'm really excited to see how it all shakes out.
That's right. There might be a Levia in the top 8%
Come on
of the
now.
first ever Silver Age
Come
calling.
on now.
Just imagine what that means for the format.
All right, folks. We ain't got time for win and ins, but we do got time for win and lives. You need players to be, you got to be X and 2 next round to be able to make it into this calling top 8, something around that record. So we're going to see if that final Vynnset has the juice. Let's head down to the feature match area to see if not soul shackles, but different types of arcane devastation. Those rune chants, the rune gate. Will Jose be able to pass through the gate and find victory on the other side? But he will have to get through Kiran Lee with that Decimator Great Axe strategy.
Win and live is such a nice way to put it. I've normally thought about it as lose and out, but win and live is a little bit more of an optimistic take on that term. So I really like that. Looking at Jose's run throughout this calling, took one loss in round one. Not exactly the most promising start against an Icelander, but after has been able to win it out, facing two other wizards in the form of Kano, two Briars, two Dorintheas, and a Phi as well to boot. And then today, 3 wins, suffered 1 loss against a KO, but took down some of the formidable opponents of Avaya, Kano, and Florian as well, who we saw on stream take down Brodie Spurlock.
Yeah, it seemed, we saw that result come in against the Florian. It seemed like you were a little surprised by that, maybe expecting Florian to be able to get there, but Jose really proving he has a mastery of this deck in the early days of this format. Only taken 2 losses so far. Both of our players, it seems, took one of their 2 losses on the very first round of the tournament. It did not deter them. They kept fighting, they kept pushing, and look at their reward.
This is so surprising to me that Kiran got through 2 Enigmas on a Decimator Great Axe Dorinthea.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure how that happened, given Enigma is meant to prey on these fatigue type strategies.
What do you know? What do you know that we don't, Kiran Lee?
Attack reactions maybe has extra go against somewhere hidden in there. I'm not entirely sure. Let's take a look at his day 2 run. 1 loss in round 3 of today against a Mirror, Decimator Great Axe Mirror there, another Dorinthea, but took down 2 Valdes and a Briar as well.
Taking a look at the hero cards as these decks prepare to face off. Dorinthea, of course, one of the stalwarts of the early Flesh and Blood format. Vynnset has had some close finishes, but never truly that marquee result. I hazard to say that if Vynnset makes her way into the top 8 of the first Silver Age calling, it would be the most exciting result yet for the hero. It would put Jose into an immediate echelon of Vynnset cabal. That would be a pretty exciting place to be. But what do you think the strategy is? We've got Mauvrin Skies, we've got that new piece, Deep Recesses of Existence, that allows for some ways to extend turns, but it feels like to get through this defensive strategy, Vynnset's going to have a real plan.
I think a big aspect of this matchup is that Shadow just naturally has a very good game plan into a deck that wants to block it out. You have a whole extra hand, effectively, in the Banish Zone that are able to set up throughout the course of the game. I expect to see that fill up a little bit, a few points of blood debt taken by a Vynnset player to overcome the Dorinthea's defenses.
Let's take a look at the arena. As our players draw up, the equipment is presented. Looks like an ebb and fold. Top left of your screen there to allow for some of that extra banish. Vynnset Trigger going to throw a Deathly Wail into the banish zone. Make that first rune chant of the game.
Jose getting to go first here. Very, very strong start for him. Also, I believe, has found a copy of Malefic Incantation in his hand as well. So incredible setup for him here, and I do want to shout out the ebb and fold that you pointed out, Sam. That's just one way to supercharge the banish zone, to get the extra cards in the banish and really put the pressure on Dorinthea on a very, very optimal turn.
Yeah, Ebb and Fold going to do some major work on exactly the right moment to be able to get exactly what you need in the banish zone, plus that Vynnset Trigger. It's going to be the first swing of that Decimator Great Axe coming in to the combat chain, a weapon that has really just put in so much work in this very first Silver Age calling.
Another advantage of getting to go first against a deck like Dorinthea is that they don't always get to convert their hands very well. In this case, Kiran did find the felling swing, but not enough resources to really support that. So his first turn of the game is just 4 damage on a Decimator Great Axe. Does have the overpower to back it up, should Jose put a card in front of this to block with. But other than that, just going to be 4 damage, not too much damage, and Jose gets to leverage the setup.
Yeah, just going to be able to use 1 card. So we're heading straight to the arsenal for Dorinthea here. Oh no, it is going to be the Refraction Bolters to get go again. Yeah, much better turn here with those Refraction Bolters.
So I have to point out that he did lose a point of value because his Refraction Bolters weren't blocked with, but does get to extend the turn a little bit. And once you get the opponent into the life total where they have to start blocking your axe, that's when you get to make up for a lot of value loss in these early turn cycles, because then they play into your axe's effect and they also play into your reprise. And Kiran is arsenaling that red overpower on this turn cycle. That could suddenly close the game out of nowhere.
Jose going to take stock now that significantly more damage has been presented. 10 damage off of these 3 cards. Pretty much exactly on rate.
So something that might have been missed by some of our viewers, because we haven't spoken about it so far, is the weapon choice from Jose over here. Not the Flail of Agony that you normally see Vynnset bring, especially into an aggressive matchup. But in this sort of matchup, Jose decided Reaping Blade instead the name of the game. Wants a real weapon against a deck that can potentially fatigue it. So Reaping Blade, 1 resource, 3 damage, much better value than something like a Flail of Agony.
Kiran, that turn that we were so maligning actually ends up really, really nicely for him. Gets his opponent all the way down to 9. And now all of a sudden, the right attack reaction at the wrong time for Vynnset could just spell the end of this game. Vynnset going to trigger again, get that Putrid Stirrings into the Banish Zone. That can really do some major work.
That's a big pump to try and power up the Deathly Wail, and also offers an outlet for the Vynnset hero ability to be used to guarantee that 1 rune chant goes through to really create even more rune chants for the following turn cycle.
Looks like we might be seeing a Blossom of Spring activation. Power up Arcane Cussing.
Should be a 2 rune chants from the Vynnset trigger at the beginning. Yep, they did catch that at this point.
Arcane Cussing, we are going to see a lot of rune chants on this turn. Putrid Stirrings going to go ahead and give +5.
Is
The
he
next.
going to
Yeah,
lose a
he's
point of
paying the
to Vynnset?
life.
He is. This will not trigger the Arcane Cussing yet because that is a loss of life. It's not being dealt damage. But since now one of the rune chants is unpreventable, that will definitely deal damage and trigger the Arcane Cussing.
Now the Runehold release going to allow for this Deathly Wail to come out. So it's going to be 3 arcane damage plus, let's see, +5 on top of the Deathly Wail. So an attack for 10.
+3 from the Besiege the Demigod as well. So +8 on the Deathly Wail. So 13 is going to be the physical. And creating 3 rune chants from the Arcane Cussing, 1 more from the Malefic Incantation, and of course when the combat chain closes, Deathly Wail will create 2 more rune chants because both players have lost life. So Jose, after this massive attack for 13, with the 2 more rune chants on it currently, is going to end the turn with 6 more damage on the table.
Woof.
Astute, Sam.
Question is, still got that Reaping Blade. I think I saw a Mauve Skies in the hand for Jose. Which would mean we'd have to pitch that away to the Reaping Blade in order to get value immediately off those 4 rune chants.
I don't believe he
Oh, I keep,
has an action
I keep
point.
thinking
Has
that
no go
Besiege.
again.
I
Yeah.
keep thinking Besiege is the other one. No. This was just the pump. So yeah, that Mauve Skies destined for the Arsenal to power up yet another turn with those rune chants and the Malefic Incantation. And of course, Ebonfold can do a great job as well of prolonging this game.
And that's the other strength of Reaping Blade over here. Cards like Mauve Skies, normally in CC, you see Shadow Puppetry, Morven Skies being used to set up a double Rune Gate attack. But in this format where life totals are a lot smaller, you can just use Morven Skies to send 1 Rune Gate attack, so you don't need to spend extra turns setting up. And then just with the extra action point, go ahead and swing the Reaping Blade to still send a little bit more damage.
Look at this. Going to be an easy use of that Steel Blade Shunt with that 1 floating resource after the AB. It's going to block out 12 of that damage.
Very, very effective block coming out of Kiran over here. Finding the defense reaction lines up very well with the split damage being sent by the Shadow Rune Blade. Oh no. No. Is it no attacks? Oh no,
Oh, it's
attacks.
4 non-attacks. Oh, the Rune Blade curse. Jose just a shake of the head. Full tempo purchased. 6 rune chants. Malefic Incantation. He has a Vynnset trigger. Ebonfold can put something random in the Banish Zone, draw a card. But then how are you getting the card in the Banish Zone from there?
You could just pitch for the card in hand. I think at this point you'd be happy if you can even just maybe pitch for a Deathly Wail from hand, not even use a Rune Gate effect. But this is, as you said it, the Rune Blade curse. Even Kiran recognizes it.
I did that Singapore.
You hear these players both describing how it feels to sometimes draw up these hands, and it is a Read the Runes. Full tempo purchased, 11 rune chants now on the table. But this is the problem with Jose having taken all that damage on the first turn of the game. Now he sits at 8, the wrong block, the right attack reaction, game over.
And now this is scary. He's going to be forced to
Oh
put cards
my
in front of this
goodness.
Great Axe, which not only will give value, will trigger the Great Axe ability to reduce the defense value of Jose's card will also give Kiran reprise. Is he holding on to a blue in that hand to fuel the red overpower?
I think it might just be an Iron Song response.
But what color?
I don't know.
Well, the previous Fatigue Dorinthea we saw on stream had 0 copies of Red Iron Song response. So if that is a Blue Iron Song response as well, this axe will go up to 16 because Jose cannot ignore it. Does need to put some blocking cards in front of it.
This is not just straight fatigue. We're seeing red felling swing, right? So this is, it can run the opponent out of threats and out of cards just because of the way Decimated Great Axe works, but it also just puts together some big numbers that makes the Great Axe even more threatening because it's hard to block. So it's not just one specific. We've seen decks in the past that really are here to do one thing and one thing only. They're not interested in threatening any damage at all. But there's some real optionality with this Decimator Great Axe list, depending on the player, the pilot, and the list. And we're seeing that play out in real time right before us.
And I think that's the big difference between Dorinthea as the fatigue strategy of the format versus something like Oldhim. Typically, if you give Oldhim 3 or 4 cards, they don't do very much with it. But this Dorinthea deck does get to leverage the red felling swings, the red overpowers, just sharpen steals even to actually make use of a big hand that you might give them. Even the refraction bolters play that we saw on Kiran's first turn of the game.
That's very different if you're just going, Miller's Grindstone.
Titan's Fist. Jose in a tough bind
really
here.
tough spot. No blocking equipment. What did we draw? Take a little bit of a look. Deathly Delight and another card. There's the Deep Recesses of Existence. We know it's pretty sure a Mauvern Skies in the arsenal.
And with no defense reaction over here. Not even sure he survives. This axe is effectively 16. If you block with 3 of these cards that he's thumbing right now, that's a total of 8 after the axe triggers, which means you're still leaking exactly 8. This might just be the end of the game. Turn 3, I was not expecting this from a Decimator Great Axe Dorinthea matchup, but that might be the timeline we live in here.
Let's listen in.
So you're covering 8.
Covering 8.
Any reactions?
Red overpower, no reactions is going to be the call. The fist bump gets extended. And 4 non-attacks on the towel. Spell the end of the game and the end of the tournament run for Vynnset. All Kieran Lee can do is smile. Sometimes it's just how it gets drawn up.
That was painful. It looked so good at the beginning for our Shadow Runeblade player. The hero that, I think ostensibly on the surface, game plan-wise, should have been favored in this matchup, but, with great power, that great power comes at a bit of a cost. We've seen that happen even to the Briars over here. The ratios that these Runeblade heroes need, sometimes the cards don't line up that way.
You said it nicely. It was painful, but who likes pain more than the mistress of pain herself, Vynnset? Sometimes you just have to walk the line on Shadow a little too far, and unfortunately, that is one of the drawbacks of Runeblade. They can do some powerful, disgusting things, but you have to just draw it up consistently in the right order, and it's a part of how the danger of playing the class.
It was also matched very well by the Dorinthea side as well to find that much aggression on those few early turns of the game that Kiran did find on his defensive Dorinthea deck. That also isn't something that happens very commonly, that you get punished that hard, giving the Dorinthea 5 cards. That was 16 damage coming out of a Great Axe Dorinthea. It was 3 blues, felling swing with the overpower as well. So tough beats for Vynnset player.
I actually am a big fan of what I saw out of Kieran Lee there. I'm a big fan of the list. I'm a big fan of the optionality in the game plan. You have to imagine a fair amount of opponents, he just grinded out using the value turn after turn. Really good blocking. You saw Steel Blade Shunts, able to go and do a lot of work there. But I'm a big fan of a deck that can play on both axes and also, when it needs to, put the pressure on.
That game, I think, showcased the flexibility of Warrior the most so far. All those cards block 3, so he's able to block very effectively. When the Vynnset player sent that big attack, only leaked 2 damage on that turn, paid for Rune Chance, play a Steel Blade Shunt as well, gave full tempo back. But when he was given the full 5 cards, was able to resolve them for 16 points of damage in total as well. I think that is the strength of Dorinthea in this format over something like an Oldhim.
Yeah, we're watching history play out before our very eyes, folks. The Compendium of Rathe is here, and a look back at the game's history promises a very, very bright future as the Compendium has been opened. It's in stores next weekend, and you too can pick up some of the beautiful premium products in this booster set.
And of course, this set is supporting both Silver Age and Classic Constructor. We've seen a few of the Silver Age support already. We saw the Deep Recesses of Existence in the Vynnset's hand in the final turn of the game. We've seen display of craftsmanship as well in the Dorinthea decks that we've seen so far today on stream already. And it's not only that, folks. It's not just a few extra upgrades for your CC and Silver Age decks. It's also a whole bunch of premium reprints. We've got Balance of Justice, Shelter from the Storm, Final Spring Tunic, a whole bunch of legendaries and majestics of the game's past showing up in Compendium of Rathe, and not only in regular treatment, they also come in the beautiful Antiquity frame.
Yeah, I am just a massive, massive fan of this set. There's so much to look forward to. We actually got to see a Balance of Justice get opened. Our friend Howling Minds opened one of these just the other day. And a lot of these cards in this set, including this one, let me tell you, they look nice on screen. They look crazy in person. It is a really, really cool experience.
We are talking about some of the big hits here in the Antiquity packs, the legendaries, the Marvel E-Strike, obviously, but I do want to draw attention to some of the commons as well. I really like how it's a lot of staple generics of the game's past. Sync Billows, Fate Foreseen, Sigils of Solace, all this extra ways to bling out your decks with these Antiquity versions of these staples of Flesh and Blood past. Reminder, Compendium of Rathe world premiere happening this weekend in London. That's exactly what you're watching right now. But next weekend in your own local game stores, this product will be available. Try and get your hands on these. Open up those Antiquity packs.
Release a release celebration promo plus the brand new Compendium of Rathe coming to you very, very shortly. And it's been a while. We've been focused on calling. We've been focused on competitive Flesh and Blood. But what we haven't done is we haven't focused enough on the rips.
Just opening
on
some
the
packs. We're gonna do that.
I think. I mean, we've been talking about Compendium of Rathe. Let's see what we got inside. It's been just a bit too long. I wanna open more.
What are you hoping to pull here? A reprint?
I would be happy to see a reprint. Seeing a lot of the cards that we've seen already on stream a number of times. There's the Depths of Despair. Haboob!
Ooh.
Clear Water Elixir. This is a card I
Nice.
hadn't seen until literally yesterday. You may destroy a Blood Rot Pox token you control. If you do, gain a life. Your next attack gets +3. Pretty interesting.
When Azalea comes back, maybe people start running some of those elixirs, get rid of the diseases that Azalea sends at you.
See what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Shimmering Spectre, Submerge, Man Overboard. This is interesting. When this attacks, you may discard an ally. If you do, this gets +1 and go again. Not one of those Jittery Bones effects. Mistborn Protector. While this is defending, if you created a card this turn, this gets +1. D-reacts for Silver Age in a format that doesn't have that many. Hyperinflation.
Hyperinflation. This card is so cool.
Yeah, I love this. I love this effect. I think it's very interesting. Just 0-4, go again, block 3. We know how good that can be. Yeah. Engulfing Shadows. That's one I literally just hear in my ear, just a big ooh. By the book. Here's a new card, Revered Action Aura. There's 2 versions of this effect, one for Revered, one for Reviled. They're instants if you meet the clause of either being less or higher life. This one's pretty interesting.
This card is so scary. I just imagine playing Marlin into a Revered hero, and if I'm higher life than them, I just play 3 of a kind and get absolutely blown out. This is a scary card.
Scary card. Let's open a couple more. Let's open a couple more. Go for it.
My turn.
I'm ripping, but I'm not looking.
Okay, all right.
I'm ripping, but not looking.
Secretly ripping on the side, he says, as he absolutely looks through the cards.
I'm not looking.
All right, what do we have here? Tentacular Toll, Pirate Necromancer action. Turn up to 2 ally cards in graveyard face down, create that many gold tokens.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, Wrench of Death.
Kiss of Wrench.
Kiss of Wrench, Lint of Death.
Kiss of Wrench.
Yellow Cloud Cover. I know some
nice
players were
reprint.
thinking of adding Cloud Covers to their decks. Effectively like another copy of Sigil of Solace.
I'm excited about Insult to Injury, the one you just passed.
Strike twice.
Wow, I haven't even seen this card.
Yeah,
Deal 3 arcane damage to any target. If you've dealt arcane damage to an opposing hero this turn, you may play this as though it were an instant.
Yeah, it's like
Interesting.
Snapback.
Yeah,
but
it's like a Cilio Snapback.
Exactly. Helm of Safe Haven here, Majestic. When this defends, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an attack action card, add it to the channel as a defending card and discard a card.
Interesting. So like
equipment over here.
A little bit around some Dominate, maybe?
Potentially, maybe if you're a deck that kind of struggles to block from hand, sometimes you have too many instants, use this as a way to just gamble and add more. 2 steps forward.
I
stuff,
got
cool
one more to
stuff.
look at. I pulled the Majestic to the front. This art, dude, there's a playmat of this here,
That's so
Lobotomy.
cool.
When this attacks, you may equip an Orbitoclast from your inventory. When this hits a hero, if you control an Orbitoclast, they lose all hero card abilities during their next action phase. 03 Stealth. I think you're going to see this in some decks and not expect it. And I love that we're getting more synergies about the flicking, the daggers leaving, equipping new daggers. It feels so flavorful for Assassin, like looking through all my various choices. Like, I think I'll pick this one, and I think I'll use it to exact my revenge.
Especially because of the different effects that these daggers have into the different heroes, like Nerve Scalpel, for example, reducing the block value of reaction cards, or Beta class for non-attack cards. It is an aspect of the Assassin class I have hope that we dive deeper into. I really like that Lobotomy does that.
Well, folks, we've got one more round of Swiss coming up. We got to check the standings, see where the top 8 has sorted itself out. So don't you go anywhere. We'll get all the answers and more coming up right after this. Well, folks, we are coming to the end of our Swiss rounds here from the Calling in London, the very first of its kind in Silver Age, and it has just been a monumentally fun weekend. Soundburn, Howling Minds, how have you enjoyed yourself so far?
More than I expected. I was already very happy to be here this weekend, eager to see what Silver Age had to offer. I've just been pleasantly surprised time and again. Of course, there's some wonder stories, people like Florian doing the unthinkable on the Precon, which is incredible. There's just diversity out the wazoo. Decks I thought were not quite cut to hang, just putting on a good showing over the course of the weekend and giving me reason to revisit and lose several hours of my life in the kitchen once more. But, you know, all in all, I think most of those things are good, and I'll take that with a pinch of salt.
I would have to agree. We've watched a lot of strategies kind of come to the forefront. We've watched some new kind of heroes and legends emerge, and man, it has been very, very fun following that Precon deck all weekend long. I do believe, if we take a look at these standings, we might actually have an answer to a question that we might have expected a little bit later. We are about to watch round 14 as soon as we get the pairings up and get our next set of games to choose from. That means if we take a look at numbers 1 through 8 at the end of round 13, they all have 2 losses or less. If I am not mistaken, I think we are looking at the 8 players who will make up our top 8.
Yeah, doing some napkin math here. Looks like there's no way for this to go wrong. Should be 7 different heroes here in our top 8, I believe, which is impressive stuff all around. But we'll look for a People's Champion here. Somewhat of a fun match to go and follow, as we'll be seeing these 8 players in the top 8 in just a little bit. This is just something that happens when you have an event that is far too big for 13 rounds of Swiss, but on the smaller side when it comes to 14 rounds, and so we've ended up here just a little earlier than we might have expected.
Yeah, I do want to call attention, though, right side of your screen, Pablo and Florin, those 2 players, the 2 individuals who met in the finals of the very first Pro Tour ever in New Jersey, remain in lockstep in our standings. And dog, that 5 Precon in the hands of an incredibly skilled pilot has won 10 games and only taken 3 losses at this first calling. Like, are you kidding me?
It's very impressive. I think the standout for me here as well, we kind of look at this top 8, there's 7 different heroes there, but there's also another 4 or 5 different heroes that aren't in that top 8, squeaking into the top 20 or so heroes here. We have Vynnset in 10th. We have access to Kano, Volda. We're looking at Fang, Phi, Ira. Clearly, this format is far from solved, and there are plenty of options depending on what it is you enjoy in Flesh and Blood. There'll be something here for you.
Yeah, no, it is a very, very exciting time. Let's just take a look at some of the other players that round out at least this top 32, moving towards the top 64 at the end of round 13. These aren't final standings. We'll have final standings at the end of next round, so things will shift around some, but anything else sticking out to you here?
Yeah, Bart de Jong continuing a good run there on Terra, a deck I think really was underappreciated and probably deserves a little more attention. Louis, unfortunately, taking another loss there on our Florian deck. Did not manage to keep the record going, but a very strong showing, still in 29th. Eager to see that deck list when it finally comes to light. Otherwise, we're seeing a pair of Enigma here, which has been a bit of a mixed bag this weekend, I find. Christos and Elaine both putting on an incredible showing, still very likely to make money and some prizes, but overall, the Illusionists haven't really performed, and I'm eager to learn a little bit more about why.
Yeah, Dromai is a deck that I'm interested in long-term in the format. I do think some of these aggressive decks probably just proving a bit too much. I've played some of that deck in the format myself. I've a soft spot in my heart for Dromai, and sometimes you're just like, ho, I ain't got no sync belows. Oh, no, I'm dead. So we'll have to wait and see what strategies eventually emerge for the hero. And we'll have to wait and see just which match is going to be the most fun to check in on, because our top 8 already pretty much locked in. We're going to be seeing all of them. Not a lot of stakes necessarily in those matchups. It's going to standings, or it's going for seedings more often than that.
Matters.
Yeah.
For a lot of these decks,
sure.
like first and second is surprisingly important. We've seen a few times over this weekend, Volda getting early dominate, Rhinar doing some ridiculous intimidation, some auras from these rune blades. There's a lot of reasons to want to pick, so those players will battle it out for seeding. There's a lot to gain there, but we want some fairy tale stories on the stream, and so we're going to try and pick something that's a little more fan favorite, something a little more exciting.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before that match, but then we make sure you stay tuned to the stream, because that top 8 is going to be bonkers. So make sure you keep it locked, keep it loaded. We'll see you in a sec. It's been an unbelievable 3 days here at the world premiere of Compendium of Rathe in London. And as we've kind of discussed, it's a world premiere of 2 parts. We got, of course, Compendium of Rathe coming to your LGS shortly, telling the grand story of so many of the heroes and talents and classes in this game, but it's also the story of the Silver Age format and the very first calling in the game.
And what a story. I think it's probably the way of putting it. I think Compendium of Rathe surpassed expectations for a lot of folks, depending on what their preferences are, Silver Age, Classic Constructive, one way or the other. But I think there's very few people that can't tell you that this calling has surpassed their expectations of Silver Age. I don't think any of us expected this level of diversity, this level of fierce competition, and arguably this level of surprises we've seen over the course of the weekend as well.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you, I know some of my friends over at LSS HQ, they absolutely expected this. They were so excited. Everybody's so keyed in on what is possible with these new deck building restrictions, the amount of creativity, the amount of interesting options in those boxes of chaff you may have at your house, and we're seeing it all play out in real time. It's just an exciting time. In general, I mean, with Compendium of Rathe, what it means for CC, what it means for your local armory, all the way up to the Pro Tour, it's just a great time to be a Fab player.
Speaking of boxes of chaff, May is not a statement I would use to apply to those. I do have boxes of chaff in my house, many boxes, but they've seen more use than ever before. I think that's a big deal. I've had the pleasure of so many people reaching out and being like, hey, actually, I think this seems very accessible, very affordable at this moment in time. I'd love to give the game you clearly love a chance. Can you help me out? And all of those comments I refuse to throw away. For many, all that Tales of Aria, but oh baby, I've got the deck for you, and suddenly those bog boxes are just a little bit lighter, and there's some more smiles.
Well, you had a nice moment in one of the side events, did you not? We gave you a couple packs of Compendium of Rathe to hand out to your opponents to regale the people.
Sure. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do at these events. Is I don't get to play very much when I'm in the booth, but usually we can finish just before the last event of the night, so I can run over with my suit and my fancy pants and everything, and play some games of Flesh and Blood. And so when I get the chance, I want to make some memories. That's what it's about. Like, at the end of the day, we come to these events to have something special. So giving out some booster packs at the end of the day, towards the last round of one of my side events, a player next to me who I gave a booster to started playing the game 3 days ago, just before the world premiere.
Crazy.
Came in with friends who were very established and was like, no, I'm here mostly for my friends, but I'm willing to give it a go, and I've had a surprising amount of fun. I'm a little worried about getting into Classic Constructed, but I'm on board. I'm totally in for Silver Age. Opens the one booster pack and hits a Findle Spring Tunic. And so cue the tears, which I don't know. It's such an important memory because that will forever be that tunic.
They started crying.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It will be that tunic. It will be that moment forever. It will just have that encapsulated in, and to have played a small part in that. I don't know. It just, how the hell is this my job? You know.
Hey. Tell me about it. Tell me about it, my friend.
Very blessed for those opportunities, and glad that we can make them happen. I think that's exactly what World Premieres is supposed to be about.
It's blessings all around for the Flesh and Blood community, and we have got a blessing in the arena because we have got one of the game's brightest stars on a hero potentially near most iconic in his hands. Let's see how Pablo Pintor ends up at this final round of the very first Silver Age calling. We've been hearing people ask after, apparently both of these players. We got some fans of both of these players in the chat, and I know people are just hoping to see how does Pablo Pintor navigate Bravo Flattering Showman in this format. Let's take a look at his run so far through this tourney.
Yeah, good stuff for Pablo here. Unlike most of our other players on camera in the recent rounds, did not take a loss in the first round of competition. Did decide to start things strong before falling to Philippe Van Dontelar in round number 4. Took a nasty loss to Dorinthea in round number 6 and decided that was probably enough for day 1 and wins should continue from there.
Yeah, looking ahead, we can see nearly Sterling did manage to take out a Kano before falling to what has to be an unfavored matchup. But cool to see that Pablo did have a plan, and it did work before the wheels fell off.
Now, it's impossible, of course, to usurp Pablo's reputation, but Ethan's doing a darn good job of it. Big fans in the chat. We do see you. Happy to have Ethan on camera. As a result, has a pretty phenomenal run, honestly. Just one loss on the first day of competition to start here. Florian breaking my heart and playing KO, but did find success against Ethan in round number 2 there. However, good smattering of heroes otherwise. Got through Azalea. Lots of Bravo Flattering Showman here, which I think is a very, very big deal in this particular matchup.
Yeah, looking ahead to the next bit of games. Took another loss to Evalda, but yeah, a lot of great success with this Briar deck. We'll have to wait and see who is able to take it out on top. And not exactly like a classic matchup. Briar definitely had her heyday, not when Bravo was necessarily the top of the meta. So how do you expect this one to go down?
I think this is a very intriguing matchup. This Bravo is slightly different from the WTR Bravo you might have been used to in Classic Constructed. You're going to be looking for this kind of play cycle of blocking with 2 cards and then either sending your big crush attack that was in the arsenal from the previous turn, activate your hero ability and pay for it to send it in with Dominate, or you'll find yourself blocking with 1 card after a hammer turn and parking another crush card in the arsenal to get that loop of momentum going once more. So you might see constant crushes, you might see the odd off turn depending on how hard Briar makes it to block for our Bravo player. On the other side of the table, we've talked about the big bad numerous times this weekend. Briar going to be making embodiment of Earth tokens when that first attack deals any damage. That will play a factor given that Dominate is going to be the biggest source of forcing through those problematic crush effects. If there's an embodiment in the way, suddenly the damage needs to be just a little bit bigger. Of course, second time you play embodiment of Lightnings, you're going to make that go again source to make those turns come together and spring all the goodies you might expect. Big shout out, of course, here to this copy of Starfall. Seems to have been signed by Brodie Spurlock, if I'm not mistaken there. Lovely little squiggle, but happy to see Starfall here. And we'll make our way then over to... Okay, not entirely sure which of our players is starting first here. I missed the cue one way or the other. Looks like it's Ethan to me. So we see Burn Up Shock in the hand alongside Arcane Seed's Life. So gaining a life to start here and making those 2 rune chants to get us started with to kickstart. It's just free value on turn 0. Exactly what you're kind of hoping here from Briar. It's going to be kind of hard to break through the wall to start with. So pretty happy to get some incidental value. Unlikely to send much damage. Just filter through those resources and set up for a big turn next time around. Looks like an Arcane Polarity stuck in that opening hand for Pablo here. Not exactly where you want it to be, but did not choose to fire it off on that first turn of the game and draw a fresh card, which would suggest exactly what we're seeing here. 6 resources pitched, in this case 4 resources from the red. Big 8-power choke slam, and that polarity can be tucked safely in the arsenal for later on.
Yeah, we saw Bravo Flattering Showman in the hands of Pablo Pintor during the world premiere, that Precon deck. Now excited to see if there are many changes to the list, if any personalizations from Pablo Pintor on his personal preference of play style. We'll also have to see if there's any difference in strategy. He was all block all the time against that Viscerai Precon. Now looking ahead to Briar, have to see if it was always defensive pieces in the arsenal when we saw him a couple days ago in the world premiere. I'm curious if he's going to want to do some dominating here.
I think the equipment suite here for Pablo is more suggestive of a defensive stance. There are players that lean either way with this deck. You see them sometimes going big, sometimes going a little bit more in the middle. But against a deck like Briar, where you have Burn Up, Shock, and things you actively need to block, the priority is equipment that will do just that. So we see 3 pieces of Civic equipment will all be worth 3 value over the course of the game. Those drawbacks pretty easily mitigated if they block in the right spot, but they are at their best for stopping your head from exploding at the hands of Burn Up Shock.
Burn Up Shock. What's nice about the Choke Slam, a lot of the cards in this deck don't have that 3 power. They start at 4, so might not have to be worried about.
And so the Shock does resolve. Pablo happy to take the 1 Arcane. Keep hold of those resources to try and stop the more problematic. Oh God, look at the artwork on Burn Up, by the way. Do you want that to happen to you?
No, not at all.
No, not on my list of things to do. Braces of Belief here. I like this a lot. Braces, of course, very flexible in these matchups, but at the best when trying to create evasive damage and force through a burn-up shock hit. So we're going to see the Garland cashed in as well. 1 resource will be available. No doubt going to be using that to fund Starfall here in most cases to present as many attacks as possible on this burn-up shock turn.
I do have to wonder, you take a look, this is like the first real turn of the game. There is so much equipment still available for Pablo Pintor. Do you think the key to this game is trying to get both burn-ups through? Is it trying to use one burn-up, threaten the equipment, and then utilize all your equipment pieces to try to push through on the second? Because I think we're just going to see a lot of equipment pieces get traded for equipment pieces on the other side of the table.
I think that's likely to happen, but I think this matchup is also very adaptable. I think you'll find the need to push through both burn-up shocks tends to be more important if the Bravo Flattering Showman player takes a more fatigue-orientated stance and tries to play that more defensive game. It's less required if they're intending to chain cards with you. Bravo's very happy blocking with only 2 cards in a lot of scenarios, would really rather park a crush attack and then spend 2 cards to dominate it and take it out of the arsenal. Doesn't really want to give you 4 cards over and over again. So we'll have to see which way Pablo leans. As for now, I expect pretty staunch defenses on this turn. Burn-Up Shock is a power card and should be respected accordingly.
Okay. A number of pumps here. The Nimblism, the Flourish, the Bracers of Belief.
So just the one attack here in the form of this second strike, which is going to be large. It's going to be large.
Yeah. 3, 6 plus the Bracers. Plus its own effect for 4, given that that shock was taken early and those 2 rune chants. So here's 12. But this thing is going to eat some defense pretty handily on the side of Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, when you think about the logistics of this is 12 points of damage on hit, 16 points of damage, which means if you can stop this, you are getting 16 value in a roundabout way from your cards. And so you see the entire hand laid sideways very quickly in front of that 12 damage. And Arcane Polarity will actually allow Pablo to start the turn on a higher life total than he began the turn, courtesy of that shock. And something I've slowly started seeing players do in the Briar matchup is choosing not to shock. Just relying on burn up as a card to push damage and not turning on those Arcane Polarities when not given the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, for Ethan, those 2 rune chants would have made it a little challenging on that turn, but that is honestly a really interesting and very cool nuance and something that I think you see a lot of top players do throughout their tenure near the top of this game. They find little niches like that, little niche cases, little ways to go ahead and find just enough edge to take out a game.
Wow, imagine being lucky enough to win a clash with the might-generating clash attack on top of your deck. And so Test of Might is going to find itself with a bonus might being generated for Pablo Pintor, but it is going to be a nice hearty 7 from this Lightning Surge, thanks to Weave Lightning. Should demand some amount of respect once more. Importantly here, for Ethan, we are not seeing an arsenal available, thanks to that polarity from the previous turn. So we're not going to be getting ourselves dominated this time around. These big crush attacks would have to come from the hand. So just blocking 3, happy to leak some damage. Embodiment of Earth will be made as Pablo Pintor falls down to 17. Then we'll make our way back to the giant of our game. Staring at a 3-card hand, no doubt going to be looking to convert on these Might tokens with Titan's Fist. As I say, 2-card hand even, I apologize. This makes way more sense. Get value from those Might tokens, park a crush attack or defensive tool in the arsenal, and look to capitalize on either on the following turn cycle. So Ethan now deliberating a 6-power hammer. For the most part, these weapon swings are typically ignored outside of Blade Beckoner in this matchup to try and get that additional value, but Embodiment of Earth can make it more tempting if your hand is somewhat non-functional. We have seen Briar stumbling a little more than some of our aggro decks over the course of the day, and sometimes you just want to convert those cards into something meaningful.
Block 1, take 5, down to 13 goes Ethan. Both of these players, what an amazing run they've had. 10 and 3 in this very first calling. Either way, they've got a result they can be proud of. But now for Ethan, he's got a 5-card hand. He's worked through a piece of equipment. It's going to be an Entwined Lightning to start things off, showing the Flittering Charge. So 4, go again.
Very much the name of the game for this Briar deck. We'll look to continue to chain these breakpoints to get through the staunch defensive tools available to the Guardian class. Pablo here going to reevaluate. Knows there are 4 more cards coming after this. Entwined Lightning, of course, just raw numbers. Nothing on hit here. So cards like Clash and Bash, tempting to hold for something like a Snatch. But in this case, Pablo revealing the Crush card would suggest that Seismic Surge is going to be of some value in making this turn come together.
Oh, would you look at this? 1 good Entwined Lightning deserves another. 4, go again, showing that same Flittering Charge.
But first you don't succeed, make your opponent block with a blue. And so we will connect for a point. Embodiment of Earth will be generated as a result by our Resident Runeblade. And the follow-up will no doubt be a Sprout Strength here. Going to utilize this one with a little bit of extra damage stapled onto that final attack that we know is in hand, which is that Flittering Charge. So 7 to end the turn here for Ethan. 2 cards available for Pablo. Does choose to play defense with these in this case. Takes a point of damage, falling down to 15. So that Seismic Surge likely not to gain much value here, I would imagine.
Neither will the Embodiment of Earth. So I have to imagine Pablo isn't going to be coming in with a attack from the arsenal. He's making to just draw up.
A big part of this Barvo deck is choosing when to take the heat, I find. Because these crush attacks can become... try that again, words are hard. Can become so powerful from your arsenal if you're able to give them dominate, extra points of damage. Sometimes you need to kind of take that damage to facilitate that to happen, but in turns like the one that Pablo just had, maybe the crush attack in the arsenal isn't super impactful, it's just numbers. And so a good efficient turn from Ethan is just preferable to block as opposed to trying to make that come together.
Sprout Strength, number 2. Powers up a Flittering Charge. Again, 7. No go again yet, but there is what looks to be a Lightning Press lurking in the hand.
Not too many potent instants for this Briar deck, so you tend to telegraph some of them when leading on a Flittering Charge without go again. This one would prefer to pick up the Embodiment of Lightning some amount of the time, but Discharge, Lightning Press, definitely some of the more premium ways to give this go again of its own accord, and Pablo will be more than aware of that, and we do see some respect being given as a block 9 as a result. The Lightning Press feeling fairly face up, and Ethan somewhat priced into using it here to keep this turn going. 1 point of damage will leak through, the Embodiment of Earth will be made.
Yeah, probably not too many instants in this Briar deck versus something like an Aurora deck that's happy to play a little more electromagnetic, not some, maybe somersaults, but also the discharge, electrostatic discharge. Pablo, he had this all figured out. He was like, I'm taking one and then taking one most likely on this turn.
So
Ethan's
Pablo,
been holding on to that arsenal for some time.
Yeah, Pablo very much the same, but definitely taking a defensive stance here so far. I'm curious if this is the plan, and has been the case from the beginning, believes that burning Briar out until a hand that doesn't function turns up is the plan, to try and find that window to capitalize on tempo, or whether or not this is very much a necessity until this point, with a lot of those blue attacks kind of turning up next to each other here without much of a reason to use them as a payoff.
Pablo very much likes playing Flesh and Blood in London. Last time we were here, became a 2-time Pro Tour champion, looking to add to that sterling resume with a top 16 finish at this calling if he can win this round.
So worth knowing here, Starfall does not pick up Weave Lightning, but it does see a Lightning card has been played before it. So that buff will be looming for the next attack, but for now, to go again on Starfall. Big part of this matchup, even on non-burn-up shock turns. Briar cannot afford to stumble here. Reaping Blade not having go again, a bit of a liability. Starfall letting you convert cards without actually spending cards. And in this case, Clash of Might revealing the Lightning Press on top of the deck gives Pablo some pretty premium information here, actually. It's not happening this turn, and it probably will be happening next turn.
Something funny about Briar using Starfall, I feel like every other Runeblade for years borrowed Briar's weapon. Everyone was borrowing Rosetta Thorn. It's nice to see Briar finally say, you know what, maybe it's time for me to borrow some of the weapons of my compatriots. Borrowing the Starfall from Aurora. Static Shock going to go ahead and be blocked out fully by that Crash and Bash. No reveal, no yes reveal. Looks like it's a yes reveal. Oh no, needing 2 cards because the Weave Lightning to cover that up completely. That means Ethan just got Arsenal a card. Something I wanted to mention, looks as though Pablo able to keep a card in hand, might just be throwing the hammer. Got a Might Kraken. It's very nice for Pablo. These Mights are lining up very nicely with a turn when he's able to keep a card for the hammer. I think we're seeing why Matt Foulkes had such success in the early days of this tournament, sitting at 9th at the end of last round. Imagine a card like Harness Lightning in this matchup when Pablo is so easily able to defend, utilize the 4 blocks, equipment still completely untouched. And if you imagine for Ethan's side, if he had one of those Harness Lightning style effects, 3 arcane damage in 1 instance, so it's not able to be covered up by that Null Rune Hood, you need to find a way to actually get over the top in this matchup, or else you're going to have a bad time.
More so, those cards also just don't walk into these Clash effects. We're finding the Clash of Mights and stuff that we're seeing in the deck here. And, well, that's how you draw it up. That's how we're going to put that. Sigil of Suffering does connect, pings for a point of Arcane to block a little extra, but Arcane Polarity says, actually, I'd like to gain some life because you chose to do that. Arriving at the right time for Pablo. Worth noting, that is the second copy, so there will be no more of those, but Briar not exactly flush with Arcane sources typically, so full value, can't really argue.
Pretty nasty. Imagine this game if Pablo was sitting at 8. It does feel certainly different if you're in Ethan's seat. And you can see there's a little bit of resignation in the face, perhaps, as he stares down where Pablo is looking at. Given that this is an Arcanic Shockwave no-go again? Coming in for 4 and 1. Pablo here going to have his pick of ways to defend.
So Pablo, of course, again aware of the lightning press, was revealed to a clash. So we know it's lurking in the hand here, but no go again. This is something we've seen from Briar, and something I alluded to moments ago, where the plan in this matchup really can sometimes just be, in fact, I think I need to wait till you fail. I need to wait for the hand to not come together and find myself a window to buy tempo, and then I can start throwing my Guardian attacks at you. So Arcane Barrier 1 utilized here on the Arcane. We will see that lightning press coming on over. Will leak some damage to make an Embodiment of Earth. Brings Pablo to 13 in this case, but leaves plenty of cards in hand.
These polarities are so impressive. I mean, Pablo could be at 5 here. 5 is so different than 13 when you're at this point in the game. Ethan probably trying to do his very best to sculpt something good in second cycle, but now he stares down a boulder drop. That threatens to take a card from the hand. It's coming in for 8. There's a no block in the hand. Pablo knows it's there. This Briar deck has an embodiment, but often is liable to draw a whole bunch of 2-block attacks, which are going to make it challenging to block out this boulder drop.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what we were just talking about. Pablo found the window. This attack is non-functional, and therefore I can finally turn the corner and slam a big crush effect. And it's very easy for this to spiral from here. Once you see these crush triggers taking cards away, creating awkward blocking situations for Briar, all of a sudden you're not seeing these 5-card hands anymore that typically make Briar so powerful. And that's much, much easier to defend on the side of Barvo and then keep the momentum going.
And listen, the equipment, again, still untouched. So even if Pablo was at 5, it's more than that with the equipment block in terms of life. But I think for players at home about to play in your Pro Quest, about to play in Las Vegas, for Pro Quest to go to Las Vegas, if you're in this matchup, you have more to think about now. Burn Up Shock, Sigil of Suffering, we've seen how they haven't quite worked out in the way Ethan would like to, and in some ways have advanced Pablo's own game plan. So I think we're getting to see a way that strategies are being developed and could potentially shift as players head to their Pro Quests.
You say, very much as you say, we saw from Matt Foulkes these Malefic Incantations, these Harness Lightnings. Briar typically, again, expected to not do all too much in the way of arcane damage. So leaning that way does have some pros. Speaking of pros, Pablo Pintor, 8 damage, not half bad. Boulder Drop will connect in this case, forces a card back on top of the deck here for Ethan, falls all the way down to 4 in order to keep access to enough cards to meaningfully present damage on the way back. This Scar for a Scar, just double checking. Yeah, that one's got to go again. That's firmly online here.
Firmly online. That's going to buy a staunch response, though. You can see a little bit of a head shake. I think Ethan is feeling a bit under the barrel, as it were. Second strike comes out. Going to just be 3 no-go again. Probably that snatch headed for the arsenal.
I want to talk about a Staunch response for a second. I think this is a card people look at and go, why would you want Staunch to an aggressive deck? It's very easy for this to get stuck and not be able to block. But a card like Staunch Response into Briar is very powerful when you understand these lightning press effects, these electrostatic discharge effects, nimbleisms and the like. Often make these 4s into 7s, and it gives you a very clean way of taking care of those. And of course, again, the Snowball will continue the return fire here. Renounced Grandeur is going to prevent Aura Generation this time around, which is a factor in this matchup. But the bigger factor is the 8. The 8 in the bottom left-hand corner, which is double the life total.
And there is something nice. You do see both players having a bit of a laugh. These players, even though they're not probably, I mean, pretty much guaranteed, not possibly locked for top 8 or could get close to top 8, excuse me, is what I mean. They're not in contention. They're still playing for, of course, the glory. They're playing for the prizing. They're playing for the World Tour points. But they're also just enjoying the game. They're also just having a laugh, able to enjoy their time in the feature match area. As Ethan does fall down to 1, the fry's going to come out. No crush, but still down to 1 goes our Briar.
Burn Up Shock forced to play defense, not where that card wants to be, because there are 2 copies of Fry in hand, and so was very much a forced block. We see that Might Token, of course, adding a little extra juice to this Fry. Embodiment will be made as a result. Lightning Surge from the Arsenal will be 4 go again with that Fry lurking in hand to finish the turn and or be parked in the Arsenal as well. 1 more damage taken from Pablo, falls down to 11, and now Ethan will decide if it is worth continuing the pressure or whether it is worth holding that attack, as we saw Matt Foulkes do a few rounds ago to great success. I see, double-checking how many fault lines are gone. 1 being blocked with before, 1 on the combat chain right now means an Arsenal would be safer than it might be otherwise.
And you're seeing why Ethan sits at 10-3, even though this game probably isn't going to go his way, able to just give everything a think, consider all the options. Clearly quite a good player. Sitting at 10-3.
reliably informed, Ethan is Austria's pride, so clearly a big fan, lovely individual, I'm sure. More than happy to see him making an appearance on camera for all those folks who are suddenly less of a fan of boulder drop than they might have been just a moment ago.
And this one's going to be tough to defend out. Unflinching foothold. Unyielding. Can get an additional point of defense with arcane damage. That'll block out for 7. With the Sigil of Suffering, both arcane polarities gone.
No resources, of course, available for Pablo, so no Ruin Hood. Not going to be turning off that Sigil of Suffering. Nimblism blocking 3 there, thanks to the embodiment of those footholds. Likely going to be trying to turn off Dominate in this matchup more than anything else, and that might come up to keep Ethan alive in the coming turns, but for now, it is 9 damage alongside Double Sizzle, which is not half bad, and Ethan here very rewarded for holding on to that fry. Drew a hand that otherwise would not have been able to attack and would have been pretty disastrous. So we're going to see Pablo respecting the 9 damage here from this fry, giving up Civic Steps. Might token made from the other Civic piece. Quicken token unlikely to be very useful if this big attack I'm expecting from Mr. Pintor strips the cards away. And it will be another Renounced Grandeur. So no Arsenal here. Big hefty 8-ball. Aura tokens, of course, generated by the opposing equipment, making this much larger as a result.
This is blocking for 7, and there's a no block in the hand. He'll go ahead and play it and extend the fist bump as we do see Pablo Pintor gonna go ahead, take a final record. What is that, 11-3 here from the Calling in London. Happy to see our boy back on Bravo in some capacity. He was the 2-time Pro Tour champ last time we were here in jolly old London. Not going to get the top 8 this time, but still going to show off just a bit of how it's done on Bravo.
Great showing for Pablo there. Great showing for Ethan as well. I want to be clear, you don't end up in a feature match area against Pablo Pintor unless you are a phenomenal flesh and blood player. A great run on a fantastic hero, no doubt. Hopeful to scrape into the top 64 there for some additional prizing. We'll have to see exactly how that breaks down.
Well, why don't we see exactly how that breaks down? Let's get over to the standings and let's take a look at how it's all shaken out for the first Silver Age Calling live from London. Walk me through it, my friend.
All right, from the top, we knew this was probably the case. Heading into the round, those 8 players have not moved. They've simply moved positions based on who won or lost their respective games. So it is 7 different heroes, I believe, in the top 8 here. Duplicated Dorinthea and a mixture across the board. Olympia, Briar, Oldhim, KO, Bravo, Flattering, Showman. A smattering of all the things you can do in this format. Shout out to Stefan Karlsson, of course. Big fan of the broadcast, and also I believe what is probably the first ever calling top 8 for Olympia.
Incredible stuff. You just love to hear that. Matthew Foulkes, Pro Tour champion, 9th place, nearly just snuck back a return to the game in the hometown, nearly a top 8. But let's continue to talk about the rest of our illustrious first Silver Age competitors. We do see Daniel Collette ending up, looks like, leapfrogging Florin-Cristian Loghin to end up the best FI over the weekend. Florin looks like might not have had luck in that very final round, given that he would probably be right behind Pablo Pintor as he had been all day long.
No doubt there. Vare 7's in 10th, rocking Kano, who despite numerous events that I've had the chance of casting for Vare, never finishes in 7th. It's always 6th, 4th, or in this case, 10th this time around. Ira in 15th as well. Impressive to see. Christos finding a win in the last round there to sneak into 18th on Enigma. 11-3, a very impressive record for a hero that's had an otherwise awkward weekend. And Jose Alvarez finding a finish at 10-4 as well. Vynnset looking strong at the close once more.
Indeed, another Enigma over at 10-4 in both the hands of Jean and Elaine. As we take a look, there's Florin-Cristian Loghin, 22nd place. Nearly hit the top 16, but the top 32 for the 5 Precon in the hands of the legend, top 8'd in Philadelphia, the finalist of the first Pro Tour ever, and showed what can be possible with surely some good luck, some good draws, and some good play.
Ethan Krogsgard there settling into 23rd with that 10-4 record. Will be good for some pocket change, I'm sure can be spent in London before heading back home. Jimmy Wynn, of course, another fantastic showing on Briar there. Jonas Stubberrock also finding 10-4 with Vynnset, a deck I'm happy to see more people exploring in the future. Want to give a special shout out to Simone in 39th. Singleton Kasai that made day 2 of competition, snuck in at 10-4, managed a very strong showing towards the end. Happy to see that success.
Yeah, really seems to have turned it up in those final rounds to make it through. Let's take a look and see our full top 64. See any other surprises? There's Luis. Does look like the wheels fell off a bit for Florian, but I think Florian, a real potential when you imagine a more defensive metagame early on in Silver Age. I think we might see some Florian rise up.
Some standouts here for me as well. Actual Florian as the last 10-4 there on KO, another deck that arguably didn't see too much conversation over the course of the day. Bar de Jong finishing strong on Terror as well. Friend of mine, Liam Canning, nice his trousers in flesh and blood. Strong finish on Kano there as well. And a special shout out to Tommaso Vasido, the only Icelander in the second day of competition, managing to put together a 9-5 finish.
We do love her. Let's see the last 4 in the top 64. Briar Oldhim, you have to imagine that would be the case given the representation and the excitement. Michael Hamilton nearly sneaking into top 64 with a record of 8-6. And unfortunately, talk about the wheels falling off a bit, our poor Levia player just a couple places off. Shout out to Adam Urban. Also, he was 96th. Barely made the cut and was just 3 spots away from the money. So shout out to him. I played him back at the Hunted World premiere. Nice dude. Happy to see him have some success. But as we look at these standings, we might be able to check out the top 8 graphic momentarily if we are able to do so. But we are going to go ahead and take a moment here.
There's a few more I want to talk about here that I'm happy to see finding success. Robert Elise we saw on camera on Aurora, definitely not a popular choice over the weekend. Same with Pierre Rebirol, who we saw on camera earlier on with Lexi. More than happy to see them finishing strong here. Not quite making the top 64, but still making the standings board. A special shout out to Valerie Tompkins, first ever day 2 of a calling once more. So happy to be on the scoreboard. 70th place, not quite good enough for that top 64, but happy to see them finding success.
Let's
so,
take a look.
As you say, let's make our way into our top 8 bracket and see how everyone lands and what our matchups will be heading into those final games.
Taking a look. 1st and 8th seed up at the top left. You can see Kevin and Stefan, Bravo, Flattering, Showman versus that Decimator Great Axe list. Excited to see how that one rocks out. Of course, Kiran Lee, Dorinthea versus KO. That's going to be an exciting one to check out as well. 2 Dorinthea in the top 8. Pierre-Nicolas Perrin. Dorinthea, what a dominant run for the Decimator Great Axe. 2nd place. Paul von Heysel, another incredible calling top 8 for him. Not someone we talked much about through Swiss, but just continued to rise up the rankings, making his way into 7th place. And then, of course, the 2nd copy of KO facing off against the lone copy of Oldhim. Interestingly, the talk of the town, we were all saying on Friday, it was Briar and Oldhim, the only heroes that were going to make it, or not going to make it in, but the only heroes that people were talking about as like the top of the meta, only 1 copy of each in the top 8.
Yeah, it turns out I can't count 6 different heroes here. There are 2 KO, 2 Dorinthea, so a little bit different than we expected. A couple other cool stories here as well. Paul van Heysel, funnily enough, won a calling very recently with me in the booth, and I said to him at the start of the weekend, I'm clearly your good luck charm. So you're going to win this one as well. And that's looking more likely than perhaps it maybe did at the start of the weekend. Also want to give a shout out to Kiran Lee of Team Sigil fame. Infamously turned up to one of these Silver Age battle-hardened early access events. Chose not to play the calling alongside it because didn't feel like they were good enough. Didn't think they would find success at that level. So chose to stick to the battle hardened, bumped into some small names you might be familiar with, Arthur Trehay, Pablo Pintor, and beat them all in that battle hardened. Decided to make the first top 8 of their career in that early access Silver Age battle hardened. He's clearly got the confidence to play a calling now and seems to have made a top 8 through Arthur Trehay and Pablo Pintor once again. So pretty good run here for Kiran, I think.
Big shout outs to Kiran. Big shout outs to all of our top 8 competitors here from the first Silver Age calling in London. What a remarkable run for all of these players, and what a remarkable weekend we have had the pleasure of watching. Scott, what's your prediction? Who do you think's taking it all down?
So I think it's hard to ignore for me the story of the weekend being this Decimator Warrior deck in some capacity. I'm not entirely sure whether the Olympia list, Prize Galea, and a few other tricks is more appealing than something like Dorinthea. The Dorinthea deck has looked very impressive on camera every time that we had it. But looking at that bracket, I'm not sure what KO wants to do to get through that wall.
Yeah.
I think the deck is definitely susceptible to being fatigued ever so slightly. It does big raw damage output, but I think the Warriors are prepared for that, especially with that equipment suite.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of expecting them to make their way through there. I do think the deck is ahead against something like Barvo, Flattering, Showman as well. So for me, kind of all avenues here are leading to some variation of Warrior making their way to the crown. But I mean, ultimately, Paul Van Heysel. I mean, I have to say it. I said at the start of the weekend, but maybe I can call a second calling win for you. So I got to back my boy. It's only fair.
Well, I of course I want to back the only American in the top 8, but there's a hero who, when he first debuted, I immediately bought the Marvel for no reason, barely played the deck, but just loved this hero. And I speak, of course, of Olympia, who I gotta wait and see if Stefan can get my boy to the promised land, because I love to wager as much as the next guy. Not sure how much wagering we're going to be seeing, but I'm still going to put my money behind that horse.
No, first top 8 for Olympia, of course. Phenomenal player for Stefan as well. We know about be very glad to have another PTI under his belt, and there is some real "are you not entertained" energy to that Marvel, which is a big fan of mine as well. So happy to see some success for that hero, and who knows exactly how far that success might go.
All right, y'all. We've been waiting all weekend for this. It's the top 8 of the very first Silver Age calling. Right after this, don't you go anywhere.
Okay, you know the deal by now. A quick check confirms there is no Samo Burn in the booth.
And there is a chaotic Scott in the booth because of it.
Certainly is, which means I get to pull some strings, and I get to make sure you see as much flesh and blood as you possibly can. So, 1 quarterfinal? No. We don't do that here. How does 2 quarterfinals sound to you? And getting to see more and more action from the very best Silver Age players in the world right now.
Sounds absolutely amazing. I want to talk a little bit about the game that we just witnessed. Pablo Pintor taking down that Briar. Briar, one of the menaces of Silver Age, at least that was what was considered coming into this weekend, and Pablo made that look easy. I think maybe we might see a little bit of a decrease in Briar representation as the Silver Age season goes on.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how people adapt as early as next week in San Diego. Cards on release, of course. We've plenty to learn there. Let's take another look at the bracket and see how we got here with these players who are in the top 8. Now look at those smiling faces. No one is sad to be here. No, all like. Look at this. It's like Paul Van Gijssel, phenomenal name, multiple-time calling winner, Pro Tour top as well. You look at Gianluigi, who, again, I cannot get over the fact he's infamous for playing this fatigue decimated deck in Classic Constructed, and yet somehow is one of the few people playing Oldhim in the top 8 of this bracket instead. And again, I want to give a special shout out to Kiran Lee, who has quickly become one of the more prominent faces in the UK, did not have the confidence to believe in their own ability prior to this, and is quickly proving themselves wrong above all else.
I want to stress the number of new faces that we are seeing here today at the first ever weekend of Silver Age being played at a calling level. I think that is a story that we've been seeing throughout the coverage the past couple of days as well. Players getting their hands on flesh and blood, for some of them the first time as well, and getting to make top 8 at a calling for Silver Age. It's such an amazing story.
Let's take a closer look at the bracket itself and highlight some of the games we'll be walking through. I'm going to pick 1 versus 8. I think it'd be rather rude to ignore both our first seed and the first Olympia to ever make the top cut of a calling event. And we'll go 2v7. I think we'll probably go 2v7 at the bottom there as well. Pierre was our last undefeated player, probably deserves some respect on camera as well. And clearly my PVG bias coming through, hoping that Paul manages to find another calling victory this weekend.
Also, looking at this top 8, I can't help but notice that there's just one Briar. 142 players showed up at the 755 player calling on that hero. It was the talk of the town coming in. Only one copy makes its way to top 8, really showing us that there's so much more to discover, so much more to experiment with in Silver Age, because there are 3 Decimator Great Axe Warriors in this top 8. 2 of them on Dorinthea and 1 of them on Olympia.
Talk to me a little bit more about KO, Pankaj. Sammy Wex here, Niels Debocher, both finding success with this hero, and I feel like he's kind of gone under the radar a little bit and hasn't really appeared on camera, been the talk of the town. What's the appeal to KO in a format like this?
True. It feels like of the brutes, Rhinar is maybe the one that's gotten a bit more attention, especially for some of the top-level players we've come to expect in the game. Brodie, Spurlock, Michael Hamilton, both bringing Rhinar, but the only brutes in the top 8 are the KOs, and I think KO has a very interesting strategy into these fatigue-style matches. While they have these big attacks, stuff like Buck Wilds and stuff like that, which are very good for card economy reasons, they often demand 2 cards out of the opponent's deck to block it out. KO also has a little bit of awkwardness in his matchups because of the number of cards that discard as an additional cost. Cards like Wild Ride, which are cards they want to leverage to have those wider turn cycles, unfortunately do mill cards in their own deck as well. So it's a tricky balance to face, but of course KO also has a very strong weapon, and when you're playing against a fatigue-style strategy, you have to make sure that you have a good weapon to really make sure you can capitalize on the card economy that a good weapon provides you.
So, you are the last caster who needs to predict the bracket for me. Who's taking home the calling in London?
I predicted that a Briar will take down this entire weekend. We have Paul Van Gijssel, who has won callings before, is no stranger to calling top 8s, no stranger to coverage area. I'm going to go with the Elemental Runeblade.
Sounds like a good pick to me. Very excited to see how this top 8 plays out. Phenomenal players, 6 different heroes, and a brand new story to be finished.
6 different heroes and so many new names and faces as well. This is not just the start of a new season, a new format for Flesh and Blood, but it's also the start of a whole bunch of players' careers in this game.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, you know, how about we take it slow? No, taking it slow is boring. I'm done talking. Well, I guess not. Let's get down to the feature match area for the next round of action. Quarterfinals. It is 1v8. It is the tall king of the event, Kevin Gehringer, rocking Bravo Flattering Showman against the underdog, of the event. Stefan Karlsson snuck in at the bottom of the Swiss on Olympia in Silver Age.
Yep, we don't need to take it slow because the players might be doing it for us a little bit. Guardian versus Warrior matchup over here. Let's go ahead and remind ourselves what these heroes do. Bravo, Flattering Showman is a Guardian hero, has the ability as an action, pay 2 resources, tap him. Turn a face down card in your arsenal face up. If it has Crush, it gets +2 power and dominate this turn.
Olympia on the other side, the first time each of your attacks wins a wager each turn, you will make a gold token. Going to be straight with you. Probably not going to see all too much of that. A big part of the appeal from Olympia in this format is access to his specialization. Prize Galea on the headpiece offers an extra point of block, doesn't require that unity synergy that other warriors require, and is therefore a very appealing reason to pick this warrior over some other like Dorinthea for your Decimator build.
With that, let's go ahead and head down to the arena where our players are ready to battle. Now, as we look into this Guardian Warrior matchup, we watched these classes fight against each other just earlier today, but it was Oldhim versus Dorinthea. Now we're seeing a different flavor of it with Bravo, Flattering Showman versus an Olympia. I'll be curious to see what sort of differences come in the wake of these two being the same class but different heroes.
So interesting to see here from Stefan, because we're not looking at Dorinthea, there is no need for those refraction bolters. Instead gains access to a full 12 points of block value from the equipment suite here. Very interesting one on the other side for Kevin Gehringer as well. Markellia Helm making an appearance in the head slot here. The headpiece that rewards you for controlling a gold token.
Which, interestingly enough, I'm not entirely sure if his own deck can generate, but Olympia known to wager gold tokens sometimes, especially off of something like the prize Galea. So if you manage to win the wager by blocking out the Olympia's attack, you could end up with a gold token and trigger the additional text on that helm.
I want to talk about choosing to swing on the first turn here for Stefan Karlsson. Something you're often encouraged not to do when you first start playing Flesh and Blood. Don't let your opponent filter, fix their hand, find something new. This is a matchup that's about cards in deck and about attrition. So Felling Swing into the Axe earns 4 cards to keep the life total high, which is 4 cards closer to that deck disappearing.
Talk about card economy. Stefan lost 1 card in deck from deploying the Felling Swing and bought 4 cards from the opposing Bravo, Flattering Showman. And remember, Bravo, unlike Oldhim, doesn't have access to an Earth defense reaction that lets him prevent damage while keeping cards in deck. So that was quite a few cards lost from Kevin over here. Let's see if he's able to make it up with some of these bigger Guardian attacks, such as this Fault Line coming down right now.
As much as it's not ideal to be over-pitching here to accommodate Fault Line, there is an upside. This is a matchup that is likely to go to second, third cycle, perhaps. So getting those red cards back into the cycle, finding a way to get them into the arsenal after that is going to be a big part of how Kevin can win this game. Bravo needs to line up these big, dominated crush attacks to force through enough damage. There's just so much armor here. There's Steel Blade shuns these kind of cards, but we have to get through them eventually. And by forcing Stefan to hold on to them for those big dominate attacks, you might be able to leave some incidental damage elsewhere in the process.
I want to highlight a difference in the weapon choice as well for our Guardian hero in this matchup versus what we saw in Oldhim run against the Warrior as well. And that is a choice to bring Titan's Fist instead of something like Miller's Grindstone. We found the Miller's Grindstone in the Oldhim versus Dorinthea matchup be a little bit of a sticking point for the Dorinthea, because that is a weapon that also promises to mill cards from the top of the deck. We saw that weapon demand a whole bunch of armor blocks for the breakpoints on it to prevent that on-hit. Titan's Fist, though, on Kevin's side doesn't offer that same advantage. So far, Bravo looking slightly behind in this Warrior Guardian matchup.
First Steel Blade Shunt deployed on defense for Stefan, joined by Sharpened Steel and an Axe Swing from Decimator Great Axe. Unfortunately, a pretty awkward hand once more for Kevin here. We're seeing a red pummel stuck in the hand. Only 1 blue in the form of Cartilage Crush. I believe a blue unmovable, in fact. So more than 1 blue, but 3 reds, including a pummel red in the arsenal. Not optimal when you're hoping to convert these cards aggressively.
At least the red in Arsenal is a 3 cost, so it could just pitch the blue for the Boulder Drop in Arsenal and go ahead and set the pummel up for a future turn cycle. But yeah, drawing too many reds in your Garden deck, not where you want to be, and you're forced to concede some value to this Decimator Great Axe that is going to chop the defense value of one of these 3 blocks right down to 2.
2 more cards earned from the deck of Kevin Gehringer as we make our way back over to our Bravo player. We'll have 3 cards to work with. We know it's a blue, a Boulder Drop, and a pummel, and so the play does seem fairly self-explanatory here. Stefan refilling the hand, draws on the horizon, which of course will line up quite well into that boulder drop.
Some of our observant viewers might have also noticed some of the cards that Stefan has been pitching the past couple of turns. 2 blue Iron Song responses and a blue Overpower made its way to start Stefan's second cycle. So once we get back around there, if the Bravo is a little too low on life, those attack reactions can suddenly close the game out of nowhere.
7 points of damage on Crush. Card will go back on top of the deck from boulder drop here. Unlikely to happen on the horizon. Jumps in front, blocks 4, takes a peek at that top card instead. We'll let 3 damage through here. Now this is usually quite telling. Olympia very happy to convert these cards on defense to keep those axe swings coming. This would suggest another sharpened steel felling swing style turn to really put the pressure on with this axe.
It's a felling swing in hand, and I want to say a felling swing in arsenal as well that made its way there on the previous turn cycle. So Stefan really trying to charge up this axe, putting on the pressure a little bit more onto Kevin's Bravo.
Worth noting some cool blues being pitched away here as well. Cut the deck, not one we've seen so far today. Stroke of Foresight, similar story. Is very much blue block 3s at the core to fuel the axe, but offer some niche situational effects depending on matchups that might be applicable.
Kevin lining up another 3-card block, one piece of equipment as well. Once again, this card economy looking so impressive on the Warriors side. 1 card used from deck, red felling swing, 3 cards bought from the opponent.
I'm intrigued by Kevin's willingness to commit to these blocks on these gigantic decimator swings. Makes me wonder if either one of 2 things is true. Either they don't believe this matchup actually will come down to fatigue and they should be able to dominate enough attacks to close the door, or they think they're going to need that life total to take hits later to make those attacks work. You can't ignore an axe for 10. You might be able to ignore an axe for 4.
It's probably recognizing that if this game does go to fatigue, they are in the losing position at that point. So you can't afford to have it go there. And yeah, to your point, save that life to resolve that pummel on a very important crush effect even, or hold the extra cards to get the dominate on the Bravo Flattering Showman. I believe Kevin wants to try and end this game off of dominate rather than let it go to a fatigue end state, because look at the size of that graveyard for Stefan. Just 5 cards in Stefan's graveyard versus about 10, it looks like, in Kevin's graveyard. Stefan is way ahead on card economy.
5 points of damage from the Titan's Fist, met by the second copy of On the Horizon. We'll peek the top card to give Stefan Karlsson some more information about their following turn cycle. 1 point of damage leaking on through, brings us 17 to 15 for these players. And we'll be back to Stefan, who's looking at a pair of sharpened steel in the hand alongside a blue copy of Sirens of Safe Harbor. We'll see the felling swing deployed from the arsenal once more, and the steel immediately sharpened as the axe will come across from the blue sharpened steel. And again, we're seeing the flexibility of this deck from the Warriors. Yes, you can play these long, grindy attrition games, block your opponent out, but if they want to ignore you and leave you with cards, you can just cleave their head straight from the shoulders.
And that's once again the difference in playing Warrior as the fatigue deck rather than something like an Oldhim. You don't see numbers like this from Oldhim consistently. This is the 3rd turn cycle in a row that we've seen the axe come in for double-digit values of damage.
So Kevin Gehringer finds himself in the blender once more. A 4-card hand to work with here. Does contain boulder drop. We know that Arsenal is a pummel, which of course is somewhat awkward for this deck. You would really rather the crush attack be the card in the Arsenal to line up with Bravo's hero ability. Not going to be true until that pummel is gone and expended somewhere else. And so we will reach for equipment this time to bail us out and keep this hand together. Importantly, these equipment pieces not being halved by Decimator Great Axe, so no incidental value being gained. Blocking 6 will give a Vigor token and a Quicken from those Civic suite of equipment.
Quicken less effectively used by Olympia compared to a Dorinthea, since doesn't get the on-hit you can attack with the axe again. Of course, there are some attack action cards as Olympia is running. There's a Sirens of Safe Harbor in the pitch zone, for example. Though, given that Kevin didn't want to block any cards from hand, I imagine Stefan will be the one blocking with cards from hand. Maybe won't leverage a Quicken at all in the following turn cycle. I want to point out Kevin's decision to block with a whole bunch of armor on that turn cycle. I really like that decision because on the turn where you're not planning to block any cards from hand, that's probably the best time for you to start cashing in your armor. Because remember, this Olympia deck doesn't really have a lot of on-hits. So if you're able to block and not trigger the Decimator Great Axe, you just get to dodge 1 turn of the Great Axe getting value.
Boulder drop for 7, 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal is fairly telegraphed, I would believe. Stefan We'll be under no illusions here that we're looking at a copy of Pummel, but we're also looking at some interesting cards in the hand here. 2 copies of Felling Swing, 3 copies of Felling Swing, including both yellows. These do feel like pretty premium cards when forced to convert, and losing them on defense will be slightly problematic.
Now, Warrior does have defense reactions. We've seen Steelblade Shunt in this game already. We saw it in the game against Oldhim as well. Unfortunately for Stefan, did not find it on this turn cycle, so it's going to be a bit difficult for him to interact with the Pummel. Instead, trying to cash in some pieces of armor over here. This Gauntlets of Unity and the Plating as well. Each of them will be blocking too, because a card was blocked with from hand as well, but not going to be enough to cover up this Boulder Drops Crush effect.
I actually really like this block from Stefan. I think both of us knew the Pummel was here. I think the audience probably knew the Pummel was here as well. Cashing in the equipment here and only losing 1 Felling Swing to the discard of the Pummel effect, keeping another on top of the deck as a result, was the only way to lose only 1 copy of Felling Swing. If you try and contest the Pummel on blocking duty, you get it wrong, it goes over the top, you don't give up your armor, you're going to lose 2 of them. And clearly Stefan values them very highly in this matchup for converting damage on the Decimator Great Axe.
And also I have to point out, you can't just overblock, because then the opponent can just not play the Pummel, and the following turn cycle you're caught in the exact same bind as well. So Stefan taking the trade, understanding, okay, my opponent found a powerful turn cycle. I did buy a whole bunch of armor for them. Like, they had to use a bunch of armor to actually make that play happen. Understands, okay, I take my losses when I have to, but still get to do another axe swing.
And so Felling Swing unmovable, no gold generated, which is a pretty big deal here. The Test of Strength is only blocking 2, but no gold means that Markelia Helm is not blocking additional value anytime soon. And there is very limited ways to generate gold in this Bravo deck, so that feels like a pretty meaningful loss.
Exactly. It's not just the Olympia's wages that this Bravo player wants to try and win. It's his own Test of Strength clashes as well. Unfortunately, did not quite go his way. And here we see the first ever Bravo activation this game. Chokeslam going to be coming in for 10 with Dominate. No Arsenal to speak of on Stefan's side, so only going to be able to block with 1 card in hand.
Thankfully, those cards look rather like Steelblade Shunt, which should be capable of soaking up enough of this damage to allow the axe to grow, if that's something that Stefan is interested in. Chokeslam, of course, only on attack actions, so no need to worry about that either way.
Ooh, a different card in Stefan's hand here that we have yet to see in one of these Decimator Great Axe lists, and that's the red Iron Song response. We've seen the blue copies so far, favored by our Warrior players. First time we're seeing the red one.
Yeah, worth noting, red copy of Display of Craftsmanship was blocked with as well. Definitely seems like Stefan's version of this deck is equipped to better convert on big red buffs for this axe. Doesn't necessarily need to grind to fatigue every game.
10 Dominate. At the game for Kevin over here, and here we see plays like this is why he maybe was a little more okay losing out on the card economy value, because it doesn't matter if your opponent has more cards in deck when they can still only block with 1 card from hand because of Dominate. And Bravo's hero ability is not the only way for this deck to get Dominate. Macho Grande as well, cards that we've seen pitched so far this game already, can also give that very important keyword over to this Guardian player.
And so multiple pieces of armor will be committed to soak up some Dominate damage. Stefan Karlsson falls down to 8 as the Unity set continues to get chipped by incidental damage from our Flattering Showman, but it is 3 cards left in hand to convert for Stefan. We do, of course, see that Felling Swing once again, which seems to just be a priority in this matchup over and over. The bind that Stefan is trying to put Kevin in whenever possible.
Axe for 9 going to be the play for Stefan here. Opponent is at 10, so technically is able to just ignore it should he wish to, but that's a dangerous proposition against a deck that A, has Steelblade Shunt, and also has a whole bunch of attack reactions to go over the top and kill you out of nowhere.
I believe we saw a blue unmovable revealed to one of those clashes not so long ago. I think that might be in this hand here. Would be a pretty awkward one to line up directly into the axe by itself. But would line up very well if you're able to equip it with another blocking card. Would allow you to keep a card to swing that Titan's Fist. Hopefully soak up most of this Felling Swing.
Was revealed to the Test of Strength in the previous turn cycle, I believe. And that is the awkwardness of these big defense reactions. We saw that happen with Staunch Response as well. Not so incredible against a Decimator Great Axe because of the fact that you need to block with something else first to get the Great Axe ability out of the way and then have your chunky defense reaction actually be used to full effect.
And so Kevin will reach a card forward with the intention of defending this Decimator Great Axe. Looking at that unmovable at the front of the hand. Difficult choice here, it would seem, for Kevin. And I'm not surprised. This is kind of the real tension point of a game like this. Got to be very careful exactly how much you're willing to block and how to best convert your cards. We'll see Clash of Vigor and Civic Duty currently deployed on defense, fumbling over that Steel Blade Buckler as well.
With the equipment pieces already having -1 counters on them, Decimated Great Axe ability, you're not going to threaten to blow them up. They're going to blow up anyway. Currently blocking an effective 3 here, because the Axe will reduce the defense value of Clash of Vigor. Ooh, once again, another Clash missed by the Guardian player. Red Staunch response revealed off the top. Really cool Red Staunch response, by the way.
Yeah.
That's from one of those tournament packs, for those of you wondering.
Never been so sad to see a Marvel Staunch response on top of the deck, but unfortunately Clash will be bricked as Kevin Gehringer falls down to 4 in the face of relentless felling swings. It will be a Bravo activation, flipping over Debilitate.
10 dominate.
10 Dominate is once more the name of the game here, and again Arsenal is clear for Stefan, so no way to double up on defending this.
Does have 4 points of block value total amongst the armor pieces, so that combined with a 3 block will be able to dodge the crush effect on this. And this time the crush effect is relevant. The choke slam on the previous turn cycle, less relevant. Olympia does not have attack actions they're trying to buff, but the -2 and Debilitate can go on the Decimated Great Axe if the crush isn't dodged, and that's exactly what we see here. Full 4 more points of value bought from the armor defense alongside the 3 of the from the Out for Blood. Taking 3, dodges the crush effect, and now the Clash from the previous turn cycle revealed red overpower on the top of Olympia's deck. Kevin knows there's a red overpower in Stefan's hand. And now you're in the bind. You're at 4 against a warrior. Same thing as like the pummel the previous time. If you overblock, they just hold the overpower. If you don't overblock, well, you die to the overpower.
So the thing is, Kevin has a Staunch response to cover that overpower in theory. The problem is, Kevin has 2 Staunch responses in his hand right now, which are not best equipped to tackle this scenario, because you would really rather block with a card on this Decimator first, use the Staunch response to bail you out of the overpower. Might kind of get stuck with a red that doesn't do anything here.
Okay, really important question though. Are both the Staunch responses the tournament pack Staunch responses?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
no, we aren't messing around here.
Awesome.
I believe that's Test of Strength as well. I hope that's a blue. If the card between the... I can't quite tell. If the card between those 2 Staunch responses is a red, this is a disaster.
Looks like a blue disable, I want to say.
And so Kevin Gehringer forced to stare at 2 gorgeous piece of cardboard acquired this weekend that might well spell doom in the face of Decimator Great Axe that continues to cleave those defense reactions in half if you're relying on them to keep you safe. Just 4 life to work with, no longer able to ignore the axe. And again, both players aware of the red overpower that was revealed to the Clash needs to be navigated incredibly carefully.
I love this heavy hitters gameplay that we've got going on here. Both players know of the Staunch response, both players know of the overpower, really playing some honest flesh and blood in the reaction step. I love it.
I can't blame Kevin for taking the moment to consider things here. It's a long-known fact that first seed is the most dangerous place to be when making a top 8 cut.
Also, the Vigor token generated, actually going to be quite a big punish here for Kevin, because I believe Stefan's holding on to a Stroke of Foresight actually as the other card in hand. I don't think he has the resources to deploy the red overpower, but thanks to the Vigor token, gets to just play the Stroke of Foresight and arsenal the red overpower and just hold it over Kevin's head.
Wow. Incredible stuff coming from that Civic Suite. Meaningful drawback from the powerful equipment that is offered to the Guardian class. Again, Kevin just quadruple checking the math here. Can't quite see the colors, unfortunately, from Stefan, holding those cards appropriately close to the chest. But look at that Olympia Marvel. It's pretty good.
Yeah, can't quite tell if it's a red Stroke of Foresight or a blue. The red one would be an interesting inclusion, to be honest, given that most of your resource curve play lines are off of either 3 costs or 0 costs. So wouldn't be surprised if that's instead the blue and the red overpower will be able to be deployed.
So the test of strength deployed will clash. Will we get a goal? That is buckling blow into Oasis Respite. So yes, finally, Markelia Helm will be online and capable of blocking additional damage. And the red overpower will be cashed in from the blue stroke of Foresight. The staunch response both players knew about. Immediately cashed in here in order to keep Kevin safe from the hefty 10 damage this Decimator Great Axe is capable of committing.
So covering up exactly 10 is Kevin here with the staunch response. But to your point, Scott, no resources left in hand to swing the Titan's Fist. This is going to be possible to turn from Kevin. It looks like he even pitches the staunch response away, just hoping that Stefan doesn't draw away. It doesn't draw a card that can let him convert the 4-card hands. Now, both players know the top card of the deck for Stefan is a defensive piece. It's the Oasis Respite. So, should this draw go Kevin's way, or he's hoping all Stefan can do in a following turn cycle is just swing the axe, Arsenal Oasis Respite.
Kevin is confirming he's deliberately overpitching here to the table spotter, who did want to double check that we weren't attempting to pay for something like for staunch response. But I kind of like that. I think the decision is very heads up, just forcing Stefan to convert here. We know the majority of the felling swings have been accounted for over the course of this game, and so staunch response looking a little less appealing in the face of the average hand from Stefan. We are going to see that Decimator swing coming in once more. Looks like a display of craftsmanship at the front of the hand alongside that Oasis and that springboard somersault. So one trick up the sleeve. Can Kevin Gehringer sniff it out?
I think the pitch of the staunch response was also just a bit of a gamble from Kevin's side, recognizing that, okay, look, if my opponent is able to convert, I can hold on to a staunch response and survive, but I'm losing that game anyway. I just need them to just have a little bit of a middling turn. Double checks the state of the attack reactions left in Stefan's deck. Stefan is holding on to blue, display of craftsmanship. Does have the one trick, as you pointed out, up his sleeve. Headpiece from Kevin is online now. Could go ahead and block with that. Still has 2 more pieces of block across the arms and the feet.
4 plays 5, keeping a watchful eye on those deck counts here. Definitely feels like Stefan meaningfully ahead should we end up there, but Kevin clearly looking to hold on to 2 cards here and dominate an attack from the Arsenal.
It's the problem with the dominate. Kevin's in such a tough spot over here. Both players know about the Oasis Respite, so Stefan's going to end this turn with Oasis Respite in Arsenal, which is a very, very good answer against dominate, given that all his equipment is also already gone. So Kevin back against the wall over here. Going to need more than just one dominate to overcome this Olympia. It's going to need a couple of dominates back to back.
So the Great Axe coming across. Civic Steps deployed on defense here for now. 2 cards reaching forward to go alongside it in the process. Hovers back just a moment, indecisive about the best way to navigate this axe. Concerned about the possibility of additional attack reactions. We're going to see maybe a huge block here on this Decimator Great Axe. Going to see more than enough defensive value with the additional cards. A quicken token given to boot.
Blocking 9 total effectively. I think he was scared of another red overpower here. Was our Guardian player. Staunch response. You almost wonder whether Kevin wishes he kept that in hand so that he'd be able to cover up this potential attack reaction over here. Instead, overblock. Stefan still goes ahead and deploys the display of craftsmanship, wants to try and filter to something else, sends a springboard somersault to the bottom of the deck as well. More insurance against dominate later on, as on top of the Oasis Respite that he currently has. Of course, with such a small hand from the Barvo, unlikely to be able to dominate anything on this turn, just probably very likely going to be the Titan's Fist. And as we talk about these low life totals, it's not just attack reactions that Kevin needs to be afraid of. It's also Steelblade Shunts that if he starts swinging the weapon a little too liberally, the Steelblade Shunt can just come out and deal you 1 uninteractable point of damage on your own turn.
I think that's part of why I like this choice here from Kevin. Understands this game with the Oasis Respite known about. Not going to be one where a dominate feels meaningful. Got to get through that Oasis somehow, and so chooses that Vigor token as a way to send Debilitate. But that Springboard Somersault, yellow defense reaction capable of paying the bill for both of those.
Covers up the 8 extremely cleanly is Stefan. And I believe at this point is holding on to red Iron Song response with the opponent at 4. Effectively demands a block from hand to turn on the response. Kevin could sniff this out and just use armor block and deny the reprise, since that is the only attack reaction that will be able to deployed, that can be deployed in this position. It needs to be a zero-cost attack reaction. The only one is Iron Song response, which does require reprise. So Kevin, if he sniffs this out, can just go ahead and give some armor over here and effectively force Iron Song response into Arsenal and survive this turn. Question is, does he have something effective to do on his turn if he goes for that aggressive line?
We see Renounced Grandeur in the hand as an aggressive option. Boulder Drop also available in the hand here in the blue variety. Red Choke Slam and a blue Clash at the back of the hand there will reach for that Mark Kellier helm for the first time this game. Make the most of the gold token.
The helm is going to be blocking 2 because he does control a gold token. Could add one of the excess blues block. Looks like that's it. Sniffs out the reprise attack reaction in Stefan's hand. Just takes 2 as Kevin.
I do want to note we saw this cut the deck pitched earlier, and it's entirely possible Kevin knows exactly where in the stack we are, knows that it's an Iron Song response, and hopefully able to sniff it out as a result. 2 plays 5, gets a full hand of cards to work with. This feels like the pivot point here for Kevin Gehringer. The question, does Stefan know where the pummel is?
Is he trying to bluff a pummel? That's a vibe I'm getting over here. Send a 4-power attack, hold 2 resources back, and a card. Hope your opponent respects the pummel.
So we're reaching for the gold token.
What's
Being
the rip off the top?
broken, draws Renounced Grandeur from the top. So now the bluff still flies, but there will be a big red crush attack going into the arsenal as well after the bluff ultimately isn't there. I was so ready for that to be the pummel. If Kevin knew where it was, found it off the goal, this table would have been on the floor.
That would have been amazing. Looks like he's trying to overpitch, though, trying to pitch a red and a blue for one of these cards. Question is, can he still have 2 floating left over after that to threaten the pummel? And I would love if this game comes down to a mind game bluff pummel that Stefan respects, and then the turn afterward, it's a big dominate coming out from a Guardian opponent. That would be such an incredible way to end up first quarterfinals here of the first ever Sage calling. No pummel bluff here. One floating, 1 card in hand. That is not the timeline we're living in.
Had my hopes, as did you. Choke Slam for 8 is the name of the game here. Will command some amount of respect here from Stefan, but we know there is a Steel Blade Shunt in the hand, if so inclined. I believe that red display of craftsmanship has also come back around and is available for our Olympia here. This one terrifying if it is able to convert alongside another blue, but Steel Blade Shunt can't block by itself. Does make that situation a little bit awkward. We're going to see it go back in one more time, try and come around once again.
Holding on to 2 blues is Stefan, and we know the Arsenal's an Iron Song response, and this time Kevin will be forced to trigger the reprise effect because the axe will be coming in for 4. Only 2 armor, only 1 armor, excuse me, remaining on Kevin's side of the field. So we'll be forced to use a card from hand.
2 plays 3. Sharpen Steel played from the hand. Converts to 5 points of damage, which of course will become 6 if the Iron Song response is not remembered.
It's a red
Kevin.
Iron Song response.
Will
We're
become,
up to 8.
okay, will become 8. Fair enough. So much more problematic for Kevin to handle when you hear the sigh. Feels like he's aware of what's going on here.
Especially considering since these 2 cards together only block for 5 thanks to Decimated Great Axe's effect. The Iron Song response will come in and be 3 points over the current projected block.
So the unmovable is in hand here for Kevin. Will not lose the game to this Iron Song response, but he's going to be forced potentially to give up 2 cards and then the other 2 in order to facilitate the unmovable, leaving a rather non-functional turn and 3 more cards expended. Will block 5 on the axe. The Iron Song response fires from the arsenal, will earn the blue unmovable, leaving not even a hammer swing here for Kevin. So it will be a full 4 cards that Stefan will need to try and convert in a meaningful way.
Let's take a look at what Stefan draws up here. Does he draw a way to convert? And that is the red overpower that was pitched all that time ago. We pointed out all the attack reactions that he was pitching earlier in the game. The 2 responses, the blue overpower as well. Now he has a red overpower as well. I'm not sure if Kevin has a way to block this big staunch response, but I don't think he's come back around to it yet.
And we see Kevin thumbing through the graveyard, trying to discover how many of these attack reactions are still remaining. It is Stefan Karlsson who is axing the question right now. And we will see whether or not he is capable of overpowering Barvo, the Flattering Showman.
Quick math lesson here for our folks. This axe, once it's blocked with by cards from hand, will go up to 11 thanks to a red overpower and a blue Iron Song response. So unless Kevin lays down the whole hand here, we might be seeing potentially Stefan move on to the semifinals.
And it just feels like a losing proposition. We've seen this a few times over the course of the game. The whole hand has been bust in front of a felling swing, a bolstered, decimated great axe. And slowly but surely, you will run out of cards. There is not a timeline where that can be done forever to fade all those reactions. Now, Kevin will need to sniff this out as a spot where that's got to happen. But as you alluded to before, if you give the whole hand, I don't need to play the red overpower. It just goes in my arsenal, and we'll do this again next turn.
Just in the exact same spot in the following turn cycle. As quick fan of the deck from Kevin's, only 6 cards left in his deck.
Blocks 2, flatten the folds on defense, and we'll see Stefan reach for the red overpower. It's enough to close the door. It will be Olympia who remains the champion of the arena for one more round as Stefan Karlsson makes his way into the top 4 of the Calling in London.
Are you not entertained, says Stefan to the crowd as he overcomes the Flattering Showman. Didn't see any wager that entire game, but the prize Galea did definitely look very impressive. It was very important to stop the crush on the few dominated attacks that the Barvo was able to throw out.
I think we saw meaningfully the appeal of playing Olympia instead of something like Dorinthea. That hero ability on Dorinthea, very powerful, does allow you to convert those blues more meaningfully if you have access to refraction bolters. But if you're leaning into Olympia, Prize Galea gives you a meaningful headpiece, means you can play that extra unity piece in the foot slot and get more block value. And as a result, you can then lean into more powerful red attack reactions. We saw that display of craftsmanship that we didn't see from Dorinthea earlier, for example, to kind of make the most of not having extra blues to swing the axe a second time.
We also saw red Iron Song response, a card we did not see in the Dorinthea list as well, just even more in line with what you're talking about, that Olympia gets to run more of these red offensive cards.
Well, we have another quarterfinals that I'm looking forward to watching in the near future. 2nd versus 7th, Paul van Gijssel on Briar with some Dorinthea on the other side of the table. So will the big bad continue, or will our new biggest bad make another spot in the top 4? Let's take a look and make our way down into the bracket one more time before we head down to the feature match area.
Let's
so we
just
do
catch
see
up, folks. Yep.
A quick update there from Kiran Lee as well. So KO falling at the hands of Dorinthea. Right now, it is Warrior in the semi-finals.
Great Axe Mirror match, going to be the first semi-finals of today. And to figure out the second one, we're going to head over to the lower side of the bracket over here. It's going to be another KO against another fatigue-style strategy against the Oldhim. But of course, the one that we will have the pleasure of watching is, again, another warrior into the big bad of the format, the Elemental Runeblade, piloted by Paul van Gijssel.
You know, it's strange. Starting to feel like Paul van Gijssel and Briar might be the hero of this story after all. At the moment, decimation rife over our top 8 brackets. 1 Runeblade remaining standing in the way. Of course, Niels Debocher on KO, very capable of an upset. If you're capable of taking down Oldhim, we kind of talked about it a little earlier on, not the easiest matchup for the Brute on that side.
Briar versus Dorinthea gonna definitely be a very interesting matchup. Historically, Runeblade has enjoyed a favorable matchup into Warrior, I would say, but Typically that involves maybe doing a little bit of a setup, especially into a fatigue style strategy, but we have seen these warriors be able to pack a punch if you give them too many cards, and before you know it, your life total's getting chopped down to half, just like your cards are on defense.
So for the Briar fans at home hoping to find an upset here against Dorinthea, what kind of cards are we looking for from that deck that are the most impactful in this matchup?
I want to call back to a card that Matthew Foulkes had included in his list, which I haven't seen yet in any of the Briar lists, but Harness Lightning. Not sure if Paul Van Heysel is running that, but these sort of cards that can ensure the damage leaks through, because these warriors are only bringing AB1. You send 3 Arcane at them, you're going to leak damage for sure. I also want to talk about Burn Up Shock a little bit. You kind of need to pair that card up with Lightning Press specifically to land the on-hit over there. So that's something I expect Paul Van Heysel try and set up. And finally, more weapon swings. I think the more times Paul Van Heysel is able to swing the weapon, the less susceptible he will be to the fatigue endgame.
So, can our previous calling champion become a 2-time, or will Pierre-Nicolas Perrin continue the decimation? Let's make our way down into the feature match area in order to find out. It is Paul Van Heysel on Briar who will be going first here at the request of Pierre-Nicolas Perrin, rocking Dorinthea once more.
And I think that immediately tells us the sort of pace of gameplay that Pierre wants to put on his opponent, recognizing that maybe fatiguing out a Briar completely with the split damage, with the evasion, with the attack reacts like Lightning Press might be a little bit tough, so doesn't want to go first in this matchup. Wants to go second instead, wants to put Paul into a blocking position as soon as possible against something like a Great Axe, which is simply a losing proposition.
Paul Van Heysel here, very happy. Let's take a look at these heroes one more time. Briar, Big Bad heading in, looking to make those Embodiment of Earth tokens when connecting, and Embodiment of Lightning is definitely more important in a matchup like this one.
Dorinthea's hero text allows her to swing a weapon again if it has hit, which I think we will probably only see happen once this game off the back of Refraction Bolters.
Let's head to the overhead and get things ready to go as our players sign up for their quarter-final match. We do see Starfall here, which feels like correct at this point, I would say.
Allowing Paul to pretty much always convert the hands and always swing the weapon turn after turn, which is very important to overcome fatigue. Although, once again, I want to call out Pierre's choice to go second, which perhaps gave us a hint as to the pace of gameplay he's trying to set for this matchup. The other thing I want to point out, 0 AB presented by our warrior player here. I don't think this man wants to fatigue Paul Van Heysel at all.
Very interesting spot. Briar, of course, capable of some ridiculous power outage. Going to be relying on these Unity pieces to take care of those turns and enable some axe swings back at starling enough speed to close the door on Briar. So a different spin on the matchup than we've seen so far in our quarterfinals. Flourish to start here for Paul Van Heysel. Unfortunately, doesn't look like a second non-attack is available. Just wants this out of the hand to find something more appealing.
Let's see if he does find those more appealing cards. Does find the first copy of Burn Up Shock. Doesn't look like he has a way to push that over in the form of a Lightning Press. Wouldn't be surprised to see that make its way into the arsenal, potentially. As we head over to Pierre's first turn of the game. Now, he chose to go second. He wanted to start this game with the tempo. He has presented AB0 as well. Wants to see if he can leverage the pressure, put some pressure onto Paul Van Heysel. Starting with a Sift, not exactly the greatest sign, I would say, for that game plan.
I've never heard this card called Pressure, but it does seem to have paid off for Pierre, who recycles 2 cards to find 2 more, finds Red Felling Swing. Unfortunately, it's Look Tough alongside it, and so it will be a raw attack from this Dorinthea deck, and parking that Felling Swing for a better attempt later on.
7 damage, not too bad of a start. He wasn't given any chance to filter on Paul Van Heysel's turn, so instead had to build his own filtering engine, if you will, by playing out that Sift.
One thing I do want to note, that Sift did tuck a copy of On the Horizon towards the bottom of the deck there. That's going to be one worth watching as we make our way back towards the bottom cards of Dorinthea. Paul says, nah, I'm good. Not interested in soaking up. Look tough with anything but the life total. 13 plays 25 cards to work with for our Runeblade.
7 damage leaked immediately by Pierre. We're inching closer to the point where Paul Van Heysel will be forced to play into the Decimator Great Axe ability, axing the defense value of his cards.
So we saw Sprout Strength, Burn Up Shock, Second Strike and Static Shock, I believe, as the cards in hand, and we didn't quite catch the Arsenal. At least I didn't on the way down for Paul. So
I want to say it's a Scar for a Scar in Arsenal.
So Burn Up Shock will start the turn. Paul believes this one has the potential to get through this turn. The Arcane is, of course, being taken as things stand. No Arcane Barrier available for Pierre. There is, of course, some prevention effects in the format that might be able to stuff this in a pinch.
Also wonder if he's running a couple of copies of Arcane Polarity, perhaps, to deal with some of the uninteractable damage that Briar can do once you present AB0 into them. It's a little bit of an awkward hand from Paul van Heysel. I believe this was the only lightning card in his hand that had natural go again. So if he wants to leverage a Starfall on this turn cycle, he's kind of forced to play out this Burn Up Shock despite not having a way to push it over with something like a Lightning Press.
Going to see that Garland cashed in for the resource to fund Starfall. Now, this is a play pattern we've seen numerous times over the course of the weekend, but it's certainly not one I was certain of here. You can only do this once, and it feels like this is a matchup where Burn Up Shock does have to connect. So in a world where Paul is not entirely certain that we're forcing this damage through, saving that for the second Burn Up Shock, potentially quite appealing. Instead, we will be going all in this time. Braces of Belief being cashed in for that Arcanic Shockwave, and now all the damage being threatened by our Runeblade player.
A little bit of deja vu happening over here. We saw Ethan do this against Pablo Pintor as well in his game on the first Burn-Up Shock. Pop the Braces of Belief, pop the Garland of Spring, try and send the damage through fully if possible. Let's see if Paul van Heysel is a little bit more successful than a previous Briar player was.
Sprout Strength alongside Scar for a Scar means this is 9 with Go Again on hit, take the house.
Was this, I think there's a missed embodiment of lightning here from our X-Calling champion. Should have created one after the Sprout Seeds, would have allowed him to use the Static Shock in his hand with Go Again, and as long as that doesn't connect, which it probably wouldn't, Scar for a Scar would have Go Again as well, and then could finally end off with the Static Shock after the Starfall, of course. So a missed trigger there.
I think we're okay. I think the other card is Second Strike, which is currently
Second Strike.
online.
Oh, I thought it was two
because
Static Shocks.
I think we might have Second Strike, Static Shock. And so because the Burn Up Shock here has dealt an Arcane, a Second Strike is going to have Go Again. And so yes, embodiment being missed, not ideal by any stretch, but I think thankfully Paul unlikely to be punished for it if we're right about the cards sitting in the hand. And so Pierre, reevaluating now, of course, would really prefer not to catch fire and spontaneously combust. Will demand some serious investment, though. That Unity equipment suite, kind of the best at doing this kind of stuff. Want to commit extra cards on defense, typically, to deny these bigger attacks. But looks like here, Pierre with 3 cards sideways, yellow felling swing, another look tough. Looks like an abundance of reds. So looking to try and blunt this with cards from hand alone.
You have to be scared of a Lightning Press as well, but with no defense reaction to speak of in Pierre's hand, I don't think there's one in Arsenal either. I think he's just saying, Paul, I gotta make you have it. Do you have the Lightning Press? It's like pass and a reaction step for Paul Stoffel. Comes in for 2. Another awkward number to block.
And we will just see a Unity piece being expended by itself alongside Refraction Bolters here to deny the Starfall. Not ideal, but you do what you got to do. Ultimately, if we can deny this Burn-Up Shock, it's going to be well worth the investment.
I'm not sure he can deny it. Just one card in hand left. You can block out his Second Strike.
And so Pierre acknowledges that's going to happen. There is nothing I can do to stop this. And so 4 and 4 will connect. And we'll see the Static Shock on the end. These are the turns that have made Briar such a menacing force in this format. The shields are falling as Pierre-Nicolas Perrin takes all this heat down to just 6 health to try and convert with a great axe swing on the way back.
That was so much damage for Paul van Heysel's first real turn of the game here, landing the Burn-Up Shock. Exactly what you need to do against a defensively slanted deck like this Great Axe Dorinthea with all these Unity pieces. Unfortunately, was not able to stop the Burn-Up Shock, and now life lead firmly in Paul van Heysel's favor.
Axe swing comes into the red zone. It will be Paul's hand we need to consider now. Embodiment of Earth, of course, available. Does allow this to be a better blocking proposition, but we do see Arcanic Shockwave was revealed moments ago. Sizzle, Ravenous Rabble, Arcane Seeds Life as the combination here for our Runeblade player. No blocks declared, pretty happily here, falling down to 9 as the Axe connects, and it will be back over to Briar as the embodiment pops. And the damage begins once more.
I have to call out the 2 points of value lost by Pierre when he blocked the Gauntlets of Unity and didn't trigger its effect, having it just be destroyed. There was a bit of a gamble sometimes you have to make into Briar when they resolve a burn-up shock. You're hoping they don't have another go-again attack, and so you use that on the Starfall, but because Paul Van Heysel did, that ended up just being a little bit of wasted value from Pierre's side to make that gamble. Gonna have to see if that's gonna come back and punish him later on down this game.
I can't help but note that the no Arcane Barrier feels incredibly relevant now. With Pierre-Nicolas Perrin on only 6 health, Arcane Seed's life brings that down to 4. All of a sudden, there's another Arcane Seeds in there somewhere. There's double Sigil of Suffering in there somewhere. You're going to need something like Sirens of Safe Harbor to try and stay out of range of that Incidental Arcane.
Signs of Safe Harbor, even cards like Arcane Polarity, we have yet to see that come out from Pierre. You do need it to line up properly, though. Briar doesn't always send Arcane at you in this format. It's just off of cards like Arcane Seeds Life, the Burn-Up Shock, some Arcanic Shockwaves as well. But if you don't find Arcane Polarity on those turns, that card can just feel like a massive break.
Pierre here with multiple Steelblade Shunts in hand will be forced to expend some defenses to take care of this Arcanic Shockwave. Takes the point of Arcane, falls to 4, will go back to 5 when the combat chain closes thanks to that Sirens. Will be Overpower and Unity deployed on defense once more. Using these Unity equipment to not deny the second burn-up shock, also feeling like a bit of a pain point.
Both these Unity equipments will stay with 1 counter each, so will be available to be blocked with later on as well. But the armor suite, very impressive armor suite that the Warrior has enjoyed so far in this format, looking quite rusty at this point.
We do see Pierre here using that armor in order to turn the corner. Felling Swing has been the story of this deck. Decimator Great Axe made of so much more than just defense, and his lethal damage being presented, definitely not prevented, alongside this one. Will force Paul to give it some respect with at least that Blade Beckoner equipment.
Speaking of using armor to pivot back to potentially shut the door, Paul Van Heysel does have an extra 4 lives sitting on the board right now with the Blade Beckoner boots and the helm. Could go ahead and snap block with those, go down to 4 and come back with a 5-card hand if his hand does allow him to convert.
So Paul looks at the arsenal, looks at the 4 cards that were found fresh from the top of the deck.
Looking a little awkward. Does have a Weave Lightning in hand, but no elemental or lightning attack to go with it. We know the arsenal is a sizzle. From the fuse, it was revealed to the Arcanic Shockwave for the previous turn cycle. That buff can go on the Starfall, so it does have an outlet for that one at least, but this Weave Lightning looking a little bit awkward in this hand.
Nimblism, Flourish alongside it. I believe that might be a Ravenous Rabble as the last attack available in the hand.
The only attack available in this hand. We've seen this happen sometimes with these Rune Blades.
There's the risk you take, the highs and lows. You have these big, gigantic burn-up shock turns, and then sometimes you are playing TOA draft. Pierre taking a moment just to go through the expended cards as well, just create a more well-rounded understanding of the possibilities for the rest of the game. Paul in an interesting bind here, does understand again there is some amount of inevitability available due to Arcane Barrier 0. Does decide his hand is good enough to pull the trigger and keep the cards. Blocking 4, taking 6. 4 plays 4, and it feels like this torrent of damage will be the biggest question that Pierre-Nicolas Perrin has faced so far during this calling. What is the answer?
If you're on Pierre's side, you have to be shaking seeing your Briar opponent just slam equipment, hold a full 5 cards. We've yet to see a single lightning press as well, and Pierre is at 4. That card can just come in and the game out of nowhere on top of just the inevitable, uninteractable arcane damage that Briar has access to.
Flourish to start will add some extra power to any attack that gains it this turn. I imagine that will be happening thanks to Nimblism. Embodiment of Lightning being generated to partner up with the incoming attack. Sizzle, of course, alongside this Ravenous Rabble. So Embodiment of Lightning being kind of wasted here, unfortunately. But this is certifiably a missile. It is a very large Ravenous Rabble.
Coming in for 10, I believe, because Sizzle will not transfer its buff onto the Ravenous Rabble. So Pierre fully expecting either a lightning or elemental attack to follow up this Ravenous Rabble. Could be a 4-power attack that'll get buffed up to 7 by the Sizzle. Could even just be the Swing with Starfall. We know, of course, it's going to be a Swing with Starfall, which will come in for 5. So Total 15 points of damage being represented by Paul Van Heysel over here. Also want to note the card that was revealed off the top. Thanks to Ravenous Rabble, another copy of Arcanic Shockwave,
Block 9.
promising further uninteractable arcane damage.
9 block declared, no reactions from Paul. 1 life falling from Pierre, down to 3 as the embodiment of Earth is generated. And now Paul has the decision. Do we want to keep that final card in hand? It will instead be that Starfall swing for a whopping 5, courtesy of that Sizzle. With just 1 card remaining here for Pierre, will be earned one way or the other. The question is, are the Unity equipment going alongside it?
You know your opponent's drawing Arcanic Shockwave off the top. You can't go down to 1 if you're on Pierre's seat. So you have to at least block this with for 4, and I think that's exactly what it's doing. Fighting Spirit could gain him a point of life to stay out of the arcane damage range.
Okay, so we could go back to 4 here, but it would require both pieces of Unity equipment, if I'm not mistaken. Alternatively, the life gain can be omitted and stay where we are to hold on to one of those.
If you give up just 1 piece of equipment over here, you will end this turn at 2. Just a little scary. So Pierre looking to take the safer option. Blocking 4 total, gaining 1, going back up to 4, and then back down to 3. Effectively blocking his up for 5, but now has no longer any equipment to speak of to try and block out the breakpoints.
The shields are down. The Shockwave on top of Paul Van Heysel's deck does theoretically put Pierre to 2. Let's see what comes off the top. It's Scar for a Scar, Sprout Strength, and Flourish once more here.
That was so close to being a break. Since the Shockwave and the Scar for a Scar both don't have natural go again, but 2 non-attacks found after that can generate the embodiment of lightning, can allow Paul Van Heysel to convert this hand completely.
Double Earth pairing makes the embodiment of lightning and adds a ton of power to the first attack of choice here for Paul Van Heysel. We'll go Arcanic Shockwave to start. Gains go again from that embodiment of lightning. No fuse declared. Would be the sickest lightning press, wouldn't it?
10 go again. Gets the opponent at 3. 1 card remaining in Paul Van Heysel's hand.
And again, Pierre-Nicolas Perrin forced to play the game in a way he clearly did not want to when this match begun. The goal here not to fatigue Briar, but time and again these cards being demanded by these gigantic attacks. 9 block, another point will leak through, brings our Dorinthea player to 2 as the embodiment is made. Scar for a Scar brings Dory to 1.
And we could see arcane damage being dealt to Pierre on his own turn. The second copy of Burn Up Shock we have yet to see is remaining in Paul Van Heysel's deck. If he draws it here, the game could just end as Pierre passes right back over to Paul with no cards in hand, no arcane barrier to speak of either. Does he find the shock?
Watch for the shock. It's Lightning Press, Sizzle, Evergreen, and Lightning Surge as the cards here for Paul. That Lightning Press isn't bad.
So no shock, still able to convert this hand fully. You can start with the Sizzle, swing the Starfall. Again, the strength of this lightning weapon here, allowing him to convert these hands so much more consistently than the version of Briar that runs Reaping Blade. Reaping Blade, you'd be stuck with cards in hand if you had Reaping Blade here. But Starfall allows Paul to convert this hand. Pierre can't even respect the Lightning Press at this point.
4 that is secretly 7. Sirens of Safe Harbor stuck on the combat chain, and I believe it's Oasis Respite in hand. So just a 3 block here on the Lightning Surge. Any reactions? No, it is lay low. Lightning Press will do the job to bring it up and over. And Paul Van Heysel on Briar manages to bust through the wall and join us in the semi-finals.
Paul, piloting the deck that is expected to shape the Silver Age format, has brought it to the semifinals of the first ever calling for Silver Age. Our ex-calling champion looking to add another one to his records.
Well, we know 3 of our 4 semi-finalists. Shall we find out who's joining Paul in the other side of the semi-final bracket? Let's take a look and see who won between Oldhim and KO. It will be KO in the hands of Niels Debocher. So we have 4 different heroes in our semi-finals. It is the Decimator Great Axe off in the top half and something a little more unique in the bottom.
A little bit more aggressive as well in the second half of our bracket over here. KO versus Briar going to be a little bit more explosive than what's happening in the upper bracket, if you will, between the 2 warriors swinging axes at each other. Briar versus KO also going to be a very interesting matchup here. I do want to stress 4 different heroes in the semifinals of a first ever Silver Age calling. Can you ask for anything better?
You certainly can. 4 different heroes, 4 different nationalities. It's a pretty good spread all across the board. Players from across the world finding success at the first Silver Age calling, and I couldn't be happier about it. Fantastic stuff all around. Cannot wait to see how these 2 games play out. Let's take a look at our top 8 one more time. All their smiles, happy to be here. Isn't that just what Flesh and Blood is all about to you?
Just so representative of the vibes of this entire weekend. For those of you who weren't able to join us for this weekend, the vibes in the hall have been electric. It's been fun. It's been new players picking up the game. It's been players discovering Compendium, discovering Silver Age. It's just an incredible time for Flesh and Blood.
Well, I'm just going to... One more time. You don't see Sam anywhere, do you?
I do not. He's gone.
So there are 2 semi-finals, right?
Ooh, very nice. Can you make it to finals as well somehow?
No. 2 semi-finals coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Young men's rivers and the This is a prophet's call. ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon loved the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We
We are getting towards the business end of things, folks. The semifinals are upon us, and that means only one thing. 2 matches are about to come your way before the finals get towards the end. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see just how we got here. My friend Howling Minds, tell me of the story of this tournament.
Well, so we started things off at the very top. Gehringer having a fantastic run on Barvo, Flattering, Showman, unfortunately falling victim to that 8th place curse we've alluded to numerous times. Top seed does not get to carry on. 8th seed, of course, completely untouchable, at least until the finals. Does fall to Olympia over there. We do see Kiran Lee on the decimator version of Dorinthea finds a way through Sammy Wex's KO deck and therefore joins Olympia in the semifinals in a battle of warrior finesse. We see KO in the hands of Niels Debocher making their way through Oldhim, a pretty difficult matchup, we believe. Guilty of wild rides and occasional effects, drawing and discarding too many cards, susceptible to being fatigued ever so slightly, but enough damage cap gets through the wall and does make its way to the semifinals. And we just watched Pierre-Nicolas Perrin fall victim to Paul Van Heissel's incredible Briar turns as our former calling champion makes his way into the semifinals as well.
I'm really looking forward to both of these matches. I think they tell such a great story. We have the established, expected top of the meta coming in, though, with only 1 copy in the top 8 in Briar. Shades of Syndra in Philadelphia, right? Like, very highly represented, didn't quite convert very well. But 1 copy snuck into top 8, and that maybe will be enough again. But then at the top of the bracket, the thing that really kind of maybe came out, took some people by surprise. A pretty dominant strategy. Many different heroes. It's like 6 different heroes, but it's almost like 5 different heroes in this top 8, right? Because 3 of them being on the Decimator Great Axe list, like 90% of these cards are going to be the same. So it feels like we're seeing almost a mirror match. Maybe there'll just be a couple cards different, and it just tells such a great story of the 755 players to now.
We did see from Stefan's deck list in that quarterfinals some meaningful differences between Olympia and Dorinthea. Kind of leans towards which way you want to play the deck. The game plan is the same for the most part, but it gives you some flexibility in different matchups and reasons to play different heroes, which again is cool in its own right, I think, one way or the other. But seeing these players figure things out and listening to the public reception to the success of Decimator Warrior, I feel we might have a new big bad of the format when the weekend's out, regardless of the result.
And it's great because a Decimator Great Axe deck is like exactly the kind of deck you can pick on. It's like so easy, not easy to pick on,
it picks
but like,
on me plenty.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like there are strategies that I have to imagine good players and good deck builders especially can look at that and be like, oh, okay, I know how to get around that.
Yeah, so I was talking to a lot of the players who made day 2.
That's the metagame, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was talking to a lot of the players who made day 2 on the Decimator deck at the start of the day, and their argument was, got to avoid the Phis, might have to avoid the Kanos. And because that was the way they felt about it, well, there's your answer.
Yeah.
They already feel like Phis may be a bit of a problem, Kano might be a bit of a problem, so there's avenues of attack. That's exactly
and
what
we've talked about these illusionists, right, that maybe haven't found the success yet in the format, but a big, a chunky Decimated Great Axe deck might be exactly what they're looking for. But you talk about the differences between the deck lists. Let's go ahead and illustrate for you, everyone at home. Let's go ahead and dive into the arena to see how our players are about to get underway. We've got our first semifinalist and a couple different great axes on either side of the table. Kiran and Stefan, 2 fantastic players. We know a good bit about both of them, but first, let's get into their lists.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at the differences between these decks. Starting things off with Kiran Lee's Dorinthea deck. Nothing too shocking here. This Unity equipment suite you would kind of expect. Blade Beckoner Boots, an interesting one perhaps. Going to replace those refraction bowlers in matchups where that additional damage prevention is required. Otherwise, a lot of what we're going to expect here. You're going to have hands that can convert damage thanks to a full set of felling swings across the board. Otherwise, defensive tools through and through. It's arcane polarities, it's on the horizons. The big parts of these decks, definitely the form of the Steel Blade shunts for these weapon-centric mirrors, incidental damage in the form of defense reactions, and cards that can convert. It's those sharpened steels, it's those overpowers that can be pitch stacked later on and allow people to convert damage when the opponent no longer has defense reactions to save them from those reprise triggers.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see as we get... There we go, the N has snuck back onto Kiran Lee's name. Something I want to highlight, not necessarily relevant for this matchup, but I had a brief chance to catch up with Kiran before he ran over to the semis. We saw how good Refraction Bolt Doctors was versus Vynnset, you might see Blade Beckoner boots at the top of his inventory there. Those are there specifically for Starfall in Briar, like only. That is the only
Makes
time
a
those
lot
come
of
in.
sense.
And I think you can see why. If you look back at the last match versus Pierre-Nicolas Perrin, that Starfall was the thing that basically changed the math on the burn-up shock turn. He had to block the Starfall and then didn't have enough for those final 2 attacks over the top on the burn-up turn. So Blade Beckoner boots can get right in front of Starfall and stuff up a burn-up shock activation.
A very heads-up deck building choice. I'm happy to see it. Clearly well thought out heading into this event. Something I expect from a player of Kiran's caliber, even if he himself doesn't believe he's a player of that caliber.
And these are also the same. Pierre-Nicolas and Kiran have the exact same list. They told me they're on the same team sigil,
okay.
card for card, exactly the same. Actually, your friend and mine, Shamir, went ahead and told me it's the team sigil special, the Michael Metallo special.
Oh, that
the,
makes
the
sense.
team sigil cook is what he called it. Let's take a look at the Olympia deck. I want you to walk everyone at home through what some of these differences between these lists are.
Okay, so the big one we saw taking place in the last game, there are red copies of Display of Craftsmanship in this deck alongside those red overpowers. So there's some additional juice in terms of extra damage to come up and over the top. We see Test of Strength instead of something like On the Horizon, in addition to On the Horizon. So some extra block force might be a bit of a liability in this match, truth be told. But we're looking for that extra damage. Olympia here getting additional armor, courtesy of that prize Galea, lines up very well directly into something like Starfall, so no need for Blade Beckoner boots. You can just play Gauntlets of Unity and the rest of the Unity suite if you prefer. In exchange, you need some extra over-the-top damage to make up for the fact you will never attack with your axe twice. You're not Dorinthea, you don't have Refraction Bolters, you don't have the ability to do that. Otherwise, this blue suite, some really cool ones snuck in here from Stefan. We saw Cut the Deck being pitched earlier on, but things like Iron Song Response, Out for Blood even, Stroke of Foresight, these cards convert very well when both players are going to be half tempted to ignore the axe a lot of the time.
Well, let's dive down towards the arena. I want to see just how they navigate the matchup. Do they ignore the axe or respect it? And if so, how much? It's time for the first of 2 semifinals, folks, at this very first Silver Age calling. Kiran Lee versus Stefan Karlsson, 4th versus 8th. 2 axes, 2 players, only 1 victor.
So no big surprises in the equipment suite department. Both players ready to block when required. And we will see Stefan going first here. We do see a couple of those big red actions coming up early here. Seems like the Display of Craftsmanship and Overpower there might be a blue one this time. Felling Swing found early. Definitely feels like Felling Swing is going to be the story of this matchup. Will it be the best way to command cards from the other player in something that is a battle of deck equity? And I really like this from Stefan. Going to be leading on Fiendel's Fighting Spirit, pitching away red Overpower. We saw this in the quarterfinals, saving those big reactions, earning cards from the opponent with your attacks. It's going to be a great way to get ahead in every metric that matters.
Taking a look at the equipment suite, we do, of course, see a lot of similarities with the 2 pieces of Unity equipment, chest and arms, and then the difference, Helm of Unity versus Prized Galea, and then, of course, the, what is that, Pillar of Unity? Pillar of Unity down there
So
versus the Refraction Bolters.
3 pieces of Unity from both of our players here. The difference, Refraction Bolters on the feet versus Prized Galea on the head, and switching those slots around gives Dorinthea the ability to swing twice if ignored, while Stefan locking up a little bit of extra defensive value courtesy of that Galea. So similar story on the other side of the battlefield here. We see Chest Puff being played, cards being saved for later. Not quite as impactful this time around. It's a Steel Blade Shunt, but that Shunt will line up very well into the Overpower being pitched by Stefan. So we're seeing some counter pitching here already. Big attack for 7, going to earn some cards and get those deck counts closer to equal once more.
And if you're Stefan, with that 2 floating, you have to think about pummel at all times. You must. No, it's open deck list. They know there's no pummel. No pummels here. Just an attack for 7 on both sides of the table. Let's see if Stefan wants to respect this with more than 1 card. Currently only holding just the 1.
So we do see a Display of Craftsmanship in the hand once more here. So it looks like we're going to be holding on to these to try and convert. And I'm intrigued by which of these players thinks they need to be the aggressor. That's going to be the story over the course of this game as we see these hands come up. Who finds the Felling Swings? Who finds the more blue block 3s? Siren is, of course, gaining a little life on the way down. We're going to find one of these players trying to find Sharpen, Steel, and everything else. they're going to be better at converting. And we saw that red felling swing, which is pretty spectacular, parked in the arsenal on turn number 1, which of course lines up perfectly with Decimator Great Axe. So coming in for 10, card being kept in hand, park in the arsenal to extend even further. Going to earn multiple cards from Kiran Lee, who does sigh slightly, seems to be considering blocking with a red overpower. Definitely feels like that's one of the more impactful late-game cards, but it's multiple copies of Felling Swing in hand here for Kiran. These do feel like the most important cards in the matchup, and not ones you want to be expending on defense. It's 2 swings. I think they're both red being reached for here on defense. That would be pretty problematic for Kiran's ability to swing tempo. It is both red Felling Swings gone on defense in order to block 5.
A little bit of a lay low. Coming down as well.
18, plays 18? Yes.
One of those generic defense reactions from the Hunted, making their way into these Silver Age lists, given the bannings. Fate Foreseen, Sink Below.
Incredibly painful turn cycle for Kiran, and have to watch how many additional tricks are available here. Wouldn't surprise me to see Kiran settling into the more defensive role now that there is less options available in that regard. Is the Decimator Swing, as both players sit 18 to 18, and Stefan will look at the hand once more, sees these big haymakers once more. Red sharpened steel, looks like a yellow Felling Swing this time. Blue steel blade shunt, red copy of Display of Craftsmanship. So has this additional damage, is again interested in playing the aggressor now that those tools are the ones that are available almost exclusively to him. And so, Stefan going into the turn with 5 cards to work with. It will be Sharpened Steel to start. Blue pitch to Decimator Great Axe. So holding on to 2 cards and the arsenal here. Gotta smell suspicion of a Display of Craftsmanship or worse if you are Kiran Lee in this case. And again, Kiran looking at Felling Swing, blue in the hand. Looks like a smattering of blues this time. It's not quite as punishing to be defending with some of these. It's like Fighting Spirit on the corner of the hand as well. An intriguing card in the matchup, one of the few block 2s that is played by these decks. Does gain a life on the way down, but can also theoretically be used as an attack. Earn some cards 2 on 1, as they say.
Sift and Raging Onslaught Blue. We saw 2 red cards defended with last turn, looking like 2 blue cards. Going to be turned sideways here.
It will be the bolters reached for as well to soak up an extra point. Looks like Kiran will expect a spot to convert those in the near future. Reaches for those Gauntlets of Unity as well. Looking to try and blunt this axe swing. Obviously, expects a trick, a red overpower, perhaps something like that. Display of Craftsmanship we know is there, and therefore commits slightly extra defensive value here to try and cover the bases. And we talked about this a few times in the quarterfinals. No obligation to fire this attack reaction if your opponent does defend over. This time, the Display of Craftsmanship will be enough to leak some damage. Stefan determines that is good enough to not have the red react stuck in the hand alongside yellow Felling Swing.
Look, so up to 11. Let's see, I thought I counted 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on defense. So yeah, 3 damage over the top. Fraction Bolters ready and willing. Join the party.
There is a meaningful transaction taking place here.
Yeah.
Stefan has been so eager to convert these red reactions that have been turning up early that the opposing Decimator Axe has been connecting. So there is plenty of equipment available here for Stefan, but currently does find himself slightly behind on life as a result.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, we talked about the difference in deck building, but you also just sometimes have to look at the difference in the way the first turns play out. For Kiran, having to block with those 2 red Felling Swings, we'll have to wait and see if that actually is potentially a difference maker. We saw Stefan pitch away some offense and Kiran try to pitch away some defense early. It worked well for Stefan last game. Will it work well in this one?
Again, Stefan happy to play the aggressor here, says no. Okay, Axe connects, I'll take the damage, you can break your Refraction Bolters. Will allow Kiran to convert a second Axe swing, and I'm not master of body language again, but I can't say Stefan looks super satisfied about that transaction. Have to wonder if Refraction Bolters wasn't on the mind there.
Yeah, I think I wonder the same, especially given that, you know, maybe Stefan's thinking he's bluffing the Refraction Bolters for an attack reaction in the arsenal that requires reprise to really get full value, but Yeah, another 4 damage hits the combat chain as Dorinthea whirls that great decimated great axe around for a second blow.
Big fan of converting this when the opportunity was available. The springboard somersault is going to find itself blocking 4 and quickly blocking 2 again in the immediate future, courtesy of the axe's ability. Kiran found a way so far to get Stefan down to 9. And again, I'm intrigued by this take on the matchup, but Stefan continuing to find these big damage effects that convert means he's kind of priced into playing these felling swings and sending for the head, but it does mean the life total disparity is becoming rather alarming quite quickly. Decimator for 8 this time will line up into some blues, potentially Steel Blade Shunt in the hand of Kiran Lee here as well, who seems more than eager to soak this up and continue sending his own Decimator Great Axe.
8 damage offered.
I guess the big noteworthy point here for me is that because so many of those felling swings disappeared early for Kiran, it's going to be harder to get good value out of these Unity equipment for Stefan. You're going to be seeing the axe, nickel, and dime coming in for 4 without any additional bonuses.
That's a really good point.
Which means that you don't really want to be deploying these en masse to soak up big hits. It's going to be a case of more finding the spots where they cover just enough to allow a hand to convert. But unlikely to see many axes for 10 on the other side of the table, which limits the potency of these in the matchup.
Steel Blade Shunt, the last card being held onto for Stefan. So Sirens of Safe Harbor looking to try to do a job to mitigate some of the effects of that Great Axe. And took a lot of damage, did this Olympia player, to resolve a blue felling swing, which is maybe not the color he wants that felling swing to be. Maybe a couple pieces of Unity equipment going to join the party for Kiran.
Yeah, the other side of that exchange is that Kiran feels obliged to use these Unity pieces while the axe is big. Gets value out of these, mitigates that halving ability, will of course gain a life from Sirens of Safe Harbor when the combat chain closes as well. So favorable exchange, again, managing to keep cards to pressure with their own Decimator Great Axe, and he's got to be pretty happy about this.
Yeah, Kiran somehow going the opposite direction that Stefan would like to see. That Sirens of Safe Harbor gaining a life. And that attack was fully blocked out. So once again, Decimated Great Axe just comes in for 4. Card in hand, card in arsenal.
Otherwise, I'm going to forget that that's mine.
Worth knowing here, of course, those Refraction Bolters are a one-time effect. So no risk of double axe swing this time, despite there being an extra card in the hand for Kiran. However, Unity equipment was expended during the previous turn with 1 card left over. Have to wonder if there is indeed a reaction in the arsenal that Kiran is eager to capitalize on. And Stefan will be acutely aware of that. Chose to respect it last turn as well. Now falling into a life range where these things start to get much more dangerous if you're willing to ignore them.
Stefan taking a look. As both players check out the graveyards, they look at each other's, then they check their own.
I need to be clear, this is a very big part of a matchup like this.
Yeah.
It's understanding the tools that are still available to your opponent, how many Steel Blade Shunts line up into my reactions, how many red overpowers, how many felling swings remain. Having a constant track of that information is key to winning the matchup. And we'll see again, blocking 4. That Arsenal reaction was expected, I think, by both players here. Red overpower comes through, blocked by the Steel Blade Shunt from the Arsenal. Kiran taking 1 in this exchange, 1 life being gained by Stefan. This was very much why both players were taking a look at those graveyards. Need to understand how many of these important resources still exist.
Yeah, that was cool. Both players very aware, and for Stefan, pitching away a red. That sharpened steel, just going straight to the bottom of the deck. And the blue overpower powers up. That Decimator Great Axe once again. Just imagine these 2 warriors trading blows, equipment getting slowly battered and broken as the Great Axe continues to just decimate through defense, armor, as these warriors get more and more worn down.
We're starting to expect to see a little bit more of this from Kiran as we make our way into the following turns. At this point, 15 life does give you a bit of breathing room to convert your own hands. There's no red felling swings anymore, but there is red sharpened steels. So single card blocks will allow Kiran to start stepping on the offensive. And Stefan now finds himself in the same spot Kiran was just turns ago. It's multiple felling swings and a red Iron Song response in the hand. The cards that he's desperately trying to hold on to enact his half of the game plan.
You can see given a bit of a think on this one, but plenty of Unity equipment still available, a little more than on the side of Kiran. Let's see if he reaches for it here, given that this big attack for 7 is threatening, and yeah, he's going to reach for 2 pieces, including the prized Galea.
Very much expected this, of course. The axe will half down to 2, so we're looking at just enough to cover this up with the Galea. We kind of talked about this moments ago when those red felling swings were blocked with. There's going to be very limited opportunities to convert these Unity pieces meaningfully on bigger great axes now. Stefan finds one courtesy of sharpened steel, needs to utilize that equipment to its maximum potential, and has the felling swing to return fire in reverse.
This is a great game. Really interesting to watch these players who are so aware of their own strategies and thus their opponents. Really continuing to keep track of the threats in both players' deck. And there's a really almost beautiful dance being played as we watch certain threats be blocked with, when the equipment comes into play.
I really want to double down on that, truthfully. I think it's fair to say that this kind of playstyle, this attrition fight, is not everyone's cup of tea. It's an acquired taste, if you will. But I think understanding the intricacies of this matchup and what makes it so deep and the levels to these decks is a large part of enjoying Flesh and Blood in all its forms. If you can't appreciate the pitch stacking potential of saving these felling swings, these overpowers, lining up your steel blade shunts in the arsenal to counteract your opponents, which cards are safe to block with, how do I get value from my Unity equipment? All these edges are going to decide a game, and it's those intricacies that make a matchup like this so interesting to me.
Decimator Great Axe hits the combat chain for the very first time this game.
Never seen that before.
Never seen it before. I think this is the first time this has happened all tournament.
Ever, in fact, in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Decimator Great Axe, of course, just released in Compendium of Rathe now. Dusk Till Dawn was when the Great Axe first did a decimate. It first did decimate back in Dusk Till Dawn. It first did decimate back in Dusk Till Dawn. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so an intriguing hand from Stefan Karlsson. Does find another steel blade shunt. Chooses not to block the axe this time. Wants a 4-card hand, but is only pitching to Great Axe. Now, if you're Kiran on the other side of the table, this smells like attack reaction, probably overpower, display of craftsmanship, something similar to this, and a card that needs to be in the arsenal, like Steel Blade Shunt, to cover the returning attack reaction if you're willing to take the damage. Now, if you can have that read, go through the graveyard, check and see how many overpowers left. You know one red one was pitched earlier on to get back into the stack. Are we back there yet? Certainly something that we might be looking at. No, I don't think we're quite there yet. But this feels like a reprise attack reaction to convert cards. This is Olympia. It's not Dorinthea. There's no way of using those refraction bolters to attack a second time and punish in that capacity. Blocking with a card from hand alone here, very dangerous if that arsenal isn't your own defense reaction, which I'm not entirely sure what's lurking there for Kiran. It is a single card block, so the overpower
This does surprise me.
coming on through here, potentially quite punishing. Thinking declared makes me think Kiran does have a response to this in the arsenal. Needs to decide whether or not it feels worthwhile. They do have their own overpower here and would certainly not be against converting it. So we're going to see that Lalo coming on through here to soak up some of this heat and keep access to their own overpower. Little do they know, Stefan Karlsson parking a Steel Blade Shunt in the arsenal will also be resilient to the overpower.
Okay, I so far, if Stefan walks away with this game, I think it's the story of Steel Blade Shunt. That has been the difference maker so far. The way those have lined up with overpowers from Kiran versus right there, the Lalo, only 3 points of defensive value in the reaction step versus what a Steel Blade Shunt can offer you in 6. So very different.
And again, returning fire here, this reeks of an attack reaction from the side of Kiran. You had to rely on that Lalo because they didn't block with enough cards. Wanted to have 2 cards left in hand after pitching to the axe. It just feels like overpower. There's so few other options it could be. And so Stefan knows that this Steel Blade Shunt can keep them safe. The question is, do they want to? That Steel Blade Shunt is a commodity. It needs to be used to cover as many of these situations as possible. If this hand doesn't convert in any other way, you should be trying to save it where possible. And that's exactly what we're going to see here to start with. Multiple sirens being given on defense here, blocking the 4 points.
Oh, sorry.
So 2, 3, 4 from the gauntlets covering the base. So we'll see the overpower get fired. And no doubt see the response from Stefan, who will then pay for Steel Blade Shunt and keep a blue in the hand to send their own Decimator Great Axe. And again, you see the dance. It's back and forth. Both of these players understand which power cards have to hit each other.
But the Steel Blade Shunt also dealing a point of damage, which can't be understated. The points of life that Stefan gained, we saw that in Kiran's favor earlier in this game, but these Steel Blade Shunts from Arsenal have just looked so impressive in these kind of median turns so far of this game as we start to move towards its completion. Will that be the difference maker, or will Kiran find a way over the top? Currently, 8 plays 6. 17 minutes, 44 minutes elapsed so far in this untimed round of the semifinals. Very first Silver Age calling in London.
So Kiran finding double shunt here, also kind of impactful. Just going to block out the axe with the 2 blues, pitch one of these into the stack as the blue version for later, and get ourselves back to that point we just talked about. Steel Blade Shunt in Arsenal, which means if Stefan ever takes the risk to try and convert another big attack reaction, you are safe on the crackback.
Iron Song response. Let's see, turn 7.
So we do see those cards we saw coming back flush.
Yeah.
The last Fighting Spirit, Iron Song response, red display of craftsmanship. Big problem here. Only the 1 blue. So we're going to struggle to convert all of these cards. We'll want to play some of them on defense.
Yeah, interesting to see what Stefan goes for here. Arsenaling the Findall's Fighting Spirit for a future turn. It's like in a funny way kind of similar to the Great Axe because of the effect that the Great Axe represents.
I think the Fighting Spirit is not where you want to be here. At this point, the Great Axe is the inevitability.
Yeah.
Fighting Spirit theoretically offers you some life gain alongside this Unity equipment in theory. Could hopefully bolster you and make use of that equipment one more time. But this quick deck count is going to play an important part of this. Looks like Kiran and Stefan both analyzing what's left. Fighting Spirit, of course, does have a 7 on it, would represent lethal in this case, but would require Stefan to block with 2 reds to enable that one. And these reds are definitely premium going into the final stages of the game, especially Iron Song response. In the end game here, when your opponent cannot ignore the axe anymore, those reprise triggers are at their best. So the red display of craftsmanship will be the block.
Oh, yeah. Just blocking 2, taking 2. Both players sit at 6.
So I'm very intrigued now if Stefan wants to send Fighting Spirit on offense, or whether or not they're going to try and hold on. Sharpen steel and swing axe here is the question.
Yeah, I mean, you send the Findall's Fighting Spirit, you don't get the life gain, you arsenal the Sharpen Steel for a future turn. That is what it's going to be.
So I think there was a moment of pause there from Stefan, realizing that at some point during this game, you would really like to have taken 1 more damage. Not having this life gain coming through from Fiendl's Fighting Spirit is a pretty painful loss, actually. With the axe swinging in for 4 and often halving your cards, the breakpoint math gets a little funky. So not being on 7 instead of 6, the internet's 2 favorite numbers. A surprisingly potent situation here.
Another Steel Blade Shunt in the hand. These are coming up in less fortuitous moments for Kiran.
I think that's a big part of the appeal to throwing this Fighting Spirit in this spot. Stefan has gone through the graveyard and knows there is an abundance of Steel Blade Shunts left for Kiran Lee. So how do we best play into those? We force one to be pitched to the other, and we don't take any damage.
And now Stefan knows, okay, I'm not having to deal with Steel Blade Shunt red for a while because one just hit the bottom of the deck and one just hit the graveyard after blocking out that Findall's Fighting Spirit. So it's just going to be Felling Swing to Decimator to try to power up and take some more cards. The Sharpened Steel, what are the resource cards available? Springboard Somersault is interesting. Pillar of Unity still haven't been utilized yet. Yeah, you can see him immediately reach over and point towards those equipment pieces.
Stefan would really like to get this Springboard Somersault in the arsenal, but that requires Sharpened Steel plus Axe Swing to convert. Means the other 2 cards are going to have to play blocking duty here. Those line up very well into a large Decimator Great Axe alongside your Unity pieces, but again, these are a finite resource. You only get to do this a certain number of times. Go through the yard. How many Felling Swings are left? How many Sharpened Steels are left? Will I need these Unity pieces to save me somewhere else in order to get this Springboard Somersault into my arsenal, when it could just provide defensive value now if it isn't worth jumping through all those hoops?
This is going to be, I have to imagine, one of the more important turn cycles of this semifinals game. The equipment pieces immediately reached for, blocking a total of 6.
2, check. So
1, 2.
2, 3, 4, 5 is correct. Yep. Got the pillar there, blocking 2, plating, blocking 1, Alpha Blood being knocked down a peg, courtesy of... It is worth noting here, of course, Decimator Greyaxe can eat this tempo equipment, if that's something that was intriguing to Kiran. But in this case, doesn't appear to be the case. Stefan falling to 2, which is very dangerous territory, but allows that defense reaction to get into the arsenal, which makes it feel a little bit safer.
It also means for Kiran, if there are still Steel Blade shunts, like he just drew 2 of them.
Oh, no.
2 Steel Blade shunts.
Oh,
just
no.
end this game.
Stefan.
As soon as I was like, wow, I could be this turn and then the subsequent turn, but he just drew 2 in the same hand.
The question is, can they be paid for? Can they be paid for and keep a blue to swing your own axe if it goes wrong?
But how can it go wrong? What are the life gain or prevention effects? They've seen each other's deck lists.
It's true.
Is this not just shields down,
This is overpowered.
no blocks, pitch 2, ha! And on defense, a little bit of a shunt from the warrior
Good thing.
as they face off in the arena, axes swinging back and forth.
I guess Oasis Respite is in the deck, potentially.
Surely we've seen the whole deck for each of these players. I understand the play pattern here from Stefan. I understand we've seen it work for him so well with the Steel Blade shunts in the arsenal multiple turns ago. Getting that springboard somersault in the arsenal feels so important enough to go down to 2. I just wonder if that means the classic Welcome to Rathe defense reaction can put Kiran Lee, the hometown hero from London, into the finals.
And again, if you are ever in the semi-finals of a calling, you will know these decisions do not come lightly. Think through things, consider your options. And as much as you might not think there was an Oasis in the deck of Stefan Karlsson, if you can play around it and you're not entirely sure, maybe you should. And that's what we are potentially going to see. Display of craftsmanship on defense alongside multiple pieces of Unity equipment trying to blunt the assault. Looks like Kiran reassessing. One piece of Unity equipment currently enough. Knows that, of course, Steel Blade Shunt can save him if there is Iron Song responses and things to worry about of the ilk. It will be multiple Iron Song responses, but now Kiran knows there is no way to stop the Steel Blade Shunts. It will be 1, 2 points of damage to steal the game away. The hometown hero Kiran Lee finds himself in the finals here in the Calling London. Love to see it.
What an incredible end to that game. You talk about the dance back and forth, you talk about the rhythm, and then you talk about the flourish. You talk about the final points being dealt in a way that I don't think anyone could have expected coming into this double Steel Blade Shunt at the end of the game. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we stand.
Look, all I'm going to say on this one, I love that game. I think it was a genuinely fantastic demonstration of why these Warrior matchups are so interesting. There's so many moving pieces. And if you like feeling rewarded for your matchup understanding, it is the perfect type of deck for that. What isn't perfect is there will not be an Olympia winning a calling this weekend. And so I am mildly upset about that one. However, it is going to be literal hometown hero Kiran Lee standing staunch against the invading forces of either Niels Debaucher or Paul Van Heysel on the other side of the bracket to decide who will become our next calling champion.
I spoke earlier that I had a chance to speak with Kiran before the semifinals actually got underway. That's when Shamir told me about the Michael Metallo special. The other thing that I noticed was Shamir and Kiran, they're on the same team, Team Sigil. Kiran looks at Shamir and goes, surely there should be a Londoner, a hometown hero in the calling finals. And Shamir goes, that's you, man, that's you.
That's a very Shamir thing
We
to
watched
say.
what happens, and there it is, Kiran Lee from London. This is his hometown. And now he's making the feature match his home. He's in the finals of this calling.
One game away. One game away from a player who did not feel comfortable enough to enter a calling just months ago is now on the steps of becoming a calling champion in their hometown.
We've got a whole game to get through before we can actually make our way into the finals, because of course there's a whole other semifinals we get to watch, and I think it's going to be a pretty different. We talked about the dance and the rhythm. I think it'll be a little bit different in terms of energy and rhythm. We've got KO, we've got Briar, we've got one of the heroes that look to define this format early on with one of the heroes that has defined many a format through classic constructed history. Let's go ahead and get down to the feature match table, because I've got some fun little bits of, I don't want to say trivia, I've got some fun little bits of knowledge from getting a chance to speak with both of these players. But Scott, you said it at the beginning of this top 8. You said, I think I might be Paul von Heissel's good luck charm.
Maybe.
Here he is in the semifinals.
Certainly is. Again, passing gesture during side events on the Friday. Hi, Paul. The last time I saw you was when I was doing your winner's interview for your first quick dodge flexes. How are things? Well, quite well. I'd like to win another calling. Well, Paul, you might just be about to do that. On the other side of this battle, Niels Debocher on KO, a deck that I don't think we've had the chance of seeing on camera for quite some number of rounds now, has been making a silent charge through the Swiss, found themselves as the 3rd seed, therefore deciding to go 2nd in this battle, which feels like a pretty big boon in what should be quite an aggressive dance.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Paul's deck list, the best of the Briars. Let's see how he put it all together, and I'd love for you, my friend, to tell me anything important that you notice.
So a few things to break down here. We kind of saw Evergreen popping up a moment ago. Not sure we'll see too much of that one in this matchup, but a cool inclusion nonetheless. This deck definitely designed to optimize some specific one-offs and try and improve those ratios to make your cards come together. Nothing too shocking. Big haymakers here include cards like Arcanic Shockwave, Entwined Lightning, these Ravenous Rabbles, Scar for a Scars. It's 4/4/4, 4/4/4, the kind of thing you would expect. However, single copy of Skizzic here lining up with those embodiments quite well. A couple more buffs alongside these yellow flourishes and admittedly blue flourishes, which are not a common inclusion for these Briar decks. A little bit of extra juice from Sprout Strength and stuff from Compendium of Rathe makes Flourish a more appealing one. The single Trip the Light Fantastic, also surprisingly powerful in a number of matches over the course of the weekend. I heard it taking care of a Kano who couldn't predict a prediction effect was even possible.
This is the hero that many looked at as the one that would be the benchmark, what would pace the field. Paul von Heissel showing he may be the early true queen of Candlehold alongside this elemental Runeblade.
One final card I want to draw your attention to, 2 copies of Arcanic Crackle in this deck list. Not one we've seen everybody playing, but it kind of doubles up on a point that we've talked about a few times during the broadcast. As Briar is adapting to players adapting to her, the decks become more arcane heavy. People like Rhinar, these other aggressive shells, they want to start Arcane Barrier 0. Occasionally they want to start the smallest amount of Spell Void. So by having these extra cards with additional arcane damage, your Bramble Sparks to pair up with Burn Up Shock, Sigil of Suffering, you're getting a lot of true damage that kind of wasn't possible when the deck was built in a different way.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what sits across the table. Niels Debocher, this KO list that looks like something is going well on the way he has made his way here, given the fact that he has taken down the lone Oldhim in the top 8. That is not a foregone conclusion. I think Oldhim probably can do some pretty mean things into this KO hero, but certainly not this KO pilot.
Couldn't agree more. Some interesting ones here as the deck has been innovated. High-pitched Howl allowing these turns that involve Mandible Claw to come together a little more smoothly. Very good in those fatigue-centric matchups. Even came prepared for Kano with that copy of Scare Strapping on the arm piece. I did hear a story in the wilds of a test of Might Clash earlier on, revealing an unexpected backhand to win a game for Niels, which is obviously a pretty big upside for playing a blue like that. But my main focus in a matchup like this, these copies of Sirens of Safe Harbor. Not looking to play these in an ideal world, but drawing and discarding them from a card like Wild Ride is free value as the game gets played, and those extra points of life go a long way in keeping extra cards to attack with.
You have to imagine this KO deck loves value in all different kinds of ways, constantly getting that +1 in might, in life gain, in potential ways to actually close out the game. So let's see if Niels is able to take KO and that one arm to the promised land. We got one finalist and we need a second. Will it be a calling champion or a newcomer who I have it on good authority because he told me it's his birthday? Niels Debogere on the right side of your screen is currently enjoying what has to be one of the best birthdays of his life as he sits in the semifinals of this calling.
All right, Sha, I need some happy birthdays for Niels, please, as Arcane Seed's life kicks things off here. I want to make a quick note about the choice of equipment from Paul van Gijssel. We see the unflinching foothold in the equipment slot here. Now, that might look a little strange against a deck like KO, but this is open deck list. Paul knows there are pulpings in the list for this KO player. If you can rob Dominate away from that one, it can be very impactful.
Yeah, really nice just tech piece there. Honestly, pulping can be such a devastating effect in this KO list. You have something like a Sigil of Suffering for Paul van Gijssel, but now that's something Niels has to play around for the entire game. Looks like we're going potentially to just pass priority. Pass being good. No agile windup or any kind of effect in the hand for Niels. So he's going to go ahead and begin that turnout.
On the other side of the equation here, worth knowing once more, AB0 is the choice from KO into Briar. So that arcane damage will be all but guaranteed as Buckwild comes charging through. And I feel like this is going to be a lot of what this matchup is about. Niels needs to find these windows with guaranteed 2-3 attack turns while not being pressured by a card like Burn Up Shock to really put the screws to Paul van Gijssel's life total.
Salt and Battery hits the pitch to power up a Buckwild. 5 with Go Again, not probably where Niels wants to be, but given that he gets to go second, at least if you're a fan of KO, he gets the first true attacking turn. Another fun fact about Niels I heard from the man himself. He lost his first round of this calling because he was late. He just got a game loss.
That's the old Simon Nielsen special right there. Stayed in bed for an extra hour.
Yeah. And no, didn't matter. Didn't matter. He still finds himself in this semifinals. Such an impressive run to get there. The Sigil of Suffering going to go ahead and get some major value. There's 5 points on offense and 5 points of total value from the Sigil of Suffering. The 1 point of Arcane, the 3 points of defense bumped up by 1 to 4, total of 5. As the Bare Fangs, let's go ahead and see what the top of the deck shows. Clash of Might to go ahead and make a Might token, which means his Bare Fang gets come in for 7.
Pretty much the perfect opening hand here for Niels to convert. Wouldn't have minded something like an actual wind-up on turn 0, but in absence of that, sending Go Again without question into Bare Fangs for raw damage is about as good as it gets into a deck like Briar here, who really doesn't want to give you cards this early, would prefer to set up, convert, start pushing these 4/4/4 turns we've seen over the course of the weekend, but Bare Fangs is rather large and does command some respect.
Block 3 is the call. Take 4. As you hear from Paul, we're down to 16. Goes Mr. van Gijssel. Been nice to see Paul. Been putting out some YouTube content.
Yeah.
Sharing some stories, sharing some wisdom. Pro Tour top 8 competitor as well as a calling champion. Looking to add a second trophy in like as many months, it feels like nearly.
Yeah.
Like just an incredibly impressive recent stretch. All of 2025 to now, we might be seeing a new titan of our game rise up before our very eyes here, live from the calling in London.
Paul has a lot of stories. Has been sharing some personal experiences with me. Intends to write some written content very soon as well.
Ooh.
So if you're interested in learning more about Paul, do make sure you stay tuned. Scar for a Scar 4 with Go Again. Have to be a little cautious there with those rune chants. It's a mistake I found people make more than they should. When played, thankfully, Scar for a Scar is going to have Go Again, but if you find yourself reducing the opponent's life total down, well, all of a sudden you might find yourself not carrying on your turn as you expected.
4 Go Again, Scar for a Scar. Looks like we've got a pretty good follow-up as well if we take a peek at the hand. It's going to be a Sprout Strength into that Snatch, so we might be seeing some pieces of equipment join the party for Niels to stop the on-hit. Both players, a fair bit of armor to work with. One of the best parts of KO in the Silver Age format, Knucklehead. Again, similar to the prized Galea, just 2 temper, no issues about it.
Every now and then gives you 1 intellect if you're particularly risky. So this is a play we've been seeing since WTR. It might be an Earth Nimblism, but it's a Nimblism all the same. 7 points of damage coming across with Snatch on hit draw. Niels, of course, will be very inclined to block this. However, it appears to hand this time multiple agile wind-ups, Sirens of Safe Harbor, and Bare Fangs. So
that is awkward.
blocking like Briar, hashtag.
That means you're given two. I mean, okay, let's see. This means you're likely giving 2 pieces of cards from your hand, 2 cards from your hand, 2 blocks each for 4. And then you're given 1 of your 2 blocks plus the beaten trackers, I have to imagine.
Niels agrees
Or
that...
you're giving all the equipment, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 also would work.
Niels agrees this needs to be covered. So 7 will be the name of the game here. Holding on to those Blade Beckoner. And I think that's a important choice here for Niels. Blade Beckoner Gauntlets, I've kind of alluded to these cards in a few matchups now. Against Briar, Burn Up Shock is a very real threat. And you need to have a piece of equipment that can cover Starfall by itself. That's exactly what those are there for.
And that also means, of course, the Knucklehead will get to block again. Bare Fang's now going to go ahead and get the draw on the discard. Niels here probably just looking for an arsenal.
Would love to discard that Sirens of Safe Harbor here, pick up a bonus point of life for playing the game as intended. Let's see what gets flipped. It is the high-pitched howl on discard here. So does meet the Bare Fangs conditions, which means it's going to be coming in for 9. That howl wouldn't have been half bad in the arsenal. So instead, we are going to see the beaten trackers being broken here to gain an action point back after this Bare Fangs. Paul looking at the second Scar for a Scar. Might be incentivized to take a little bit of damage to get that up and online, but Embodiment of Earth does offer some blocking options if there's non-attacks in the hand.
Predatory Plating probably powering up that Sirens of Safe Harbor. 3 cards. What it'll be, a total of 16 points of value.
It's pretty good.
15 on offense, and then the 1 life gain from the Sirens.
Block 1. No reaction.
Clinching foothold on defense. Block 1, take 8. Paul Van Heysel falling down to 8 and knows that another attack will be coming. The plating will break to fund the second resource. And we'll see that final card in hand emerge. The Sirens of Safe Harbor coming in for 6, gaining a life on the way out. Very impressive volley of damage. Paul, however, with an impressive volley of his own. Unfortunately, no lightning card for that Shockwave, but potentially an Earth card for the Bramble Spark in the form of Flourish.
A hand that looks more awkward than it is. A little deceiving sometimes can these Briar hands be, until you factor in the embodiment of lightning that will be created upon that second non-attack being played. Such a powerful ability that can just unbrick nearly any hand.
So a tough decision now for Paul. Will want to keep a hand together to send damage in the future, but if taking this Sirens of Safe Harbor is the name of the game, 2 life will often not allow that to happen. Does choose to reach for those Beckoning Haunt to try and have slightly more breathing room to work with.
I wonder, I mean, it's open deck lists. I don't remember, did we see copies of Unexpected Backhand in Niels' list? Yeah, so I think you have to consider Unexpected Backhand when using that equipment on this turn versus, often the very best players will hold their equipment until the last possible moment. But saying no blocks here, going down to 2, a Clash of Might winning twice, right? All of us with an Unexpected Backhand, that's a way to lose the game. It's not what you expect to happen, but it's something Paul Van Heysel has to consider. It would in fact, I would say it would be unexpected.
Oh, get me out of here. Play Beckenhelm on defense will soak up 1 point of this to bring Paul Van Heysel to 3. Now, and there's not 3 Test of Mights, so haven't got to worry about that one so much. But a life gain from Sirens brings Niels to 14. Quite an impressive life total disparity at this point, but it does afford Paul Van Heysel a hand of cards to work with to attempt to return fire and bring those totals closer to each other. Funnily enough, there is 2 clash cards in the hand for Niels, so crisis averted, I suppose.
For Paul Van Heysel, 4 cards, wasn't able to establish an arsenal really at any point yet in this game. Currently 11 life down. This would be a comeback from this point. He hasn't truly had to block yet with cards that he hasn't wanted to. He's given some cards that have been somewhat superfluous, some cards meant for defense. He's just going to send it as best he can. Here comes the scar. 4 go again.
Big surprises here so far. Concealing information for as long as you can from your hand. Makes a lot of sense as Briar. You want to smoke screen your extra damage in with the threat of lightning press, snatches with on hits. So holding those for the follow-up makes an awful lot of sense here. Scar more than happy to just attack for 4 with go again.
Block with Test of Might.
Test of Might. Clash.
Let's take a bonus look. It'll be Flourish into Run Roughshod. So Might token being made for KO here. 5 points of value from that defensive tool.
Nice second point of might for Niels here. The hand for Niels for this KO deck. It's got a Sirens of Safe Harbor that can just power up a Clash of Might. It's not great, the hand.
No, 2-card 8 is fine here, though, I think. Throwing that rough up isn't the worst. Of course, there is the clash potential, depending on how Paul wants to continue their assault. Have to imagine blocks will be considered at the very least. Paul reassessing here how to best navigate this situation. Expending these defenses, offenses, I should say, very appealing, but Arsenal cards very important for Briar when the life totals are so low. The deck guilty of being a bit clunky at times, so mitigating risk is a big part of playing this deck successfully. We will see Bramble Spark fusing the Flourish, which means that we will have a point of arcane damage and 3 bonus points of power on the next attack this turn. The Flourish will be deployed alongside it to make the most of that. Embodiment of Lightning, not going to be doing all that much, pairing up with this Arcanic Shockwave here. I guess there is some potential for this to go somewhere. Garland of Spring can just convert into a Starfall Swing after this, but with no Lightning card played and 14 life available, not particularly appealing.
10 go again. Garland of Spring. Can threaten the Starfall. I have to imagine that would just get eaten up by the Blade Beckoner Gauntlets, though.
13.
Down to 13.
That counts as a hit.
Yep. I mean, it counts as the...
Damage being dealt, as Paul says. Yes, it's a interesting wording on this one with the way that Briar works. It cares about the attack dealing damage. It doesn't say it needs to deal physical damage, though. So if you have something like Arcanic Shockwave or Bramble Spark connecting, it is the attack dealing the arcane damage, which will trigger Briar and enable your Embodiment of Earth.
Just the one Embodiment of Earth.
Thank Wraith.
And it has never, ever been more than that.
Nope. Don't go looking in the history books. That library is closed to you.
Flash of Might once again. So that unexpected backhand thing, like, he did draw 2 Clash cards.
Yeah.
He just didn't have the unexpected backhand on top. And now 3 Mights to power up what will be a much better turn than I initially thought, given the other attack in the hand.
Niels happy to eat the rest of the heat. Falls down to 6. No cards remaining here for Van Heysel. And we know the return volley is going to be gigantic. 2-card 9, not half bad, courtesy of those Might tokens, and will demand some serious defense for Paul. Certainly wouldn't mind a non-attack action or 2 to play well with that Embodiment of Earth.
Rough up.
Rough
Rough
up.
up.
Aptly named, I think, in this scenario. Is actually 10 due to Rough Up's text. Does see
Wow.
the Sirens of Safe Harbor in the pitch zone. KO does affect that one over there.
Damn. Okay, no, the hand was good.
Yeah. If you're unfamiliar, you might want to call this one Swing Bigger. It is embarrassing. It's its classic constructed counterpart right now.
Yeah, 4 cards in the hand and 17 total points of value that this KO deck is putting out. That Test of Might looked fantastic on that turn.
These block 4 defensive tools very much shining in the Silver Age format.
So
if you're
Paul here, like, are we blocking out and saying get go again? Like, do it. Let's show me what you got. Your trackers are gone.
That's a reasonable take. I think if I'm Paul here, I'm probably panicking. Is probably what I'm doing first. This hand not looking very appealing. Taking a moment to fan through the yard. Wouldn't surprise me if this is just a case of do it again. But the sad truth is, Paul's taking a look at the resources spent so far. We're not through wild rides. We're not through many buck wilds.
No, it's not good odds.
It's very likely that the Niels is going to be able to continue this assault. And so you have to consider that. 6 life is attainable for Briar. We've seen time and again players like Matthew Foulkes this weekend finding 2-card hands presenting upwards of 10 to 12 damage in his deck. It's very doable. Paul needs to decide whether this is the window, whether a better one can be found if you take the risk on your opponent drawing a particularly impactful hand. So Beckoning Haunts being read there by Niels. It's the 2 block on that one that mostly matters and might very well play a part in this turn's blocking cycle. And again, I want to be clear on this one as well. Players like to give people stick for thinking on these decisions. You are in the semi-finals of the calling. Take your time.
We got plenty of time.
Contemplate. It's just 17 minutes into the round. Silver Age is great for this. Take your time. Mull your decisions. Make sure you aren't losing any edges in games that are made up so often of edges. So
I zoomed in because I was like, which of those cards block 3? Surely it's Jack Be Quick blocks 3.
Thankfully, they all block 3.
Yeah, it's the embodiment of Earth. No, yeah. But I was like, wait, where's that extra point coming from? Jack Be Quick, a card I constantly just think blocks 2, but no. Wow, look at this, though. Paul von Heysel did just block out and is going to Arsenal. Let's see.
Wait.
Yeah, there's no go again. This is like...
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. And without any attack being sent, the Test of Might looked so good a turn ago and looks so bad here. And they're 3 blues? Niels de Bocher looks at the top 4 cards of the deck.
The old 4-card 17 into the old 4-card 5 is rather emblematic of KO's play patterns.
My head is in my hands.
Yeah, happy birthday, Niels.
Oh my goodness. 6th place too, but it's going to be an assault and battery. We're going to beat chest. No beat chest.
Yeah, got to Arsenal, the run roughshod, hold the Test of Might in hand. Gives you an Arsenal to play with, a defensive tool. So now, Paul, I'm going to tell you what's going through Paul's mind right now in real time. I've seen.
Hallelujah.
No. We don't get ahead of ourselves here. What's actually happening is I've seen the deck list. Was there a pummel? That is what is currently going through Paul's mind.
Yeah, true.
He believes no. I believe no.
Yeah.
But when your opponent spends 2 cards to send 5 and does not beat chest in this spot, alarm bells are ringing. So we all know, and Paul should be able to figure out that this is just the deck gave up. But I know full well there is just a slither of doubt. Did I not read pummel on this deck list?
Dude, just an incredibly tough break here for Niels. Had all the tempo, had the gas, and had plenty of go again left in the deck. Wild rides and buck wild, so many ways to get go again. Agile wind-ups, plenty coming through as the Beckoning Haunt, plus the Crackle that you pointed out, just going to eat this attack up entirely. IP1, and you can see a little bit of a clenched jaw from Niels, as this might just be the end of the tournament. A full 3-card hand with burn-up shock, and the Garland of Spring kept around for exactly this moment.
But it's the Lightning Press. There's a Lightning Press and a Snatch in the hand. Paul van Heysel gets to start on burn-up shock, fire the Starfall, and save the trick for the very end. The arcane damage is going to connect. Niels de Bocher falls down to 5. Will have the Test of Might to play defense. Does have the Blade Beckoner to cover the Starfall, but needs to read the Lightning Press. And the problem? You can't do it accurately. This Snatch is going to have go again, and you won't know if it's a +3 or another 0 for 4.
So this is just 4, and Niels can place the Test of Might in front of this.
It's even worse, because this Weave Lightning suggests that an elemental attack is coming after this. What Paul wanted was the embodiment, but it suggests that a 7 still stands after this burn-up shock and will encourage Niels to hold on to those cards to blunt the next attack, which is just perfect for Lightning Press to ruin a birthday.
In a format where D-reacts are not as prevalent.
Have you played any Lightning Presses yet? Is the question that comes from the mouth of Niels Deboucher. He might not be able to play around it, but you know he's thinking about it.
There's a reason he's the 3rd seed in this, calling an incredible run that he should be very proud of, no matter the outcome here. If he can sniff it out, if he can survive, if he can get over that tough 4 cards off the top of the deck, I hope he considers this birthday present of a top 4 finish as impressive as it is. But let's see if he can get through this turn.
Brood fans, hold your breath. This game is not over yet, but it's a single card being deployed on defense here for Niels Deboucher. Clash will show Sizzle versus Savage Feast. It gives a flicker of hope as the Lightning Press comes down and closes the door on our birthday boy's dreams. Paul van Gijssel remains in the event and has 1 game between him and 2-time calling champion.
You can see a little bit of the double fist pump. You see the head in the hands as Paul van Gijssel knows he absolutely stole that one. He had no business winning that game with the amount of go again left in Niels' deck. But sometimes you have to play to your outs.
Awesome.
You have to say, listen, I'm probably screwed, but the best case scenario here is I survive this turn, you don't do much, and then I get to crack back and win the game. And that's what he did. What an unbelievable game that was. Thank you to all of you hanging out with us here. What an incredible weekend it's been so far. And as a reward for all of the hype in the chat, all the love everywhere, we got a box of Compendium of Rathe that's going to be given away in the very next round. So don't you go anywhere. But let's take a look at what round that is at the bracket.
On to the finals we go, and it is quite the story. On one side, the red corner, if you will, Paul van Gijssel has the chance to be a 2-time calling champion on the big bad heading into this event. On the other side, hometown hero Kiran Lee brings Dorinthea, the talk of this event, Decimator Warrior, into the calling, a player who self-admittedly did not believe they were good enough to enter a calling just months ago, sits 1 game away from a place in the history books.
Just an incredible story either way. I have to imagine though, Scott, you're looking around like, okay, do I just have to travel with Paul van Gijssel anywhere? Does he owe me a portion of the winnings if he wins this calling? Like, what's going on here?
I'm starting to think Paul owes me some money.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too.
And I'm starting to think if it happens a 3rd time, I might not get hired again.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is dangerous territory, Paul.
I don't want you to hope he loses.
Paul,
though.
no, I don't. Paul, I don't hope you lose, but please
don't win too hard.
Think of me. Think of my well-being. Thank you.
Well, folks, yeah, once again, just do want to remind you a giveaway next round for that Compendium of Rathe booster box. And I really want to remind you that the release celebration events are happening at your LGS all over the world next weekend. You can play Silver Age in all its glory next weekend. Pick up a Precon, pick up some Compendium, and get yourself that exclusive promo of the Pursuit of Knowledge in the Antiquity frame. It's a gorgeous promo. We do hope we will see you there. Man, just what a weekend it's been, Scott.
What an incredible calling. I literally write for a living. That's my job. I couldn't have written this script. That's all I can say about this. It has been fairy tale after fairy tale. There are so many story threads to enjoy, and there is no better way to celebrate the start of a brand new age of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and Lightning Press seems good. Not a lot of D-reacts in this format. Lightning Press seems pretty good.
Nothing gets past you, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see you next. Let's take a break.
On Saturday morning, there was 755 hopeful souls wishing to become the first ever Silver Age calling champion. Now, there are 2.
You know, we've had some incredible luck on stream, Scott. We opened an Iva Fidia. We
did.
opened a Heart of Fendel.
We did.
And now we have what couldn't have been a better written finals.
No.
Hometown hero competing for their place in the history books as the first ever Sage calling champion versus returning calling champion Paul Van Heysel on the deck that everyone was expecting to take this down. I cannot wait to get into it.
Gonna be one heck of a match. But that means we've opened a heart, we've opened an eye, but we haven't opened a riches, have we?
Not
So-
yet. Some
so
lucky
surely-
viewer might be able to, though.
Surely that's got to be somewhere, you would think. So, box of Compendium available to give away in this one. Get active in the chat. I asked for funny messages yesterday. You know, I'm going to ask for either,
Predictions?
predictions. I'll take predictions. I'll take cheers for your favorite player. I'll take requests to decimate a great axe to leave the format. That's also acceptable if you want to get entered into the giveaway.
I know some
However,
people want Briar to leave the format too
maybe,
already.
Okay, whichever you prefer. Whichever you prefer is fine. Either way, get active, get talking, and let's get down to the finals. I want to see how this story ends. It will be Kiran Lee on Dorinthea versus Paul Van Heysel on Briar.
Now, Kiran Lee, being the highest seed, does get turn order choice and has chosen to put himself going second. Very reminiscent of what Pierre did early on in the quarterfinals as well, recognizing that perhaps fatigue, not the best strategy into a Briar, want to instead put them into a blocking position as soon as possible. One thing I'm curious about, Scott, is whether this Dorinthea is going to bring in AB. We saw Pierre bring AB0, and as we look into the arena, Kiran following in his teammates' footsteps, AB0 the choice for him.
Brave choice. Still believes it to be correct. Clearly worked it through at the start of the event. If you are interested in deck lists for both of these players, please feel free to check out the games from the top 4. We showcased them both before this round. They're both available if you're interested. And so, we'll take a look at the equipment for Paul Van Heysel. Very much what you would expect here based on what we learned last time. Will want those Blade Beckoner to cover the Decimator at some point. Needs the Garland and Bracers to use Starfall and force through Burn Up Shock at some point in the game.
The double Blade Beckoner combination lets you effectively blunt one Decimator Great Axe swing throughout the course of the game. So Paul Van Heysel effectively at a 24 health. However, that's not as much as what Kiran Lee is presenting over there, with 3 Unity equipments, each of them potentially blocking 3, plus the Blade Beckoner boots blocking 2 as well. Armor definitely in the Warriors' favor here.
And so we saw from Pierre earlier in the quarterfinals, the plan is not to fatigue Briar. They don't believe it can be done easily or cleanly. Instead, felling swing, sharpened steels, these big damage effects need to convert alongside Decimated Great Axe and race the Rune Blade down to a point where cards must be given each and every turn.
Unfortunately for Paul Van Heysel, this time no setup on the turn 0. We saw him in the previous game have the Arcane Seeds live to not only set up 2 damage for the following turn cycle, but also gain 1 life. No such luck for him this time, and no blocks declared either on Kiran Lee's 9 damage axe swing. A little bit unfortunate draw for Kiran himself as well, though. Was left with an on the horizon after the felling swing attack, and that block card can't really go into Arsenal, so ends up IPing a card, is holding on to the block for. Paul Van Heysel almost certainly took note of that. Can definitely be expecting a block card coming out.
Free information goes a long way in a game of Flesh and Blood. Knowing your opponent did not want Arsenal certainly plays a part in that. Nimblism to start the turn here for Paul Van Heysel. Arsenal will be Lightning Surge. Emerging with 7 go again, thanks to the text of the card. 3 cards in hand here for Van Heysel. Could to continue a big turn, no doubt. On the horizon will be joined on defense. Look tough, likely playing defense in this matchup as well. Pair of, I believe, blue overpowers. One likely to fuel the axe, the other, anyone's guess.
I believe it's a red overpower and a blue overpower. So there's 1 blue to speak of for Kiran over here. Be curious to see what he does with the red overpower. Do you go ahead and arsenal it and hope your opponent blocks with the card from hand sometime soon, despite them being an aggro deck? Or do you just commit to it being a block 3 right now?
And we're going to see this Unity equipment reach for once more. The key to success with this has seemed to be finding the big attacks, converting these in multiples to blunt entire breakpoints. We're going to see Lightning Surge pitched away to convert to damage. We talked about this a few times from this Briar deck over the weekend. Reaping Blade, very powerful, but needs to not stumble in these more attrition-based matchups. Starfall lets these cards stay in deck, lets them become meaningful damage, and lets you end your turn in a snatch.
It also lets him empty his hand to actually threaten the snatch card draw on hit. Of course, Kiran still sees a card in Paul Van Heisel's hand, but we know that is a lightning press that will come out and ensure the card draw from this snatch, ensure an embodiment of Earth as well for Paul Van Heisel. Doubtful that he's going to actually make use of the blocking value on the embodiment of Earth, but card draw ensured by the snatch here thanks to lightning press and no defensive reaction coming out from Kiran Lee.
Card in Arsenal, courtesy of the snatch. 11 plays 15 as we make our way back to Decimator Dory. Some chips in the armor, but we did manage to keep both the blue overpower and the red copy that will now go into the arsenal. Kiran again demonstrating the plan of action in this matchup. It cannot all be about blocking. You have to send the damage.
I love this aggression coming out from Kiran over here. Opting not to block with the red overpower, opting instead to just use the armor. He understands the pace of this game. He wants this to end in turn 3 or 4. Wants to get Paul into the position where he's forced to block the Great Axe, forced to play into the overpower reprise, and just close the game out from there. This axe coming in for 4. Paul Van Heisel could maybe block it, maybe even give some armor, instead going down to 7. This means that if Kiran can find a buff to go with the axe in the following turn cycle, say a red sharpened steel, say a red felling swing, Paul Van Heisel will be forced to play into the overpower.
Van Heisel looking at Entwine Lightning, Yellow Flourish, Scar for a Scar, Ravenous Rabble.
And of course, the unknown card picked up off the top of the deck on the previous turn cycle from the snatch. I think Paul Van Heisel hoping that that was a buff to go with this Flourish. Unless this Flourish is going to somehow make its way into the arsenal after this turn cycle.
Embodiment of Earth will expire as Van Heisel reviews the hand. You can see the equations flying through the air in real time, like that meme we all have seen on social media.
Currently, Paul Van Heisel has Scar for a Scar and Ravenous Rabble, both of which do have go again currently, since Paul is at a lower life total than his opponent. Entwine Lightning does not have a lightning card in hand to go with it. Could be the Chain Ender in this hand.
Looks like a bevy of blues for Kiran Lee. On the other side, display of craftsmanship. Overpower, Findle's Fighting Spirit. Going to want to keep 2 of those ideally to convert that red overpower from the arsenal. Until then, 4 go again from the Scar for a Scar. We'll ask Kiran Lee the first question of the turn. May I look through the yard? We're going to see more of this than ever before in the finals. It's about understanding the possibilities that remain even on the second turn of the game.
Blue Fighting Spirit in Kiran's hand right now currently does not have the additional text live since he has a healthy life lead over Paul Van Heisel. Almost wonder whether he wants to take a little bit of damage to turn the additional text on that card on.
Embodiment of Earth generated by Scar for a Scar. Priority back to Van Heisel. Ravenous Rabble available if no better option exists, but the Arsenal card is coming out. It's Bramble Spark, which is a gigantic pickup in this spot. Flourish will fuse this powerful non-attack action and turbocharge this next attack.
Bramble Spark and Flourish here. What an incredible combination. Flourish is the Earth card you can reveal to Bramble Spark's fusion and then also play the Flourish right afterwards and benefit further from the Bramble Spark buff. Incredible pickup for Paul Van Heisel off the back of the snatch in the previous turn cycle. Also ensures that that is a second non-attack play this turn, gets the embodiment of Lightning to give this Entwine Lightning go again despite not having a Lightning card to reveal to it. And now Kiran potentially needs to worry about a potential snatch at the end of this chain.
And so defenses must be deployed. This is theoretically lethal damage. Go a 10 from Entwine Lightning.
Also needs to be worried about the second Lightning Press. You can't just put 3 block in front of this, you might die to that. But if you give up too much armor here, then you might not have armor to block out the snatch. That is the conundrum that Briar puts her opponents in the Silver Age format, why she's been doing so well throughout this entire weekend, why we have won in the finals of the first ever Silver Age calling.
And the hesitation kicks in for Kiran Lee. Just a shudder, a twitch of uncertainty. It will be 3 block once again, sheepishly recoiled. And that Unity equipment is going in here to soak up as much damage as possible. No, 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 maybe not. Kiran, unsurprisingly, taking the time required to contemplate this. A calling final is not a place many people ever find themselves. It's very unlikely you'll be there twice.
With the pace of this game is not going very long. Go ahead and take your time to decide. Make sure you don't make a decision that you regret later on. Looks like call from Kiran Lee is to block with the remaining Unity pieces, blocking a total of 4 amongst them, plus the 3 from the Raging Onslaught. Leaks 3 over.
7 plays 7, but 4 cards remaining for Kiran Lee, including that Arsenal. Van Heysel now needs to decide if the Arsenal and the control of the chaos of Briar is more valuable than the additional damage, when it's very likely Kiran wouldn't mind expending another card from the majority of hands. Does choose to take the safer route. Arsenal's the card and passes back to Kiran. Now this is where things get dangerous.
Paul Van Heysel makes the same choice that Matthew Foulkes did early on today, choosing instead to just arsenal the attack. Make sure that you have a target for all the buffs that this Briar deck likes to run. Also make sure that you can send offensive output on your opponent, but on Kiran's side, we spoke about this in the previous turn cycle. Now this axe coming in for 7. Is this something that Paul Van Heysel can ignore? Will he have to play into reprise? The red overpower, the Kiran Arsenal 2 turns ago, took the aggressive stance of not blocking with it. Is it going to pay off?
Now, if you're a player of Van Heysel's caliber, you know that 2 turns ago, Kiran could have blocked with that additional card, went out of the way to use Unity equipment to get it into the arsenal. In fact, that same Unity equipment bought a spare card this turn. It reeks of overpower. But what can you do about it?
I want to come back to the decision to bring AB0 into this matchup. You're playing a quote-unquote slow-ish deck. Theory dictates that you bring Arcane Barrier into a deck that can send it, but Kiran recognizing, nope, I'm just going to instead bring all physical equipment, cash them in as soon as possible, make my opponent play into my significantly overrated weapon when they are on a deck that does not block very well.
Those 2 pieces of Blade Beckoner are lurking in the equipment zone for Van Heysel. Does give the option to keep this hand around and respect some amount of increase. We're going to see block 4 from Blade Beckoner. It's the red overpower to come crashing on through from the arsenal here, and Van Heysel is left scrambling as the axe becomes 11. Arcane Seeds! Arcane Seeds life gains 1 in response. The game hangs by a thread. The overpower is gone, and Van Heysel gets the momentum. Now watch, because if that Starfall swings, there is a chance Steel Blade shut.
Right there in the hand, drawn by Kiran Lee. Will Paul Van Heysel play around it?
1 plays 7. Scar for a Scar, Arcanic Shockwave, second strike. The beginning is simple, but the garland is tempting, and danger is looming for our former calling champion. Can Kiran Lee sniff out a Starfall swing and hold enough cards to shunt their way to victory?
Will he also make the read that he needs to block the Scar for a Scar out to not allow second strike getting go again?
No, just 3 block declared. 1 damage comes through. Embodiment of Earth is alive. Second strike online.
Sigh of relief from Paul Van Heysel. He really needed a Scar for a Scar to hit. Now he has an additional go again on the second strike. And from his perspective, playing that second strike with go again is what can ensure that he gets to swing the Starfall. Little does he know that that could be a trap, because Kiran has drawn that Steel Blade Shunt.
This might be the most cunning block 3 in the history of Flesh and Blood. Suddenly second strike, looking appealing as a lightning card, may encourage a Starfall swing. It's Ravenous Rabble that shows Sigil of Suffering on top of the deck, and you see the smirk from Kiran Lee. You cannot go to 1 or I will get you.
Both players have access to defense reactions that deal damage on the opponent's turn. Of course, Paul Van Heysel's one is a lot easier to deploy, can deploy it on anything, whereas Kiran's needs to be deployed onto a Starfall swing.
And so, Kiran Lee falls to 5 in the face of Ravenous Rabble. Now, how does Van Heysel sequence the turn? The chain closes. The Braces of Belief still available here.
And he can play around Steelblade Shunt over here. If you send a second strike, and the opponent's forced to give you a card because you Braces of Belief here?
No, Paul, okay.
But he hasn't played a Lightning card yet, so he can't swing the Starfall.
I know, my heart is still in my mouth. Paul.
So he sends 6 here. You draw at least 1 card on defense. That way, Steelblade Shunt can no longer be played onto your Starfall. He is free to swing the weapon here. Did Paul Van Heysel do it? Is this it?
6 go again will demand the blocks, and the Shunt cannot be saved for the second strike. And now the resource is looming. There is another source of damage in the hand from Van Heysel, and he is mere moments away from securing himself as not only a 2-time calling champion, but the first ever Silver Age winner.
Also, these are both defense reactions. He can't get the extra block on the Helm of Unity because the Unity triggers on defense. So that Helm basically just never got the extra point of block. He needs to deal with 6. He's at 5.
Kiran scrambling, looking for a way to make the cards work and keep himself alive. Lay low. Anything but in the current moment.
I almost have to wonder, do you just have to deploy the Steelblade Shunt? This hand can block a total of 4 because of a blue Steelblade Shunt. If you just block the Lalo, you can't block anymore the rest of this turn. And you know for a fact that the minimum there's a Starfall coming after is because of the 1 floating.
But the Blade Beckoner theoretically covers the Starfall. You can see the temptation to hold a card. Van Heysel wouldn't know the lethal damage was available. Wouldn't know it's a Steelblade Shunt as the last card. Lay low. Deployed as a defense reaction here. Damage leaking through brings Kiran Lee down to 2.
That Steelblade Shunt, we saw it be so incredibly effective in the Warrior Mirrors, in the Warrior versus Guardian matchup. Into the Runeblade here, however, that card looking incredibly awkward.
And now, can Van Heysel sniff it out? Arcanic Shockwave will be more than enough to come across the line as Kiran Lee stares at a Steelblade Shunt that has sealed his fate. It is 2-time calling champion Paul Van Heysel, who will forever be the first Silver Age champion.
And he has done it on Briar, the talk of the town, coming into the calling, most represented hero in our 755-player Silver Age calling. Paul Van Heysel, the lone Briar in the top 8, does it, takes down another calling. Have to give huge props to both players there. And Kiran, what an impressive run. The hometown hero showing up here on a calling after being nervous about it, makes it all the way to the finals.
Banger after banger after banger. What an incredible event and a just-worthy final. Let's take one more look at the bracket that got us there as we made our way from a top 8 containing 6 different heroes through an aggressive mirror, a warrior fatigue mirror, and ultimately the combination of the 2 biggest stories of the event.
What a fantastic run across the top 8. Fantastic run, day 2 of Swiss. Fantastic run this entire weekend, to be honest. Paul Van Heysel, our 2-time calling champion.
They pay me for words, but I haven't got any. I'm out.
I'm speechless too, Scott.
Done.
I'm sure a lot of us are. Although I'm sure maybe some people are going to start saying some words of distaste regarding Briar over here. It's time to get your pitchforks out, people. We're going to be voting for Silver Age heroes very, very soon. But before that, speak some messages in the chat because we have a giveaway, giving away a Compendium booster box. Looks like we might be ready to pick our winner already. Shall we do a countdown, Scott?
Sounds good to me. Do you want to do it? Do you want me to do it?
I'll do it.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and...
Cole, love math. Congratulations to you. You are now, details available for you in the chat, now the lucky owner of this box of Compendium of Rathe. If you do not find a Riches of Tropodani, unlucky.
Baited by Scott Mines himself. So have fun opening that box, and congratulations on winning that giveaway. And also congratulations to Paul Van Heysel for being the first ever Silver Age calling champion, taking it down on Briar.
Remarkable. You know, I'm already lucky enough to be in the booth a few more times in the near future, and I just want to get there now. That finals isn't enough for me. I want more games of both Silver Age and Classic Constructed. We're going to have an interview with the winner very shortly, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, well, well. I feel like we've been here before. Paul van Heysel, congratulations.
Thanks again,
How
Scott.
are you doing?
I'm doing
Pretty
fantastic.
good. I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Anything you want to share about the event in particular? Was it an easy Briar pick for you, or any cool stories?
It wasn't an easy pick at all. Like this time, I was agonizing over my deck choice so much, and at 3 a.m. the day before the event, I was on Decimator Fang,
Okay.
and I was like, I need some help, and I asked my friend Bartosz Ziemba. I said, "Can you please bless me with your list? Because in Pro Tour London, I used his."
Sure.
They are amazing, and he sent me his list. I just copied this, and it worked.
Did the job.
The
Clearly
guy
did
knows
the job.
how to deck build. What can I say?
Unsurprisingly, two-time Pro Tour finalist Bartosz Ziemba knows how to build a deck. No,
For sure.
no big
yeah.
shocks there, but turned out well for you. I just want to take a quick note to the folks at home. It looks like our giveaway winner wasn't present when we did that little box giveaway. So I believe it's DreCortez.com who is now the giveaway winner who's in chat. So look out for some details in the chat for us for that one to claim your box of Compendium of Rathe. On the bright side for you, Paul, you've gained some more goodies. And now, last time we were in the booth, you may have made a statement about your intention with the prize card.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you this time, so you haven't got to tell the folks what you intend on doing. But I do want to show off some of the things you've managed to win. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
All
sounds
right.
great.
So let's take a closer look at the trophy here for the calling. Of course, we have a beautiful Flesh and Blood Champion Calling London trophy. Doesn't quite fit in our frame. It's too big. It's far too big, but you can see lovely shiny glass. That's going to be going to you, so you can... where's this going? Is it next to the second one? Do you still have the first trophy?
yeah,
The second one in the house? Okay. And
Wow.
well, not bad.
It's
not bad.
bigger
It's
than
bigger?
last one.
It got larger.
Upgrade.
It doesn't fit in the
Sick.
frame anymore. There you go. But I guess the talking point for a lot of folks. Prize card, the champion, quick dodge, flexes. If you've never seen one of these before,
I know where this is going.
I have a feeling I know where it's going to, but calling champion on the back of this. And somehow, this isn't even your greatest prize for winning the calling. Because your greatest prize is a single antiquity pack
No way.
from Compendium of Rathe.
What could
Now,
be in here?
We have pulled 2 Fableds this weekend. We've had the Heart of Fiendel already. We've had the Eye of Ophidia already. So do you want to try and open a Riches of Trouble, Dani? Does that sound good to you?
You're gifting me this.
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
The biggest prize you could possibly ask for on the weekend.
I'll open it right now.
If you want to try and pop it down on the small camera, so this little area down here. Try and get your hands down here. We'll see. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Feels like opening draft packs.
It certainly does. All right,
I
show
missed
me what you got.
What's the...
The hit's on the back there, so the one
This
on the front.
one?
Yeah, this one's the hit, so you can flip it over the other way if you want. Okay. The weakest
Whoa.
link. Okay, that's not half bad. That one sees some play. And the
That
other
is
one,
very good.
Fiddler's
Fiddler's
Green
Green.
for you as well. So some goodies, no doubt way better than that quick dodge flexes, but I'm sure you might keep these ones. So that's a good one way or the other. Anyone you want to thank for your success this weekend?
Yeah, so once again, Bartosz Ziemba, the GOAT deck builder. Like, every time I play his lists, normally I'm like anxious, but when I play his list, I'm like calm. It's because I know it's so good. And my family, of course, is watching now. Love you guys.
I'm reliably informed your brother's in the chat this time.
My
so
brother-in-law.
you keep having different family members turning up in these
He
things.
wanted a signature, he said. So
There you go. There you go. One way or the other. Happy to see it going so well. Obviously, big weekend for Silver Age this weekend. A lot of talk about the format in general. How are you feeling about it after becoming the first ever Silver Age calling champion?
yeah, so I might be a bit biased, but I really like the format because at first I felt like 20 life is then a bit too few amount of life, but now I really like that it makes you think double as hard about your choices because you have half the life, so every choice is so much more important. So you start thinking about really the micro impact your cards have, and I've never had that before in CC, where it's like the more grand scheme of things, and now in Sage you really start to overthink more, and I actually kind of like it. Yeah,
It's a good place to be. I haven't really thought about it that way. I think of like CC is double the life almost, but if you think of it as Silver Age as half, it's I guess your decisions really are more meaningful.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Anything else you want to share for the folks at home? Any tips for Briar maybe if they're looking to get involved with Silver Age sometime soon?
Well, don't be afraid to block as Briar. That's what I learned. Like blocking is so good in aggro. And
block.
new video coming soon.
There we go. There we go. He's a content creator now, which
Yes.
we're absolutely ecstatic to see. So make sure you check out Paul's content. I'm
Paulo's
sure.
TCG.
There you go. Always got to get the shout outs in with this one. But congratulations, my friend. Very
Thanks
again
so
happy to see
much.
you being a two-time calling champion. I'm sure it won't be the last at this rate, one way
Means a
or
lot, Scott.
the other. No, my pleasure to be the one who keeps to get doing this.
Yeah.
Apparently, so you just tell
Let's
LSS
meet again
to
next
keep
time.
hiring. Yeah, exactly. Let's do this again sometime soon. Just get them to keep hiring me, and I'm sure we can arrange some. Please don't
For
get me.
sure.
Please don't get me fired. I really don't need that. Well, that's been Paul Van Heysel. I've been Howling Minds. You've had the pleasure of having Sam O'Byrne as well, as long as, of course, Pankaj Bhojwani. We're going to have a small post-show to walk you through the entire event just after this, so stay tuned. We'll be back in just a second. That right there, that is flesh and blood. There is no better way to say it. Pankaj, what a finale.
It's been amazing. Successful is a term that comes to mind. Successful weekend for the game. 755 players at the first ever calling. A whole bunch of them new faces. Players who are now joining Flesh and Blood, starting their journey in this incredible game with the introduction of Silver Age as a premier level format. It's been an incredible run for sure.
Let's take a look at some of those names one final time. The bracket for the top 8 of the calling in London will be etched in the history books. Pankaj, walk me through the story of the event.
Well, the first thing that stands out, Scott, 6 different heroes represented in the top 8 of this Silver Age calling. We've had Guardians, we've had Warriors, we've had Brutes. Honestly, the whole slew of the heavy hitters classes making their presence known here at Silver Age, which I am personally a big fan of. And of course, a Runeblade as well, because this is Flesh and Blood, and a Runeblade does end up taking it down as well. Fantastic finish by Paul Van Heysel there, but let's take a look at his journey throughout this top 8 bracket. Goes ahead and takes down the DGA Warrior in the quarterfinals. Went ahead and took down a Brute as well, very different pace, and finally took down yet another DGA Warrior in the finals.
Van Heysel did sneak in 7th. We'll take a look at the final standings for the event here. The top 64 players. Want to make sure we give you an idea of just how diverse this field was towards the end of the second day of competition. You've seen our top 8. Pro Tour champion Matthew Foulkes missing the cut in 9th. And then we get on to some of the more intriguing decks that didn't quite make the cut. Kano, Enigma, Vynnset, Phi, all within just an inch of making the top 8.
Definitely want to shout out the Ninjas for sure. In 15th and 16th place, we have an Ira and a Phi just missing out at top 8, but finishing off very strong at the X3 record.
Big names here as well. Pablo Pintor, of course, standing out. UK national champion Aaron Boyan there in 20th place. Sander Neft on Fang in 21st. And of course, a few other noteworthy heroes just a little bit further down here.
And who can forget Florin-Cristian Loghin's incredible run throughout this calling, showing up with the 5 pre-constructed deck that you can pick up at your local game store next week as well, ending his run at the calling at the 22nd seed, just one short of being the best performing Phi at this event, but still X4 record on a deck that he just played right out of the box. What an incredible story.
If you haven't seen a little post from Florian on social media saying, hey, I've built my deck for the event. I've even submitted my deck list. This is the little checklist card from the inside of the Precon. Want to give a shout out here to Simone Patieni as well. 39th on Kasai, a deck we didn't see at all on camera over the weekend, was the only one who managed to make day 2 and managed to end up making some money as a result.
Moving our way down, we have a few more maybe uninvestigated heroes, heroes that we weren't expecting too much of. Got a Florin, got a Terra, some of the more mid-rangey Earth decks making their presence known as well.
Single copy of Icelander in day 2 manages to make it into the top 64 here in the hands of Tommaso Vecito. I'm sure you can't be too sad about that one, no?
Don't want to miss the current player of the year, Brodie Spurlock, showing up on Rhinar as well. Not the Brute that made it to top 8, unfortunately for him, but a hero that I think a lot of the top players had their eyes on for sure, especially if this Great Axe Warrior maybe makes its presence known a little bit more.
A few more folks snuck into the top 64 at the bottom of the count. It was Briar Oldhim to bring us to that cutoff line. But a few more intriguing heroes here that came up ever so slightly short. We did see Leviah on camera. Unfortunately, the wheels did come off just a little bit towards the end of that journey, but it's a potential to be seen in that deck for sure. Much the same for Aurora. Definitely the lesser chosen Lightning Runeblade of the weekend, but some cool tricks that are better in that deck than they are in Briar.
It was a very cool build as well, built by Robert Alessi over there. The interaction with Flash of Billions and the new Sigil Voltaris from Compendium of Rathe looked to be very, very strong in that Lightning Runeblade.
Incredible run by all of these players. Incredible start for Flesh and Blood's newest format. Very excited to see how we evolve from here, heading into just 1 week away. San Diego, going to be looking at that one in the near future for some more Silver Age action. Speaking of Silver Age.
And shortly after San Diego, it is your turn to go play in your own local ProQuest in the Silver Age format as well.
Can't wait. I was already going to be at some classic constructed ones. My opinion on that format's pretty solid at this point. I always love getting involved, but I love being in the booth. I'm sure you feel the same, but I'm itching. I want to play some card games. When Silver Age is good, like clearly it just makes me want to get out there on the floor and see what I can do.
Definitely been inspired from the games that we've seen this weekend. I think the one thing that sticks out to me the most is the varying turn game lengths and the varying paces of play that we saw. We saw some games go all the way deep in the second cycle. Don't want to forget the 20-turn game we had between the Oldhim and the Dorinthea. And in the finals was just 3 or 4 turn games, which both players using the armor as aggressively as possible to just try and close it out as soon as they can. We had all sorts of game lengths in between as well, 5, 6 turn games as well. So much to discover, and it's a lot less solved than maybe some people were expecting coming into this weekend.
So much learnt, so much left to discover. Folks, it's been incredible watching so many of you tuning in, more viewers than ever for this kind of event. Thank you so much. But until next time, I've been Howling Minds. That's been Pankaj Bhojwani. You have been amazing. We'll see you again very soon.
The page has turned on the world premiere. The true story of Compendium of Rathe kicks off at your LGS during the release celebration event. We'll see you there.